or middle of the night, depending on where you are in this wide world, or evening or something. It'll be sometime, certainly. We have a 10-hour jamboree, the brainchild of one Mr. David Heathfield. And welcome to World Storytelling Cafe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and assembled company. It is that time of year when we celebrate change and we look at optimism. And amongst that optimism is, of course, the wish for peace. And the whole theme of today's jamboree will be peace. I'm going to leave you in a minute. I will join you in your session, but I'll see if I can have a slot with you. Thank you.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll be off the motorway by then, I think, and recovering from my red suiting. So I'm about to, actually, before I hand over, I must show you this magnificent landscape. Not this landscape, but I'm walking towards the sea. And I always think it cheers people up to see a little seaside at any time, especially if you're in the landlocked Washington, D.C.
Not exactly landlocked, but yes.
Well, close.
We have two big rivers that come here.
You've got huge rivers. I know. We don't have rivers in this country. We have streams. We have rivers, but we jokingly call them rivers. So I'm holding up this up here. This great pier is my factory for today, my workplace. And this is sea. I hope you can see it. And so if I can cross this road without being squashed, be marvelous. So I have a long walk out along the pier to the grand pier at the end. So I can't do any more. Did we see that? Was that visible?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Right. But for now, because I have to do these things, I will leave you all for the most magnificent 10 hours of your existence. And I will pass the whole caboodle over to Mr. David Heathfield. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye, John Rowe, and thank you very much for hosting and
thank you, Wally,
saying yes to this Storytelling for Peace global event. And I'm so excited. I think we've got people coming in from many parts of the world during the day. I'm David Heathfield. I'm in Exeter in the southwest of the UK. Whether you're joining on Facebook live or later or with us coming into the Zoom room, do come into the Zoom room. Let's make a start. And I'm going to tell the very, very first story. And it's a story, yes, a story that has never been told before. Not by me, nor by anyone else.
Ooh.
It's influenced by some reading I've done recently and by a story I heard the other day told to me by Maya Bumbarak from Hungarian. And it's very loosely inspired by this wonderful story she told, which originally comes from Estonia in Northern Europe. So here we are. There was a girl who wanted to dance with stars. And one night, when the sun was settling below the horizon, when there were as many hours of daylight as there were night, she rose from under her reindeer skin blanket, climbed out, came out of the flap through the tent. Wearing her fur skin slippers, she stepped through the light dusting of snow there in the far, far north. All was darkening. She came to a pool of water, and it was frozen, just frozen. Oh, I want to dance with the stars. And the pool spoke to her. On my surface, can you not see the stars dancing? And she looked, and sure enough, there on the black, darkening ice was a play of stars that seemed to shimmer. But she could not dance with those stars, because when she placed her slipper on the surface of that ice, it began to crack. Quickly, she withdrew her foot and walked on, skirting her way around the edge of that frozen pool. She came further out from the encampment of small tents where the community lived. She came towards the tall fir trees, and there as she approached, she heard the soft drumming. And as she came closer, she could see them, the women of wisdom. And the women of wisdom were beating their deer-skin drums, and they were shaking their rattles made of deer bone knuckles, and they began to dance. They danced in those ancient times in a slow circle. And as they danced, they sang. They sang to the stars, they sang to the sun that had sunk. They sang to mark the passing of the summer. Now it was the time coming of cold, of many long, long, long months, of snow, bitter cold, when the sun would vanish from the skies. And the girl hid, and she watched the women of wisdom, and they danced with their hoods of red, with horns or antlers. And they danced in a circle, and they chanted, and the girl held her breath so as not to be seen by these women of wisdom, these women of great power. And she came to the place nearby where they had left their reindeer, tethered to sledges. And she knew that soon would be the time. And the girl, she hid under a deer skin. She hid in the back of the largest sledge and waited and peeped and watched. And now the women were dancing faster and more wildly and calling up to the stars in the heavens, calling. When the light fades, will it return? We will help it to return. And now they broke away from their dance, which had become wild, and they came to their sledges. And the girl sensed now that reindeer, her antlers still on her head, not like the male antlers, the male reindeer who were by now losing their antlers. And she rode, pulled by that reindeer across the snow. She rode secretly hidden in the back of the sledge, and that reindeer ran so swiftly, padding across the snow, and then sailed up into the sky. And the girl felt the power rising as all of those women of wisdom rose with their sledges high into the sky, wearing their red cloaks, their red hoods, their antlers and horns, and chanting and singing, and still some of them beating their drums and others shaking their rattles. And they sang as they swooped high, and they danced among the stars, and the stars swirled and seemed to dance with them. And the girl felt it so exhilarated and powerful as she looked down at the snow below, the white landscape. Oh, she was marking the passing to winter. And she danced with the stars. Oh, it seemed to go on for hour after hour after hour, each time more rattling and drumming and beating and singing and louder and cacophonous, but beautiful. What a celebration, and the power and the energy. And she danced with the stars, but unseen, or so she thought, and all night long, spinning through the skies. And now, as the first grey light of dawn appeared, that reindeer led the sledge down to the snow below, and all the other reindeer too. and now safe and stopped, she climbed from her hiding place as the sun rose, and she crept away. But when she looked over her shoulder, that wise woman was looking at her, watching her. And she found her way back around the perimeter of the frozen pool, back to her small tent, and there, with her family, she went back to her bed under the deer skin, and she slept for a few hours. But when she rose, it was already the middle of the day, and the sun was up above the horizon. And the people were talking. Have you heard? We were told. Some of us saw. I saw the Northern Lights last night. Oh, they were spectacular. Did you see them too? Oh, the pinks and the greens that flashed through the sky. Oh, the women of power have been rising and riding. Well, the girl knew, but she kept a secret and told nobody that she had been riding among the stars with them. She watched as on many nights those northern lights appeared in the sky, and it came now to midwinter when no sun would rise, and it would be dark all 24 hours of the day. And there, at the darkest part of the darkest night in the year, when all feared the sun would never reappear above the horizon, she intended to ride again. For tonight this would be the most beautiful and spectacular of them all, the winter time, the solstice time. And she hid under her blankets in the tent. And soon I will go. Soon I will fly. But there she felt a great peace, a trust that those women of wisdom would make sure the sun would return, a deep and lasting peace. And she slept, and she didn't wake up. She slept, and she slept, and she didn't go to that frozen pool, solid now. She didn't go to find the women of power who danced in the snow. But she did wake in the middle of the night when she heard a sound above the tent, a rattling and a drumming, and there, dropping from the smoke hole above her, something fell next to her, beside the fire, and she reached and felt it round and cool in her hand, and she held it close. She held it through the night. It didn't become light. It never does in those northern parts. Even in the middle of winter, she would have to wait. But she held it to the firelight and saw what it was. It was a sphere of golden amber. Amber. A piece of the stars. A piece of the sun. Oh, the women of power had dropped these through the smoke holes of every tent in the community. A promise that soon the light will return. So welcome everybody again to Storytelling for Peace. We're here together for 10 hours. You can stay with us, you can go, you can come, you can do whatever you want to do. But we're going to be marking peace, and everybody is welcome. So come and join us in the Zoom room, or if you want to, you can follow when you're driving on Facebook or walking or just relaxing. It's wonderful to see Larissa in Ukraine. Hi, Larissa. Are you in Ukraine, Larissa?
Yeah, I'm in Ukraine.
It's wonderful that you're with us, Larissa. And please share the news of this event with your friends, family and people in Ukraine as we tell stories for peace. Hi, Keith in Lincolnshire. Hi, Jasname in Punjab. Hi, Baba C, who's going to be hosting the last stretch. You're already with us. It's a goodness knows what time it is in Washington, D.C., Baba C. What time is it? You're muted.
5:14 a.m.
Aye. This man has got up right from the beginning of the session. That's
I
fantastic.
had to be here for the kickoff. I won't be telling the story this session because the rest of the household is asleep. And as you know, I have a voice that carries.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And Simona, who's also going to be hosting later on today. Simona Stambazzi in Italy. How are you, Simona?
Very well, thank you. And as Baba C, I wanted to be here for the beginning, and I'll be on and off all day long.
Yeah, so you're going to be hosting from, is it 4 o'clock UK time, and Baba C from 6 o'clock UK time. You have to work out what time that is where you are in the world. Our very first guest is going to be Kimway McCarthy, my very good friend who lives near here in Devon. Hi, Kimway.
Hi, David. I love that story you told. I know I've heard you tell it at our story club before.
Oh no, I've never
Have
told
you
that
not?
story before. It's
Are
a
you
brand new
joking?
story.
I'm sure that there was a girl who wanted to dance with the stars in a previous story.
That came into it, but that's another story.
It's a different story.
It was
There were elements of different stories in that story.
Well, I have a story this morning which is based on a British Christmas story, and I think this story has reached America. I don't know if it's reached other places as well, but I hope you enjoy it, even if you don't know the original story. I just want to check before I start. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, well, I saw David mouth that yes, he can hear me. So I'm going to go ahead. It was Christmas Eve, and Ebenezer Shell, the CEO of Shell, was preparing for Christmas Day. Something he didn't like doing because it meant closing down for Christmas. And he liked profit. He liked burning fossil fuels, extracting them from the ground, and the profit that he could get from doing so. He was with his assistant, Bob Patchett. And Patchett was nicknamed such because he was environmentally concerned. And he was known for patching and repairing his clothes, something which Ebenezer frowned upon. And every day he would try and persuade Ebenezer to be less interested in profits and to invest in renewable energy. But Ebenezer wanted nothing of it. And he continued to grumble, bah humbug, about having to shut down for Christmas. He told Bob that he aimed to go home and spend Christmas alone. He wasn't interested in the festivities. But Bob was going home to his family for a vegan Christmas dinner and to celebrate with joy with his family. So it came to the end of the day, and Ebenezer Shell shut down Shell Towers for the day and went home to spend Christmas alone. He ate dinner, went to bed, and thought nothing of the specialness of the day where elsewhere everyone was celebrating good cheer, generosity. But as it became dark, and as he was getting into bed, he heard the strange noise, like the rattling of chains, and a knock on his door. In came a face he feared most. He saw in front of him the immaculate coiffeur, and he heard a voice call to him amongst the rattling of chains. "It is I, Maggie!" Ebenezer gasped. Maggie Thatcher! come to haunt me? Ebenezer, I have walked this earth these many years. I have been in pain, deep pain, for my sins, promoting industrialization, capitalism, and all of its terrible effects. I was interested only in profit. And I have come to warn you, Ebenezer, that you will be haunted tonight by 3 ghosts. The ghost of Carbon's past, the ghost of Carbon's present, and the ghost of Carbon's future. Ooh, and, as if carried away by the wind, her voice disappeared into the distance. The sound of chains faded away and she was gone. And Ebenezer was disturbed, but he thought nothing of it. 3 ghosts? Of course not. And he went to bed. But then he woke as the clock struck 12. And before him stood the ghost of Carbon's past, dressed as he imagined caveman would, a natural human of the past. And the ghost spoke. Ebenezer Shell, there was a time when Earth followed its own natural cycles. Carbon dioxide in our atmosphere rose and fell in a balanced way, very slowly. But then industrialization came, burning fossil fuels for power and profit, shooting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere up and causing climate change. People have done this, people like you, Ebenezer. Mark my words. And Ebenezer was chilled to the bone, and the ghost faded and was gone. And he wasn't sure whether to fall to sleep or stay awake, so disturbed was he. But it seemed that in a moment, the clock was already striking 1. And there before him stood a ghost that looked very much like one of his own employees at Shell Towers. He couldn't tell which one. He felt he never paid enough attention and they all looked the same. But the ghost spoke and said to him, Ebenezer, I am the ghost of Carbon's present, and I have come to haunt you, Ebenezer Shell, because you have not had the sense or heart to look at what is before your very eyes. Now, here and now, there is so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and other greenhouse gases too, that the Earth is much warmer than it should be, so much that ice caps are melting, sea levels are rising, animals are suffering, declining, dying. Diseases are being spread, and there is much more extreme weather, heat waves, forest fires, droughts, storms and floods, suffering, death and destruction, all because you, Ebenezer, wanted profit, power, and more profit and power. And again, Ebenezer felt a chill in his heart as the ghost faded away, and he began to dread the coming of the next chime of the clock, when the ghost of Carbon's future was due to haunt him. Nevertheless, the clock marched on, time marched on, and the clock struck 2. And before him, dressed in rags, blackened with charcoaled skin from fires, emaciated, was the ghost of Carbon's future. And all around him, the world had disappeared, and there was nothing but ruin. And the ghost of Carbon's future pointed, look, Ebenezer, look. Waste, ruin, death, and destruction. This is where your home once was, a blackened landscape, the earth, scarred and barren as far as the eye can see. And Ebenezer cried out, "But where is everybody? Where are all the people, the animals, the plants?" And the ghost of Carbon's future pointed a bony finger and spoke again. "Nothing is left but a raging planet of darkness, iceless seas, land torn with fire and flood, endless storms, and not a creature to be seen, not a life spared. This is the future if you carry on as you are, Ebenezer Shell, and do not change your ways." And with that, the bony finger withdrew. The ghost was gone. And Ebenezer woke. It was Christmas morning. The sun was streaming in through his window, and he leapt out of bed with a sense of strange joy and surety. He knew what to do. But what day was it? How much time had passed? Last night was Christmas Eve, but was this indeed Christmas morning? He rushed up, pulled the curtains, and opened the window, and called to a passer-by, "What day is it?" The passer-by looked up at him and said, "Why, Ebenezer Shell, it is but Christmas Day." "Then I haven't missed it," he called. "Can you make it to Bob Patchett's house before me? And here, have this money. Buy him the biggest turkey. No, wait, he's vegan. Buy him the biggest nut loaf that you can find and take it to him and keep the change." "Why, thank you," said the stranger, and off he went. And Ebenezer dressed in his best clothes, and he made his way over to Bob Patchett's in time for Christmas lunch, where he surprised him and said, "Bob, I've changed my ways." He announced to the whole family over Christmas lunch, "I am going to invest all I have in renewable energy." And Tiny Tim called out in celebration, "Hurrah for Ebenezer!" And Ebenezer said, "Tiny Tim, I will go with you and carry you on my shoulders at the next Fridays for Future climate strike." And it seemed he was a changed man. "God bless us, everyone," said Tiny Tim. And Ebenezer was indeed, from that Christmas Day onwards, a changed man. Not only did he invest in renewable energy, he made Shell the leading name in green energy. He made it his life's work to clean up the oceans where Shell had once sought to extract fossil fuels. And so dedicated was he to protecting the ocean and its sea creatures that he was no longer known as Ebenezer Shell. He was known as Ebenezer Prawn. Thank you all.
Oh, Kimway, that's a wonderful story for our times. Well, for all times, but especially for our times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, David. I did listen to your David heard this story before. He said he felt it wasn't extreme enough.
You know what? That I heard you tell that story just a short time ago, a week ago, or maybe a bit more than a week, or maybe a couple of weeks, and then it's just built and developed, and it's such a rich and wonderful and just spot on. You just hit the nail on the head. Thank you.
The vegan part was
very much.
especially brilliant.
Hope you stay and listen, or if you need to go, but come back later, or listen on Facebook, or whatever people want to do. We're here until 8 o'clock UK time this evening. And our next storyteller is going to be Stefania Ganzini. Are you in Italy, Stefania?
Yes, I'm in
Wonderful.
Italy.
Stefania, just before you begin, let me just explain what's happening to some more people who might be joining us on social media. I've been sharing this on social media in the last few minutes at the same time as listening to Kimway, and I would invite you all to share on social media as well this event. And everybody around the world is welcome to tell a story. It can be about peace, but it can be any story, because storytelling is an act of peace, I feel, by coming together across the world and sharing stories. And they can be personal stories, They can be folk tales, fairy tales, legends, myths, jokes. Poems are also welcome, whether they're poems you have created yourself and you would like to perform, or a favorite poem you would like to recite or retell. So everything is open for possibilities. We are very inclusive. You might be very young. You might be a child. You might be of any age. You might have a desire to tell a story in another language other than English, which is perfect. We are not exclusively an English language place. So whether you want to tell a story in Chinese or in Swahili or in any other language in the world, maybe if you could explain a little bit about the story in English, that would be fine, but everything is welcome. After Stefania has told her story, I just want to check, Larissa, are you going to tell a story today?
Yes, sure.
Wonderful. So Larissa, will you tell a story after Stefania?
Well,
Fantastic. That's brilliant. So we've got Stefania in Italy, then Larissa in Ukraine. After Larissa, we're going to have, oh, is Keith still here? Okay. No, Keith has left. Hopefully Keith will be back shortly. And then after Larissa, I'm going to ask Centro Italiano Storytelling. Is that Elena?
No,
No? Oh. Simona might know.
That's Flavio.
yes, that's Flavio. I also know him. I'm part of the Italian Storytelling Center.
Wonderful.
Actually.
And is Flavio going to tell a story?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay, you're
Nice to
listening
meet-
today.
Nice to meet you all.
Wonderful. Okay.
Bye.
Well, we'll see what happens. So, Stefania, thank you for being with us, and
Thank
the
you.
floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So this story started a long time ago in the wide and green plains of China, where there were two villages lying on the two sides of a river. On the left side was the village of Wei, and on the right side was the village of Chu. Now, the people of Wei were all farmers, but they grew only one crop, melons. But they were very good farmers, and the melons were amazing. They had a perfect round shape, and if you tasted them, they were so juicy and so sweet. They were simply delicious. And so all the people wanted to buy them when they brought them to the market to sell them. And so they always got a very high price for the melons. Now, the people of Chu were two farmers, and they too grew only one crop, melons. But the melons had nothing to do with the melons of Wei, because they had, well, let's say they have quite a horrible shape. They were full of bumps and knots, and if you tasted them, they were simply tasteless and dry, and nobody wanted to buy them, nobody, except the ones who hadn't been able to buy the melons of Wei. And so they always bargained the price, and so the people of Chu always got a very low price for the melons. And so as time passed, and the village of Wei became richer and richer and increasingly prosperous. And so the people of Chu started to look across the river at the neighbors, and they started to grow jealous. And so one night, as they were sitting around the fire in the main square of the village, the people of Chu started to drink and to talk and to drink and to talk. And as they talk turned to the neighbors. And as they talk, they grew increasingly angry. And so when it was already late in the night and they had already drank a lot, one of them stepped up and said, "Isn't that unfair? Don't we work as hard as they do? Don't we deserve to be as rich as they are? But I've got a solution. Why don't we go and destroy the melon fields so that there will be just some melons on the market, and we will be able to sell them at a very high price, and we will get rich too." And so, since it was already late in the night, and they drank a lot, spurred by alcohol, the others said, yes, yes, yes. And so they decided that they would go and destroy the melon fields away on that very night. And so they took their axes and they crept over the bridge that connected the two villages. And they walked very silently through the streets away, not to wake up the people who were fast asleep. And when they got to the melon fields away, and they saw those melons, so those melons were simply perfect. They had a perfect round shape, like the full moon that was shining in the sky that night. Oh, they felt so angry that they had no hesitation. And so they lifted their axes and they act, and they act, and they act. And so the day after, when the people away went out to the fields, and when they got there, they saw that the entire crop had been destroyed and there was not even one melon left intact. So they look at each other and they didn't know what to do. And then they look across the other side of the river because they knew who had done that. And so they started to feel so angry. They were really furious. And so one of them stepped up and said, we should go and take our revenge. We should go and destroy the melon fields too, and we should do it tonight. The other said, yes, yes, yes. But before doing that, they went to inform the headman of the village. He was a very wise man. His name was Song. And he was said that he traveled all around the world and he had a lot of experience of the world. And so he was very much respected. And so he listened to the plan. And at the end he said, I do understand that you are furious. And you are right to feel that way because what they've done is really terrible. But just think for a moment. What will happen if you go and take your revenge? Then they will retaliate in the turn. And you'll do the same in your turn. And so a war will break out between our two villages that have lived in peace and harmony so far. Is it really what you want? Maybe to live in a state of war for the rest of your life. And maybe for the life of your children and of the children of your children. Just think for a moment. And I've got a better idea. Why instead of weapons, you don't take watering cans? And instead of going in the darkness of the night, you don't go in the light of the day. Because you see, the reason why the melons are not as good as ours is because they don't know how to grow them. They don't know when to water them and how much water to give them, or when to fertilize them and when to harvest them. Why don't you go and teach them so that we'll have no reason to be jealous anymore? Now, after these words, some of his fellow villagers still felt furious and they still wanted to take their revenge. But since Song was very much respected, most of them just thought about his words and they saw wisdom in them. And so they persuaded the others to try his plan first. And so they took the watering cans and they went down to the river and filled them with water and they started to cross the bridge that connected the two villages. And the people of Chu were all hidden in the houses and they were looking from behind the windows what would happen because they knew that something must happen after what they've done that night. Or when they saw the people away starting to cross the bridge carrying something, but they were too far away. They couldn't see what they were carrying. They were just scared and frightened. Oh no, they're coming to destroy our meadow. They're coming to destroy our village. What we will do then? What have we done? But when the people away were closer, and they saw that what they were carrying were not weapons, but watering cans, they were really puzzled and amazed. Watering cans? And when they saw the people away started to walk through the village of Chu up to the melon fields, they started to get out of their houses and follow them at a safe distance. And when they saw the people away, they started to water the melon fields. They grew suspicious. What are they doing? Are they trying to poison us? Are they trying to poison our melons? But then they saw that the people away were smiling at them and beckoning. And so, little at a time, they stepped a little bit closer, and then a little bit closer, and then a little bit closer. And they started to talk. And as they talk, the people away started to pass on the farming skills to the people of Chu. And the people of Chu listened and watched and learned. And so after a short time, the people of Chu became two very good farmers, and the melons were as delicious as the one away. And so the two villages grew prosperous and rich, and they lived in peace and harmony for the rest of their time. And as a sign of gratitude, the people of Chu forged a very special medal, and they gave it to Son just to thank him for what he had done. And Son took it, and he passed the medal down to his son, and his son to his son, down from generation to generation. And so if you happen to visit China today and to come across those two villages lying on the two sides of a river, just go to the village away and ask to see that medal of peace and friendship. And I'm very happy that the next teller is from Ukrainian, because my wish is that a medal of peace and friendship will be exchanged between your countries that are the countries that are in a state of war today, and that we really can tell this story, maybe telling about an Ukrainian and their Russian village that now live in peace across the border. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefania. Thank you. What a beautiful story, full of wonderful symbols and meanings, and so beautifully told as well. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you to you for listening.
Ah. Stefania, do you often tell stories in English?
No, not often. I've just started actually, just this
Wow.
year.
Wow. I know you're an established storyteller in Italy, but you tell your English and your English storytelling is just fantastic. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll keep on doing.
Fantastic. Please do. Please do. Okay, well, in a moment, we're going to go to Ukraine. We're very honored that Larissa is here. After Larissa tells her story, Keith, will you tell a story after Larissa? Fantastic. Keith will go after Larissa. Just to explain again, the process today is 10 hours of storytelling for peace. I'm David Heathfield. I'm here in England. I'm with you for the next hour or so until 12 o'clock UK time. Then I'm handing over to Jasname, who's our youngest host of the day. And Jasname is listening in at the moment. Jasname is a girl in Punjab in India, a fabulous storyteller who's a prolific storyteller, tells stories more than anyone else at the World Storytelling Cafe. I don't know, if, maybe even more than Baba C. I'm not sure, maybe. And then after Jasname, we're going to be going to Greece to meet up with Despina Aristeu, a good friend, and she's going to be hosting for 2 hours from 2 o'clock UK time. And I know that there's going to be some Greek storytellers joining us then who haven't told stories here at the cafe before. This is exciting today. We've already had Kimway, Stefania and Larissa who are new to the cafe. So welcome, new friends to the World Storytelling Cafe. And then after Despina, Simona's hosting for 2 hours from 4 to 6 p.m. UK time. And then to bring us to a wonderful conclusion, Baba C, who's already with us in Washington, D.C., is going to be bringing our ship home to port for the last 2 hours as we go towards the end of what's Christmas Eve in many parts of the world, a day of incredible importance and significance culturally and spiritually for many people around the world. So now This Christmas Eve, this 24th of December, let's welcome Larisa Chenova in Ukraine.
I'm so happy to share with you that festive atmosphere. As for now, in Ukraine, electricity isn't stable and internet connection as well. And I'm so happy that I can join you. Yes, here in Ukraine, we pray for peace. And Christmas season in Ukraine is time when we share joy the Christ brought into the world, and I want to tell you a legend about a bee concerning the Jesus Christ. So. Once he walked with an apostle Peter and cut himself on a bush, and a drop from the cut, a drop of blood fell out and turned into an insect or a bug that buzzed and flew around. And then Jesus said, look, Peter, this is a bee. It will be very useful to people. And that the bee flew away, maybe to find food or to do some good deeds. And then when past time and Jesus took on human sins, he was taken to Calvary. When he came to the crucifixion, a Roman was given 5 nails, but he was so pitiful and he felt sorry, and he used only 4 of them. And then someone in the crowd noticed that and told the soldiers, and soldiers came up and asking about that, and they didn't believe him, and started shouting, "Show us!" And he showed 2 in the hands and 2 in the feet, and then of course he was worried about the 5th nail, but at that very moment the bee flew and sat on the Jesus' chest. And so then he happily shouted, "Here's the 5th nail, here's the 5th nail." Then after resurrection, when Jesus went to heaven, the devil began to visit the bee and led her in the garden path, whispering her that your sister and you work so hard, and then a man comes and takes your fruit. Get rid of them. You have a stinner. And the bee listened to his advice for a long time, and then flew to God and said, "God, it isn't fair. My sister and I work so hard, and then man comes and takes everything. I can sting them. Let them die." The God was angry and said, "It would be better if you died." And the bee understood that its words were wrong, but it was too late because God's words came true. And since then, if a bee stings, it dies. And this legend is about how the bee paid the price for her obeying to devil. Yeah, and there's one more legend very short, also about Christ. Just, I believe that maybe in such a way.
Larissa, thank you so much for sharing that amazing story. I haven't heard that story before. I don't know if anyone else in the room has heard that story before, but I haven't. And it's a story about, so we've got the bee who provides the sweet honey, but also the sting. But the punishment for the bee for not being respectful to God was to only be able to give one sting before the bee dies.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
May I ask where you are in Ukraine?
So as for now, it's 300 kilometers from Kiev.
Okay. And we would like to all wish you, your family, your friends, your neighbors, and your community and your country and country people a wish for peace.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much for your support and for your donation and for your wishes. Okay, thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thank you, Larissa. And please stay. And please, Larissa, do invite more people that you know to join us here in the Zoom room or to listen on Facebook. We're live streaming on Facebook. And that goes for everybody in the room. Please invite more people to join us. Well, now let's move from that wonderful story full of powerful metaphor and learning to Keith in Lincolnshire. And after Keith, I see we're joined by my friend Luzanne Matar. Hi, Luzanne, who's in Gaza, in Palestine, another part of the world where peace is wished for most dearly. And I think, Luzanne, we're going to introduce a little video, aren't we? So we'll go to Keith and then Luzanne, and then we'll see where we go after that. Oh, I see that we've also got Hamid Sadiq in the room. Hamid, are you in? You are Rashidat's son, aren't you? In Nigeria.
Yes.
So, Hamid, will you tell us a story after Luzanne?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So now over to Keith in Lincolnshire.
Well, hello, everybody. Sorry, Stefana, that I missed your story, but we suddenly lost power, so I disappeared for a little while. So if anything goes wrong, I disappear. That's the reason. But hopefully it's been fixed now.
The good news, Keith, is this is all on Facebook, so you can go back and listen to Stefania's story later on tonight or tomorrow if you want.
Yes. Yes, I probably will do. Yeah. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a sword, a very sharp sword made of steel. And it belonged to a great king. Now that king, he was a very peaceful sort of guy, and he would like his parties and his hunting and his lots of activities that kings do. But one day there was a dispute that the king fell out with a king of a neighboring kingdom, and so war was declared. And the sword of the king, he went in his sheath with the king. He was looking forward to this battle to prove himself to be a brave and sharp sword. He was looking forward to being a hero in the hand of the king. But when they got to the battlefield, there'd already been one battle, and the sword was dismayed that there was all this devastation, all these soldiers lying there half dead and moaning and groaning. There was lots of mud and a mess and a smell, and all these broken shields and swords and javelins. And the sword thought, I do not like the idea of a battle and being in a battle. Ah, what can I do about it? The sword thought to himself. I will make a noise and keep everybody awake. Boo, 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 clap, clap, clap. Ah, ha, 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 ha. He's making lots of noise. And the fellow javelins and swords say, what are you doing? What are you making such a noise for? We can make a noise and keep all the soldiers awake all night. Buzz, 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 making lots and lots of noise. And the weapons in the opposing army, they heard all this noise. So what's all this? The sword said, we do not like battle. We do not like war. And so we're making all this noise so we can keep all the soldiers awake. And so in the opposing army, all the swords and shields and daggers and javelins, they all continue to make a noise. Buzz, 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 all night. And that kept all the soldiers and the kings awake. And they couldn't sleep. And next morning, they were so tired, they thought, we're so tired, we'll have to catch up and sleep. We'll put off the battle till tomorrow. And so they tried to catch up in their sleep during the day. But then the following night, all the swords and the shields and the javelins and daggers, they continued to make the noise, keeping the army and all the soldiers awake for a second night. And when the kings started the next morning, they thought, I'm too tired for a battle. We'll put it off till tomorrow. Well, this went on for about 7 days, till everybody's so worn out. And the kings decided, we will meet and discuss the matter. And they met and they talked and they laughed about the noise that was keeping them all awake. And all the soldiers around us thought, well, these two kings are chatting among themselves to get each other, and they're laughing and joking. And in the end, the two kings made amends and they became friends. And what happened then was that they separated out and they went back to separate kingdoms. And every now and again, every few months or so, they would meet up again and have a chat and share about what was happening in their kingdoms. And they realized they valued their friendship more than they did any dispute that would separate them. They had more in common than they had separating them. And that reminds me of a Hebrew word, shalom. When we think about peace, we think about absence from war. But shalom is much more than that. It is the whole idea of wholeness and completeness and being healthy, good relationships and friendship. And these two kings, they truly had not just peace, but they had shalom, because they valued each other and each other's friendship. So shalom, shalom, everyone.
Absolutely wonderful. Shalom. Salam. How do you say peace in your language? In English, we say peace. Please, could you turn on your microphone? Let's just hear the word peace spoken in different languages. I'm going to say it in Spanish. I'm going to say paz. So please tell us peace in your language or another language.
In American, we say peace.
Thank you.
Peace.
In Italy, we say pace.
Pace. What about in Ukraine, Larissa?
Well, quite different. Mir.
Mir.
Yeah.
In Arabic, Luzanne.
Salam.
Salam. Let's say it. Salam.
Shalom.
Salam.
Jasname, if you're listening, please tell us how to say peace in Punjab.
So peace in Hindi is Shanti.
Shanti. Thank you, Jasname.
I can also add German, which is Friede.
Frieden in German, yes. And French, the bay. Fantastic. Peace, shalom. So, Luzanne. And Luzanne, who are you with?
She's my daughter.
Hello.
She's Minna.
What's your name?
Minna.
Hi, Minna. Lovely that you're with us.
Salman.
And Luzanne, I've got the video ready. I just need to check with Walid. Walid, can you hear me? Walid, I should tell everybody about Walid, who's in Marrakesh, who's steering us along today, who's hosting, the real host, the tech host, and he's going to be here, I think, all day. Are you with us, Walid? Okay, maybe he stepped away for a moment, but I think I'll need Walid's help in order. Let me just see if I can share the screen without Walid. No. Okay. I've been.
If you tell me how, I might be able to do it since I'm a co-host.
Your co-host.
Yes.
But I've got the I've got it on my let me just think. I think we're gonna need to. You can't make me co-host, can you?
Let me find out.
I think Walid needs to do that because he's the host. I've been sending Walid messages, so I'm asking, can somebody at the World Storytelling Cafe please tell Walid to come and listen, because you need to make me a co-host so I can share the video that Luzanne has prepared. I can't do it. Luzanne, we're going to have to wait a few minutes until we have the ability to share the screen, okay? So can you be patient and wait a few minutes? I'll try and sort something out with Babasi as well. Babasi, if I send you the video, will you be able to screen it? If I send it to you by Messenger? You know Facebook Messenger?
Yeah, I have that. Let's find out. You may have to walk me through it.
I'll share the link with you, and then you'll be able to share it on YouTube. It's a YouTube link.
Okay.
I can share the link with you here. What am I thinking of? Hang on a moment. Of course, I can share it with you right here. It's the easy way of doing it. Okay, so I'll share it with everyone. Okay, can you see that, Babasi?
Oh, yes, I see it, but you may have to walk me through it, but I see it. So I'm going to hit that.
Okay, so first of all, let's wait until Luzanne has introduced the video.
Okay.
Luzanne, please introduce the video to us.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to talk about myself. I'm a teacher in Unrwa schools in Gaza, here in Palestine. And this video is made by my students. It starts with a photography training course, but later we have some problems and we couldn't continue this training course. So we decided, or my students decided, to make these photos they took as an album about Gaza and about their dreams. And this video is one of these albums. It was about a day in Gaza, in Palestine, and how do they like their days, and what do they dream their life to be. And this is what is my video about. It was made by students who are only 12 and 11 years old in the primary ages in Gaza here.
Wonderful. I just want to share the relationship with everyone between the World Storytelling Cafe and Gaza. I'm involved in both, and Luzanne is one of a number of teachers who've done storytelling courses with me, and also involved in the Hands Up project, supporting young people and helping young people and teachers in Gaza to be able to communicate globally with young people all around the world. This video, Luzanne, you said to me, you're not sure if it fits the theme, but when you watch it, you will all understand this video is all about peace. Peace. externally,
it's
but
the
also
dream.
in
It's
our
the dream of
hearts. as well.
Palestinian children, as you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Baba C, have you found the video?
I was listening to you. Let me see.
If you find the video, and then I'll explain how to share it with us.
Okay, so I found the video. I'm waiting for it to boot up.
Okay, well, don't start the video yet. Just get it ready.
It's taking a moment.
Okay. We'll be patient.
And while we're waiting for it to boot up, it seems to be. Is it there yet? It's almost there, I think.
Okay, in that case, come back to Zoom.
All right. Oh, by the way, peace in Swahili is Amani.
Amani, thank you. Come back to the Zoom, Baba C. And then,
I'm working on that.
Okay, can you see the Zoom screen now?
I see Zoom, but yes, because I'm looking at you now. Yes.
Okay, good. So at the bottom of the screen, can you see share screen?
Yes.
Click once on share screen.
Okay.
Then on the left, you can see
Ah.
share computer sound. Can you click on share computer sound?
Yes.
Click on that. Okay, great. And now you can share your, you can share what's on your computer. Can you see the?
I see a visit to Gaza.
Brilliant. Click on that.
Okay, I don't touch optimize for video clip.
No, you don't need to do
Okay.
that.
So hit this
Let's see if it works.
and then hit share. If you're seeing a black screen, it's because it hasn't booted up yet.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're all with you. We're all wishing to see this video.
I'm going to turn it back on. Are we
Hear
seeing
it?
it? Can you see it?
We can just hear it at the moment.
I'm going to pause it.
When we come here,
I'm just pausing it because you're not seeing, you're hearing it, but you're not seeing it, right?
Okay. So when you pressed share screen, did you go to the bottom left to share the sound?
I went to, hold on. I went to where it said share screen.
Okay. You didn't click on advanced options, did you?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that?
No.
The only thing I did was, the only thing I did was hit share sound.
Share sound, yeah.
Right. And then there was another one that said optimize video clip, but I did not touch that.
That's okay. So can you see the video, Babasi?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Maybe unshare. So click on share screen again, and or
Okay,
just click on stop share.
Hold on a moment. Stop share. Come here. Stop moving. Okay, I'm back.
Should we give it one more try?
Sure.
Why not?
So
Okay.
I'm going to hit share screen, and on mine it's not on the left. It's in the middle.
Okay,
but I
not
hit
okay. So don't click on advanced. Can you see advanced options at the top of the screen?
Not yet. I see live stream. No, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
At the bottom of the screen, everything on mine is at the bottom of the screen. It says share screen, and I don't see anything that says advanced options.
Okay, just click. Is the little box saying share computer sound ticked?
Well, you mean once I hit share screen?
Yeah. After you click share screen.
Okay, hit shit. Okay, so now it says share sound. That's
Okay.
already clicked off. You want me
That's
to
already
unclick it?
clicked on. Okay. So now click. Go on to the video now,
Okay,
where you can see the Palestine.
right. So I hit share video. I mean, I clicked the video, and now I'm gonna hit share.
Okay.
And now I'm going to start the video again.
Only the sounds of the sea waves you can hear, with sounds of birds which flying over
Babasi, please
there.
could you
A
pause?
group of fish.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody, we're not having success with the video picture, but we can listen to the voices of Lusanne's students talking. And Lusanne, am I right that what we're seeing, what we can imagine, because we're storytellers, we've got good imaginations, we can imagine seeing images, beautiful photographs of the sea, the beach, and the fishing port in Gaza. So you took your students down to the sea so they could have a moment just to be with the sea, be with nature. It's a very beautiful, calm day. And they're just talking about being by the sea. Is that right?
Yeah, we went there before going to school on this day. So
Wonderful. Later today, if we have success, maybe I'll be able to show the video. But for now, we're just going to listen to the children's voices. So Baba, see.
Do you want me to continue from where it is? You want me to
Yes,
try to go
please.
back to the beginning?
Go back to the beginning. That would be great.
Okay, hold on a moment. And begin. A day in Gaza port.
When we come here, only the sounds of the sea waves you can hear, with sounds of birds which flying over there. A group of fishermen were fishing. Everything was amazing, and the fresh air, the scene and the sounds make me feel different. I felt like I was in the wonderland, and my lovely teacher and my friends are around. The weather was rainy. Little drops of water started to fall on my head, and we looked into the sky, that we may see rainbow high. But only a very beautiful scene of birds who were flying over here and there and whispering to people, fill your life with hope. Trust yourself and think of others. Be loyal to your dreams. And don't let anything to kill your dreams. With patience and challenge, our bright morning will be made. I took some photos quickly for those unforgettable moments in my life with my teacher and my friends. Suddenly, I heard a sound. It was the sound of my teacher calling me and my friends. Come on, girls, we have to return. It's time to go to begin our school day. Let's go on. I woke up and I wish that those moments will never end. But I believe that it wasn't a dream. It was a real one. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, friends.
And David, if I might ask, I hope we can get this so that the rest of the audience can see it. The pictures are beautiful. The scenes are breathtaking, and the students, priceless. Priceless.
Thank you, Babasi, and thank you so much, Lusanne. And Babasi, you can click stop share now. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I put the link to that video in the chat here in the Zoom room. So if you would like to, now or later today, you can watch that video yourself. You can enjoy the pictures that Babasi just mentioned. And Luzanne, thank you. And it's wonderful because sometimes in the news, the only images and the stories we hear about Gaza is Gaza in its most challenging moments. And all the moments are challenging in Gaza. We know that. But it's so wonderful that you give your students a chance to find moments of respite, moments of peace. And I think connecting to nature, whether that's the sea, the trees, or whatever place we find to connect with nature can bring us great solace when we're in times of crisis. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
And David, if I might add, if anyone is unable to click the link right now, they can always save the chat and then open the chat later and then click the link to see it.
That's right.
So a lot of us, anyhow, they can click the link to see it. And it's a very beautiful video.
Yeah, it is.
Stirred my heart.
Thank you so much, Luzanne. Luzanne, would you like to say anything?
Thank you for you, David, because you give me the chance to make my day. I like every moment I can let anyone in the world listen to my students. I love to make my students, or to make them proud of what they do in their life, and give them any chance to make everyone listen to them, and change the idea of the Palestinian children and the whole world, that these children love peace and love to live peacefully, and love all the people all around the world, and they need their respect and their love, their kindness all around the world for these young Palestinian innocent children. As you see, their words, they're simple, very simple words, but they have a message, a wonderful message. And thank you very much for giving me this chance to make everyone listen to my children, Palestinian children.
Thank you, Luzanne. And as I mentioned earlier, the Hands Up project helps these children to hear their voices being heard. And also here at the World Storytelling Cafe, every Tuesday, we have young international storytellers. And very often, young people in Gaza share their stories with the world on Fridays. That's every Friday at 5 o'clock UK time here at the World Storytelling Cafe, young international storytellers. Thank you, Luzanne.
David, I'm going to stick around a little bit longer since you're not co-host yet, so I will stick around as long as necessary.
Okay, I don't think there's another video that I'm going to be sharing in the short term, but
right. But there are people who are queuing up to be admitted, and unless you're co-host, you can't admit them.
That's right. Yes, if you do manage to get through to Wally, please encourage him to make me co-host.
Yeah, I've been leaving him messages.
And if you could also ask him to make Jasname co-host, because she's the next host.
Oh, yes, right. I may be sticking around long. You guys might be seeing me like this.
Right. Well, we'll forgive you, because I know it's very, very early, and it's even earlier maybe in Peru, in Lima, where Gustavo has just joined us. Hi, Gustavo. Wonderful that you're here. 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm very impressed that you can be with us at 6 o'clock in the morning. Wonderful. So our next storyteller, I think, I can see Radia. Hi, Radia. Just now, we had your brother here, Hamid. Is Hamid going to tell a story?
Yes.
Hamid, is Hamid going to go first, or are you going to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, so is it going to be, first of all, we've got Radia Sadiq. Radia, you're in Abuja in Nigeria.
No.
You're not in Abuja.
Yes.
But that's where you live, isn't it?
Yes.
Where are you now?
In Port Harcourt.
Where are you?
Port Harcourt.
And where is that?
In River State.
In River State, in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Are you on your Christmas holiday there? And sorry, not your winter holiday?
Yes.
Fantastic. So Radia, first it's going to be you, then Hamid. After Hamid, are we going to have another one from your family?
I don't know.
What about your mother?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
After you've told your story, Radia, ask your mother Rashidat and ask your sister Raihana if they will also tell us stories, because we love your
Raihana didn't
story.
come with us.
Raihana's
come
not
with
with you.
us.
Okay.
Yes. But my mom says she will tell story later.
What, later today?
Yes.
Fantastic. So this is Radia. How old are you, Radia?
9 years.
9 years old. She's our youngest storyteller so far. Let's give a big clap to Radia Sadiq in Nigeria, in River State.
Once upon a time, there were two friends. One was Toad and one was Grasshopper. And one was Cricket. So one day, Toad invited her friend Grasshopper for dinner at her house. She cooked a delicious meal. Then, when they settled in to eat, the cricket made a funny noise while he was rubbing his hands together. And then the Toad said, "Please, can you stop that? It is disturbing our dinner." Then the cricket said, "Okay, I'll try." But he kept on and on making that noise, and he didn't have any food to eat. And then as he was going home, he told the Toad, "Come to my house for dinner tomorrow." And then she said, "Okay." Then the next day, as she was coming to the cricket's house, the grasshopper said, "Please, Toad, can you please wash your hands?" She went to the river to wash her hands with soap and water, and toads walk on all fours. So she hopped back, and then the grass and the dirt already in her hands. Then the grasshopper said, "Please, your hands are dirty. Please go wash them again." Then the Toad said, "I know why you are doing this. You know that I hop on all fours, and so you don't want me to eat." Then the cricket said, "You started it all. I can't eat without rubbing my hands together." And then, would these two friends lose their friendship? Instead of quarreling, they all laughed, and then they said sorry to each other, and then they were still friends. The end.
May we all learn from the story of the cricket and the toad. That's fantastic, Radia. Fantastic. Well done. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My favorite moment is when they all started laughing.
Thank you.
So Radia, is your big brother going to tell a story now?
He isn't telling now.
Oh, he wants to tell a story later.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Fantastic. Okay. That means we're going to have the The Sadiq family spread through the day, which is a wonderful benefit to us. We've got Radia now. Later, we're going to hear from your older brother, Hamid. And later as well, we'll also hear from your mother, fabulous storyteller, Rashidat Sadiq in Nigeria. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But right now,
Thank you.
even though it's only just after 6 o'clock in the morning, we're going to skip flying around this beautiful world to Peru, and to our very good World Storytelling Cafe friend, and friend of mine as well, Gustavo von Bischofshausen. So, Gustavo, welcome. Early morning welcome this Christmas Eve.
Thank you. Well, I will do something. I will tell a story both in Spanish and in English. I'll see how that goes, okay? I'll try
Fantastic.
I try to make the words. Well, let's start. I am Gustavo from Peru, and this is a story about animals. I have seen that many of you are telling stories about animals, and animals can also have peace. Well, this story is about a fox, a tiger, and a parrot. Yes. You know, tigers, because tigers generally are the big animals in South America, because there are no wolves or lions. The bully is the tiger. The bully is the tiger. So you have to think about that in the morning. Well, esta es una historia acerca de un zorro, a fox, un tigre, tiger, y un loro. ¿No? Es una historia acerca de paz. Well, the fox, there was a parrot. There was a parrot on a tree. It was standing on a tree, and a fox was coming under the tree. So, había una vez, el loro estaba encima de un árbol y el zorro estaba pasando debajo del árbol. Y el zorro miró al loro y se lo quería comer inmediatamente porque le encantaban los animales chiquitos, ¿no? Dijo, te voy a comer, le dijo, pero pensó algo, ¿no? Entonces agarró y le enseñó un papel. Le enseñó un papel. Y le dijo, hay un decreto, le dijo, hay un decreto que dice que todos los animales ahora, de ahí en adelante, deben ser amigos, que deben ser hermanos, que se deben querer mucho. Por eso, baja tú del árbol para comer, para leer el decreto conmigo. Entonces el loro lo miró y medio desconfiado, ¿no? Estaba medio desconfiado, ¿no? Y le dijo, well, let's go back to English. Well, the fox said to the parrot, well, there's a decree that says that all animals have to be friends. They have to love each other. They have to be very kind to the other. So please come back under the tree, and we can read it together. So the fox, the parrot said, he doubted, right? He was not sure. And he told the fox, please tell me again what the paper says. So the fox said, well, the paper is a decree. It's popular decree. Generally, it says that all animals have to be very close friends. They have to kiss each other. They have to be very close friends to each other. So at that moment that he was repeating the story, entonces el loro le dijo que repitiera al zorro. Entonces el zorro le dijo, todos los animales tienen que ser muy amigos, le dijo, muy amigos, le dijo. Y por eso, y el momento que estaba repitiendo el loro, que lo estaba repitiendo el zorro esto, the moment that the fox was repeating, there was and there was a tiger. Había un tigre que estaba persiguiendo, que comenzó a perseguir al zorro. He started to persecute the fox. And the fox started to run because Patitas, ¿para qué te quiero? Se fue corriendo, ¿no? Y mientras estaba corriendo el zorro, el loro le decía de lejos, enséñale el decreto, enséñale el decreto, enséñale el decreto. And while the fox was running, the tiger said,
Enséñame el secreto.
and show him the decree, show him the decree. So animals can be friends, but you have to be very careful about who is your friend and when. Thank you.
No, thank you, Gustavo. Qué placer tener otros idiomas aquí en el café. Como me gusta que hay una oportunidad de oír muchas distintas historias en diferentes lenguajes.
Okay.
Como no?
Thanks.
If anybody else would like to tell a story in another language other than English, we would love it. We would love it. Thank you, Gustavo, for telling a story in English and Spanish. Fantastic. Wonderful. Enséñame el decreto. Ah, if only we could have peace all the time among us all. Salam. So, I'm wondering, looking around the room, I think most people have told the story. I'm not sure whether Babasi wants to save all his stories for later on, or whether you'd like to share a little story now, or whether
not so much
I
that I
would
want
tell
to-
another story. But would you like to, Babasi?
Well, this is a challenge. The household is asleep. And you know, my voice carries. Whenever I do the broadcast, they hear me throughout the house. So I have to wait a little bit later on because I'm at my sister's place and she's cooking. We have our family gathering the day before Christmas.
Babasi,
So I don't want to take her off.
Babasi, have you ever heard of a verb? It's called to whisper.
Yes, but you will not see my name next to whisper. In fact, you'll see, if you look up the definition of whisper, it'll say the opposite of whisper is, and there's a picture of me. So, you know, if I can think of a way to tell a quiet story, I will. But whenever I tell a story, the whole household, and it's a 4-bedroom house, they hear me everywhere. So I'm doing my best right now not to wake up and tick off the cook.
In that case, Babasi, thank you so much. I am going to tell you another story. Are you willing to hear another story from me?
Oh, most definitely.
And after I've told my story, is there anybody else who would like to tell a second story in this first 2-hour hosting session? Or it doesn't have to be a story. It could be a poem, or because I can see also one of my favorite musicians in the world in the room, it could equally be a song.
It can be a song, David, if you like. That's short though, isn't it? It's just 3 minutes. I can do your favorite song.
Short is fine. Short is fine. So I'll tell a story and then I'll hand over to Kimway and he'll sing. That's a song. Okay. So, would anybody else like to go after Kimway? Okay, well, let me know in the chat if you would like to give us another story or poem or song after Kimway. So it's me, then Kimway, then something else. Fine. I'm going to tell you the story, the miracle of the Christmas cherries. It was bitter cold midwinter. It was Christmas Eve. Late in the afternoon, the sun was about to sink below the horizon, and in the bitter cold, Sir Cledges stood outside his humble little home. He was dressed in his old rags. He was a man of noble birth, but he had fallen on hard times. He and his good wife, Dame Clarice, lived in a simple house. Why were they so poor? Because they had given everything they had ever had away to those who needed it more than they did. And now they themselves lived in great need, and they were old. Sir Cledgis' beard was long and white, and he leant on a wooden stick, a gnarled walking stick, and he rested in the cold under the cherry tree with its bare branches, but coated in snow and a crusting of frost ice. The whole of the village was covered in snow, and up above stood the castle, Camelot. And Sir Cledgis looked up towards the castle and thought, at any moment, the festivities will begin. I will hear the first song. Well, as he stood there, waiting in the silence, he dreamed, if only I could go to Camelot one more time, but I am long forgotten. If only I could see King Arthur. I haven't seen him since he was a boy. When his father, King Uther, was alive, I used to carry Arthur on my shoulders. He would shriek with joy as I rushed up and down the wood-panelled corridors of the castle. But those days are long ago, and I am old and poor and long forgotten. But if only, I wish I had a gift for King Arthur so that I could go into the castle. And as he stood there in the silence, wishing, he heard a song. And as he heard that beautiful melody coming down the hill towards him, he heard a cracking sound as well, a small cracking sound above his head, and shards of ice fell to the ground. And he looked up, and the snow on the bare branches of the cherry tree had melted, and now there were small green leaf buds opening and long green leaves, and now small, almost red blossom opening to gentle pink and the fragrance of the sweet cherry blossom, and now small green bullet cherries growing and swelling into ripe, luscious, red, juicy, cherries. And the tree was covered in a crop of cherries. Clarice! And Dame Clarice came to the doorway of their humble cottage. My husband, it's a miracle. Cherries at Christmas. What did you wish for, husband? I did wish. I wished that I might give a gift to King Arthur. Well, there is the gift, husband. Take cherries to the king. And she gave him a bowl, and Cledgis reached with his stick and pulled down a branch of the tree and filled the bowl with these sweet ripe cherries. And then, leaning on his stick, he walked away from his humble home. It was already dark as he made his way up through the streets towards the castle, hearing that music coming clearer now, of song and playing on string and horn. He came closer. Now, it was a struggle for him on the ice, but he managed to reach the gate of the castle, and there standing was a soldier almost as old as he was. What are you doing here, old man? And he said to the soldier who stood on duty, I have a gift for King Arthur. A gift for the king? You don't look like you could afford anything. I have these cherries. And he showed the cherries to the soldier. Cherries for King Arthur in the middle of winter. It's a miracle. And the soldier, who in his heart was greedy, said, Old man, I will gladly let you through if you give me a third of what the king gives you. Now, could everybody say that together with me? You can stay muted if you want to, or unmute. Say this. I will gladly let you through if you give me a third of what the king gives you.
I will gladly let you through if you give me a third of what the king.
Well, Sir Cledgis couldn't refuse. He agreed. And the gate was opened, and he leant on his stick and came inside the gate and started making his way up the cobbles towards, well, there was a keep at the top of the castle, but there below the keep was the banqueting hall, the great banqueting hall of Camelot, and the music was louder, and Even though it was cold outside, he felt the warmth from inside. And he came to the great oak door, stood there, and there was a guard in fine uniform, younger than the soldier, who said, "Oh man, how did you get in here? Who let you through?" The soldier did. "The soldier let you through? Why?" "Well, I have a gift for the king." And he showed the sweet ripe cherries. "Cherries for King Arthur? A miracle," said the guard. And the guard also thought of the benefit that he could reap. "Old man," can you say it with me? "I will gladly let you through if you give me a third of what the king gives you." And Cledges thought, if I give him a third, only a third will remain for me and my wife, Dame Clarice, of whatever the king rewards me with, but I have no choice. I agree. The door creaked open and Cledges stepped through. And now it was warm. As he walked along that wood-panelled passageway towards the great heavy curtain, the entrance to the banqueting hall. He came along towards that curtain, and now his nostrils were assailed with delicious flavors, smells of roasting meat and veg, and there was sweet pickled fruits, and there was, spiced wine. Wassail was being served, and the song and the cheer, and he could hear the merry laughter. And he came to that curtain, but there stood a boy. A page stood guarding that curtain. "What are you doing here, old man? Who let you through?" I was let through by the guard." "Huh, why?" "I have a gift for the king." And he showed the cherries. And the page looked at those cherries, and the page's heart grew greedy too. He thought how he could benefit. And that boy said,
What?
"I will gladly let you through if you give me a third of what the king
gives you.
King gives you.
If I give him a third, sort of Cledges, there'll be nothing for myself. All that I will receive will be the gift of giving." But isn't that the most wonderful gift of all? And so Cledges agreed, and the curtain was drawn back, and he stepped into that banqueting hall, and oh my goodness, the glory of it. There was the most wonderful sight. There were tumblers, acrobats falling and leaping, and there were musicians playing on all sorts of stringed instruments and pipes and horns, and there was the singing like angels. And he could see the meat being carried across the room over a silver platter and laid in the middle of the table. And there he looked at the table itself, and there was King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, and who was this but Gawain and Lancelot and all of the other fine knights of the table with their ladies, and they sat and they feasted and they celebrated. And then King Arthur noticed Cledges, and all heads turned and fell silent. King Arthur rose to his feet. "Old man, what are you doing here?" So Cledges felt ashamed in his rags. "I don't belong here." But he humbly held up the bowl of cherries. "A gift for you, good King Arthur." And Arthur took the bowl. "Cherries at Christmas? A gift for me? This is the finest gift I've ever been given. Already I have been presented with a new cloak, a golden ring. You bring me cherries. This is a miracle." "Old man, you will be rewarded well. I will give you whatever your heart desires. I will give you a sack of gold coins. What do you say?" And Sir Cledges looked at the king and thought, the gold coins won't go far. They will be shared between that page, that guard, that soldier. What should I wish for? And after thinking a short time, Sir Cledges had an idea. And if you haven't heard this story before, perhaps you can imagine what Sir Cledges asked King Arthur for. Turn on your microphones and hazard a guess. Remember, he's going to have to share it with the soldier and the guard and the page, a third of for each of them. What do you think he's going to ask for? Maybe you've all heard this story before.
Kindness.
Kindness. Ah, so the king will give him kindness, and then he'll be kind to those three. After all, it's Christmas, and we should spread the kindness, and their hearts will change, and they will no longer be greedy. Is that what you mean, Gustavo? What a beautiful idea. If you like Gustavo's idea, let's give him a little wave. Ooh, yeah, we like that idea. Babasi, what do you think?
I think I'll wait for you to give the reveal, and I have a story.
I thought you might. So Cledges looked long and hard, and then he lifted his wooden stick and he held it out to the king. Take the stick. The king took the stick. What do I do with this? That stick will give 9 hard blows. What said the king? Strike me 9 times on my back as hard as you can. Well, everyone looked, their jaws dropped. The king would strike this old man? I cannot do this, said King Arthur. You have brought me the great gift, and now I should beat you with a stick? I cannot do it. If you will not do it, said Sir Cledges, return the stick for me, and I will deliver the blows on your behalf. Well, said the king, if you want this, it is granted. And Sir Cledges took the stick and started walking slowly away towards the curtain. And now King Arthur tasted the first cherry. Can you imagine how sweet and succulent it is? You're imagining it now. Oh, are there juices running in your... Oh, yes, it was delicious. So refreshing. And he shared the cherries with Guinevere and the knights and their ladies. And oh, what sweet cherries, what a gift. But Sir Cledges had already gone through the curtain, and there was the page and saying, now give me a third of what the king gave you. Are you asking for it? Is he asking for it? Well, he's certainly asking for it. And the boy, he took his stick. Sir Cledges took the stick and thrash, whack. 3 heavy blows rained down on that page boy's back, and the boy fell to the ground sprawling. Oh, please, 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 mummy. And Sir Cledges went on along the passageway, along the wood panel passageway to the great oak door, which swung open creaking. And there was the greedy guard. Give me my third, said the guard. Are you asking for it, said Sir Cledges. I am. He is asking for it after all. So he took his stick, and before the guard could run away, thwack, 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 3 heavy blows rained down on that guard's back. And the guard, was on the ground pleading, mercy, mercy. And on down that slippery, icy hill went Sir Cledges, careful not to fall now, and he came to the great gate, which opened, and there was the soldier. Give me my third. Are you asking for it, said Sir Cledges. I mean, asking for it indeed. After all, he's asking for it. And he took his stick and thwack, 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 3 heavy blows rained down upon his back, and he fell to the ground as well. Help, help. Sir Cledges made his way back down the hill towards his home along the snowy streets. I have nothing, but at least I gave those 3 what they deserved. But back at the castle, in the banqueting hall, King Arthur and the knights and ladies had finished the cherries, and King Arthur was deep in thought. Good ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have a memory of that old man. Did he always have a long white beard, as long as John Rose or Babasse's or even Keith? Or was he once a younger man? I remember him when I was a boy. Wasn't that Sir Cledges? That kind man, that generous spirit. He would lift me on his shoulders and run up and down the corridors of the castle. How he made me laugh, how my father, King Uther, loved him. And now I had forgotten all about him. I'd even forgotten he might still be alive, and there he is living in destitution. And he called the page from the doorway into the banqueting hall. The page was still rubbing his back. Go after that old man, bring him back. What? Said the page boy. Bring him back and see if he still has a wife who's alive and bring her as well. What? I can't. He. Listen, I am the king. And the boy went running off down the corridor, and he came out through the door where that guard was rubbing his wounds, and past the soldier at the gateway. And on his way down, he fell and slipped and tumbled and hurt his head, but he deserved that, didn't he? And on he went racing, and after the old man Cledges, who was almost home. Old man, the king says you must come to him and your good wife too. You are invited to the feast. Sir Cledges fetched Dame Clarice. She was unsure. I only have these old rags to wear, husband. Come, wife, come. And together, helped by that page whose heart had changed, who kept them safe, they were brought to the castle. And the soldier bowed low in respect. And the guard, too, had changed his tune. I deserved what I was given. They went through into the castle and came to the banqueting hall, and there they were presented with red gowns, beautiful fur-lined gowns. And they were sat at the table next to Guinevere and Arthur, and they were invited to feast as long with the nobles. And they ate that roasted boar's head, they drank that sweet, scented, spiced wine, they ate the finest meats and vegetables and cake. And all was well as they sang and they laughed. And it wasn't just that Christmas, those 12 days that year that they celebrated, but every Christmas for the rest of their lives. Clarice and Sir Cledges were fated in the warmth and hospitality of Camelot, just as we all deserve to be warm and safe and living at peace every winter.
Now, believe it or not, your story reminded me of a personal story that I'd like to share, if I may.
Okay, would you like to tell your personal story before Kim Wei's song or after Kim Wei's song?
Before.
Okay, go ahead, Babasi.
That will make me make it even shorter. So this is a personal story, and it's based on what goes around comes around, much like your story. So now, way before COVID, I used to have a group called Tomorrow's Voices, and they were apprenticed to me to learn to tell stories. They played drums, they played musical instruments, they danced, they were youth ambassadors, and traveled with me from school to school, community organization to community organization, and we performed. So my core group was Simba, which means lion, his older brother Duma, which means cheetah, another set of brothers named Rhythm, because if it had a surface, he could play it, and Cougar, because he was Cougar. So I love to go walking. And so they didn't like it, but I love to go walking. I'm old enough to be their father, their grandfather, and you know, they're young men. They're like between the ages of 10 and 14, I think. And so I would go walking, and I mean walking. So one day we went for a nice long walk because we didn't have a performance. And on the way back to my apartment, we passed several places to eat. And I asked them, you guys have been so great this week. Where would you like to get something to eat? And back then there was a chain called Burrito Brothers that sold burritos, go figure. So we go into Burritos Brothers, and Simba asked me if he could have a quarter. And I said, yes. There's a gum machine there and full of gum balls and very few red gum balls. But if you get a red gum ball, you get a free burrito. Well, when we walked in, we were having a good time talking to each other. And the people behind the counter looking at us, and they go, are those your sons? I said, in a manner of speaking, yes, they are. Oh, we only ask because we can see the love and respect they have for you and the love and respect you have for them. I said, well, yeah, and I'm treating them today, so they're going to get burritos, and it's on me. So Simba puts his coin in the gum machine, turns it, and he gets a red gum ball, which means he gets a free burrito. I said, you get a free burrito. He says, no, I don't. I said, yeah, you do. He says, no, this is for you. I said, for me? He says, Babasi, all the things you do for us. You feed us, you give us our uniforms to wear, you take us everywhere we go. No, this is for you. I'm like, okay. And I give him another quarter. I said, try again. So he goes, believe it or not, the boy got another gumball, another red gumball. So now he gets 2 free burritos. He says, nope, not taking it. It's for you, it's for you. So the manager is watching all this. He goes, wait. He says, young man, you mean to tell me that you're giving your free burritos to Baba C? He said, yes, he does so much for us. He says, you sure you want to do this? He said, yes, why wouldn't I? He's like a dad to me. He said, well, I'll tell you what, there are 6 of you. I left out the name of another person, but there's 6 of you. Everyone gets a free burrito today and a free drink. And I'm like, what? And one of the boys said, see, he's always telling us it's better to give than to receive. He's always telling us that people respect you for respecting yourself. And whoa. And so we all got free burritos, we got free drinks. And that was not quite the highlight of the day, but it was definitely the highlight of mine. So I just wanted to share that story, because what goes around, and it's just better to give than it is to receive. The more you give, hopefully the more you receive. And that is my story that I almost whispered.
Thank you, Baba C, for telling us your first story of the day, a first story of more than of a few, I expect. Thank you, Baba C. What goes around comes around. And I love the idea that they were giving you their gumballs, but then the owner then started to say, oh, you to share as well. Because when one person starts sharing, it catches.
It does.
It's contagious, and more people want to share. Yeah. And it's like stories. When one person starts telling a story, more people want to tell a story.
See?
And in just a few minutes, we're going to be handing over to our next second, and what could be better than handing over to Jasname in Punjab? Are you ready to take over in a few minutes from now, Jasname?
Yes.
And Jasname is going to be hosting us, whatever age we are, wherever we are in the world. If you're listening to this on live streaming on Facebook, for example, then come and join us in the Zoom room. Please, can I ask everybody who's listening right now to share, pass this on to friends, young people, old. Everybody is welcome. Any language is welcome. After Jasname hosts for 2 hours, it then hands over to Despina. And Despina's here already, very early. Despina, hi. Despina in Greece is going to be hosting for 2 hours. And then Simona Stambazzi in Italy. And then the last leg will be from 6 to 8 UK time is going to be Baba C. We're storytelling for peace. We're not fundraising, we're awareness raising. We all know about peace, and let's wish for it, because this is the time of peace. Coming up to Christmas Eve, it is Christmas Eve, coming up to Christmas itself here in the UK and many places around the world. We're celebrating Christmas Eve and thinking about peace and love. And what a better way to share stories of peace. So now, Kimway is going to outro us from this first 2 hours with a piece of music.
You can't hear the instrument, huh?
We can hear it.
Original sound on?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Can we join in? Can we join in?
Again?
Kimway, can we join in with the singing? Or do it? Maybe it's better if we have our we could join in with our microphones switched off.
With gold. But it don't matter, 'cause it's mine to hold. I can't buy the air I breathe. I can't buy the trees. I can't buy the deepest seas. But it don't matter, 'cause they're there for free. I can't buy this world with gold. But it don't matter, 'cause it's mine to hold.
This is a moment frozen in
On the second
time.
verse.
Maybe
I should
maybe
have checked
people
my lyrics before I came back on.
maybe people recognizing this
Huh.
song because last
Because
year
it's part
we-
of your
last year, that's
88
right.
Tales.
Around the World in 88 Tales, and Baba C was one of the storytellers at Around the World in 88 Tales, and also Simona was, and Jasname told stories as well as part of Around the World in 88 Tales on the Padlet. So all of us know this song, which is the theme music. Theme song that I borrowed.
Except for me, but I've remembered the second verse
Please sing it
now.
again. Please sing it again.
So start from the beginning. Okay. I can't buy the air I breathe. I can't buy the trees. I can't buy the deepest seas, but it don't matter because they're there for free. I can't buy this world with gold, but it don't matter cause it's mine to hold. I can't buy the ground below, the grass or the smell of spring. I can't buy the sky above, but it don't matter cause it's mine to love. I can't buy this world with gold, but it don't matter cause it's mine to hold. It's mine to take care of, it's mine to walk on through, it's mine to hold, and it's mine to love. It's mine to take care of, it's mine to walk on through, it's mine to hold, and it's mine to love. I can't buy the life I lead, I can't buy me. I can't buy this life I lead, but it don't matter cause it's mine for free.
I am so glad I went before you. That was brilliant. Oh.
Thank you, Kimway. Thank you so much. That's so
Thank you,
true.
David, for
so much
beautiful
truth in that
session,
song.
and
Thank
everyone.
you so much. And thank you all of you who've been sharing stories in this first 2 hours of today's marathon storytelling for peace. And it gives me great pleasure to pass over to my favorite young storyteller in the world,
Yes.
Jasname in Punjab. And Jasname, how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm too good.
Wonderful, wonderful. And there's lots of scope for storytellers coming in. So invite people we know to come in, share stories. So Jasname, over to you.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Jasname, and now I'll be hosting this session, which is the Storytelling for Peace. And thank you so much, David, and everyone. So it's my pleasure. So I have a poem on Christmas, which is also on peace. So I would like to start with that. Christmas bells. I heard the bells on Christmas Day, their old familiar carols playing, and the wild and sweet the words repeat of peace on earth, God will to men. And thought how, as the day had come, the belfries of Christendom had rolled along the unbroken song of peace on earth, God will to men. Till ringing, singing on its way, the whole world revolved from night to day. A voice, a chant sublime of peace on earth, God will to men. It was as if an earthquake rent the hearthstones of a continent and made forlorn the households born of peace on earth, God will to men. And in despair, I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, God will to men. Then pealed the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail. With peace on earth, God will to men. Thank you. Yeah, so let's begin. Anyone who wants to start with the first story?
Jasmine, I'd love to tell a story as part of your session, but I'll let somebody else go first.
Sure, why not? So, Kat, would you like to narrate a story or anyone else?
Everyone's acting like they're shy today.
Okay, well, I'll tell a story while Keith and Gustavo and Babasi and Despina and everybody else think, well, what other story could I tell?
Sure.
So I'll tell a story. So I'll tell a story that I love telling at this time of year. It's a story that comes from Siberia, bitter cold Siberia. Story. Well, there was once an old woman. She lived with her husband, and it was bitter cold, midwinter. There they were out on the steppes of Siberia, where the snow was so deep, it was so bitter cold, but they were all right. They had plenty of food in store from the last harvest. This is what they were used to in their community. Everybody looked after everyone else. They were happy enough. But there was one thing that she missed. This old woman had never had a child. Oh, how I long for a daughter. How I wish I had a daughter. And out there, that eve of the winter festival, the old woman, as if in a dream, found herself gathering snow in her hands. And with the snow, she managed to begin to shape and form a girl, a child. Almost without thinking, she made this beautiful child of white snow, perfect in every detail. But it was late now, and she went to her bed, and the old woman slept. And she dreamed. And when she surfaced from her dream early the next morning, she thought she could hear the sound of bells outside, of laughing, of singing, of excitement. And she came running to her window, and there was a girl, all pale and swift, running across the surface of the snow so lightly and leaping into the air and crying with joy, and then running up to the window and crying, "Mother, mother, you are my mother." And the old woman went to the door and opened it, and opened her arms, and into her arms leapt the snow daughter that she had always wished for. And she called for her husband, and he came outside and was as amazed as his wife was. They had a daughter made of snow, and she was so alive and so beautiful and so full of joy. And she went outside and she played, and the other children from the community, they came and joined in the running and the leaping and the dancing, and they were overjoyed as well. She spread joy throughout the community. Everyone loved the snow girl, the daughter. And the mother and the father, they were glad in their old age finally to have a child. And all was well, and they feasted and they celebrated with the community, and time passed. And the winter was passing. They had forgotten that they had ever been childless, and the friends forgotten that the Snow Girl had once never been with them. Well, it was nearly spring, the time of the first thawing. The ice began to drip from the branches of the trees. And there was the girl, the Snow Girl, as pretty as ever and as full of zest and life. Now at that time, at the end of the winter, in that community in Siberia, the people would have a festival, and they would make a fire in the middle of the community. They would build a fire in the middle of the village, and all of the children and all of their parents would stand in a circle around the fire, and they would chant. And this is what they sang, and you can join in too. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every girl and every boy. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every boy and every girl. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every girl and every boy. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every girl and every boy. And one by one the children began. The first, the eldest, ran. He ran so fast towards the fire there in the middle of the circle and leapt over and through the flames. And everybody shouted and cheered. And now the next child, she ran and leapt over the fire. The oldest ones first, and now the children were getting younger. Bravely they ran and leapt through the flames. And everyone cried with joy, because surely this way the winter would pass, the spring would come, everything would be alive, the flowers would grow, the food would be planted, the food would grow, there would be abundance. This was the marking of festival. This was the marking of the coming of new life. And they continued, every child leaping through the flames. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every girl and every boy. Run with laughter, leap with joy, every girl and every boy. And now every child in the whole community had leapt through the flames, except for the Snow Girl. She looked up at her mother, and her mother smiled down. Go, my daughter, you must. It's what all of the children do. I must, mother? Must I? Of course you must, my daughter. And she looked, and she ran. So light and swift she ran towards the fire, and one final glance back towards her mother, and she leapt into the air and above the flames, and you know what happened. She vanished into vapour, and the steam rose and she was gone. And everyone fell silent, and all of the other families, they looked at the woman hanging her head in sorrow, and they turned away and walked to their homes. And she stood there for hours before her husband led her away. It was still cold, and back to their warm hut. And there she took to her bed, and she wouldn't rise from it, not the next day nor the day after. Day after day passed, and spring was coming and everything was growing, but the old woman had lost her will to live. Her health faded. She became sick. She didn't eat. She was pale. And her husband couldn't rouse her. She missed her daughter. The summer passed. The harvest came, as always. And the winter. The snow began to fall, but still she was in her bed. She was so weak. Surely she would not last the winter. And it came to the midwinter time again. A year exactly since her daughter had come to the world. And that night she had a dream. And in her dream her daughter came to her. Mother, do not be sad. I am still with you, Mother. I am your snow daughter. I am still here in every flake of snow that falls, in every piece of ice on the lake that you break to get water to wash the clothes. I am in every raindrop that will fall through the year, in every river that flows. I am the water that you drink. I am your daughter, and you are always my mother. And in the morning, the woman smiled and rose from her bed and ate a hearty meal and celebrated with the community that winter festival with good cheer, because now she knew and would always know that she had a daughter and was a mother. It's the story of Snegovitchen, Snow Girl from Siberia.
You always tell it different. You always have a little thing that is different. Beautiful. Thank you.
I don't know how to do it any other way, Gustavo.
That's the beauty of storytelling.
Thank you, Jasname.
Thank you so much, David. It was a wonderful story. So, Marian, do you have any story for us?
Oh, yes, I do. I have another snowy story. But I just
Sure.
want to say I love that twist about jumping over the fire, David. I've never heard that in that story before. That was lovely.
Oh, thank you, Marion. Thank you, Marion. And Marion, just let me introduce you to our hosts for this period of the storytelling for Peace Day, Jasname and Punjab. So,
Hi, Jasname, you're in the Punjab.
Hello. Yes, I'm in India, Punjab.
Yeah.
And I got to
You
brag
come
about
across this, the storyteller Pete Chand. He's a British Punjabi storyteller, and he goes back to the Punjab every year. And he says the best stories come from there.
Yes, that is true.
Mostly from his old auntie.
Great.
Lovely to meet you.
Same here. And I would love to hear a story from you.
Well, we've had snow in England. We don't have snow anymore. So I've also been thinking snowy stories. And I know it's peace stories, and this is a story with a bit of peace, but a bit of conflict as well. And it comes from a book called Tales from the Northwestern Territories. So that's way up in the far northwest of Canada. And it begins in a little village. And in that village, it was kind of a peaceful day. There was the kind of village with all the houses round a main gathering place, and there was a fire. And all the women were sitting round the fire doing their cooking all together. And they'd sent their men out hunting, and it was a quiet and peaceful day. And they were chatting about this and chatting about that. And old grandmother, she'd got a big pot bubbling with the last of the caribou meat, bubbling just really gently in the embers. And she had a little pot where she was melting fat to make oil. And beside her was her granddaughter. And her granddaughter was whittling sticks to a point and then hardening the points in the fire to make spears for the next hunt. And the women were talking about this and talking about that. And then suddenly, all the lids of the pots and the pans and the tea kettles, they started rattling, just bobbing up and down all on their own and rattling. And everyone went completely silent. And all the women looked at each other. And the girl, she could see them beginning to gather up their stuff as if they were about to go. And she said to her grandmother, "What's going on? What's that noise? What's making the pots, the pot lids clatter so?" And the grandmother, she said, "Oh, it's trouble," she said. "It's a windigo." And all the women looked at grandmother as if even saying that word was a kind of a dangerous thing to do. But the girl said, "Grandmother, what's a windigo?" She said, "A windigo is many things, but a windigo is always trouble. A windigo was once a person. A windigo is a person that's been eaten by fear or anger or hunger or whatever is rumbling in their belly. And that fear, that anger, that hunger has grown and grown and grown. A Wendigo is enormous. And it's the weight of the Wendigo's footsteps that is making the pot lids rattle. The girl said, Grandmother, shouldn't we run away? And Grandmother, no use running away from a Wendigo. A Wendigo feeds on fear. The more you run, the bigger it gets. And just then, there were shouts and yells and running feet. And the hunting party, the men who'd gone out that morning as hunters, were coming back running as prey, running for their lives, shouting out, run, run, it's a Wendigo. But Grandmother, she just sat there. And the girl said, is there not any way of defeating a Wendigo if you can't run from it? There's not much you can do, said the grandmother. They don't like heat, and they don't like sharpness and fierceness. But otherwise, we might as well sit here as do anything else. And the girl, she could see the faces of those men, those strong men she knew, running away in terror with the blood drained from their faces. And she could see the women getting up and running alongside the men. And she got angry. She was so angry that anyone had done this to her people, her village. And so without thinking what she was doing, she leapt up. She grabbed that bundle of spears she'd been sharpening, and she started to run towards the danger, towards the Wendigo. And with every step, she got angrier. And with every bit of angriness, she grew. And she ran out into that snowy landscape, further and further until she saw the Wendigo towering above the trees. And still she ran towards it. And when she got up with him, why, she was the same size as that Wendigo, her eyes looking into the Wendigo's eyes. And she shouted and she yelled and she battered the Wendigo with those sharp spears, raining them into that great white figure. And as she did, the Wendigo seemed to melt, seemed to dissolve until there was nothing left. And the girl turned for home with great angry footsteps. And as she walked towards the village, all the lids of the pots and the pans rattled. But there, by the gate of the village, there was Grandmother. And Grandmother was holding that little pot of fat she'd been melting to hot oil. And as the girl came close, as the Wendigo that had been a girl came close, the Grandmother, she emptied the pot right over the girl's head, and she began to sink down to her own size. And she and Grandmother, they went back and they sat by the fire. And one by one, all the people came trickling back. And Grandmother, she nodded her head. She said to the girl, didn't I tell you? It's always trouble meeting a Wendigo. And for a little while in that village, there was peace. Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
That was magnificent. Thank you.
Beautiful story, and I'd like to tell.
May I tell a tale?
Yes, sure.
And this is David's fault. He got me. I'm looking for tales that I can tell without using the volume of my voice, because everyone else in the house where I am, they're still asleep because it's barely 7 a.m. It's about 7:24 in the morning where I am. They're not up yet. But Peace. Peace comes in many shapes and sizes, and people often talk about world peace, but I also think about country peace, city peace, county peace, rural peace, peace in neighborhoods. And I'm going to brag a little bit about my youth group, Tomorrow's Voices, because this is a story about peace in the community of sorts. And there are two related stories. So one day, Tomorrow's Voices, my youth group and I, we were headed to do our workshop. And as we were headed to do our workshop, a policeman approached us and he said, "Morning, Baba C, may I speak to your gentleman?" And I'm like, "Sure." And the boys are looking at each other because, did we do something wrong? We couldn't have. We just got out of here with Baba C. What's going on? And so the policeman turns to his partner. It's a new partner. He says, "I want you to take a good look at these young men. I want you to take a real good look, and I want you to remember their faces." Now, I'm beginning to wonder what's going on. He says, because these young men are with Baba C. For all intents and purposes, they're his sons. And you will never have a problem out of these young men because they go to schools and they go to community organizations and they show the good that the children in our community do. So I want you to look real good at them because they'll never give you a problem. But if they do, because there's always a but if they do, don't cuff them, don't bring them to the station. All you got to do is call Baba C, let Baba C handle it. Because Baba C can do what we can't do. Just call Baba C and there'll be no more problem. Okay. I had to tell that one to tell this one. So one day I'm going into a popular chain store, or what do you call them? Well, I'm going to a popular store that rhymes with CVS. No, it was CVS. But anyhow, we're going into the store. And I have a rule. Whenever we go into a place, I give them a time limit. So in this case, they had 10 minutes. 10 minutes to see, to look, see, go to the counter and pay for. And we were out. And to ensure that it was going to be 10 minutes, I'm saying, if you guys take 10 minutes and 1 second, no pizza. And my guys love pizza. I mean, they were preteens and teens. Who doesn't love pizza? So they go one way, I go another way. So there are two security guards near the front of the CVS. And so one of the younger security guard gets up, well, he's already standing, starts walking. And the other security guard says, "Where are you going?" He said, "Well, I'm going to follow those boys that just came in." "Why?" "Well, it's a group of them." And she's, no, you don't follow them." "Well, why not?" "They're with Baba C." "Who's Baba C?" "Oh, that's right, you're new." Baba C is kind of an icon in our community. He does a lot of work in the community. He feeds half the community, and those boys are with him. There's nothing, they don't steal. There's nothing in this store that he won't buy them. All they have to do is ask. So we don't follow them because they're not going to do anything. Now, he's giving them 10 minutes. Watch this. So the time is ticking down. This guy, he really wants to follow my dudes. They don't know I'm around the corner hearing all this. And so all of a sudden, my guys start lining up at the cash register, the front cash register, and they're making their purchases very, very, very quick because they have like 2 minutes left. And there are like 6 of them. And they get through that line, they have their stuff, and they're turning around looking for me, but I'm already in front of them going, "No, over this way, guys, this way." I said, 10 minutes exactly. I said, "So we'll get pizza today, and I'll even spring for sodas." So as we're getting ready to go out the store, I hear the security guard go, "See, I told you. Those young men will never give you a problem. And if they do, the gentleman that they're following, he's Baba C. Don't call the manager. Don't call the popo. Get Baba C. He can handle it. But you won't have a problem out of there because there's nothing in this store that he won't buy for them if they want it." Now, I share this story not to talk about me, but to talk about the lessons that the young men who travel with me, who lived with me, learned. And to talk about how the police, the security guards, and even the vendors in our community had a little bit of peace because they had a group of boys, a group of young men that they knew they never had to worry about, that they knew would never take what did not belong to them. And this is a form of community peace where we look out after each other. The other lesson of this is that you never know who's watching you or listening to you. So whenever you step out the door of your home, remember this: you represent not only your family, not only your culture, you represent the community as well. And when you do it well, this is a form of peace. Asante. Thank you, Yasmin, for allowing me that pleasure.
That was a wonderful tale, and I loved the way you narrated it. So, anyone who wants to go up for the next story?
I was just wondering.
This is
Sorry to interrupt, Gustavo. I'm just wondering, David Thompson, did you want to tell a story today? David, you're muted at the moment.
Hello. My doing at the bottom now. That doing is nobody. What all letter working the the in the what the okay that I working in the already working on the already woo the oh I already got it the already the no I'm not got I'm not got bone though I go the working over uh then little bit by woo oh got it oh little the no I'm not got bone ne but woo go the woo already go need that that got oh got it already the no I got the got it me the let it go oh not the not oh the door net oh the me already be mad the me be not me be da Vera Schmer Anna ne oldu o Vera no öldü na oldu va down but oh the all letters do luva na na da ne ba le ha da oled elva ebo na va da va o copa ne da o amo casa not people che ho letto ma algo che ma ho letto o amo na to the outside Peter che me ho letto da ma è dove
Thank you so much, David, for telling your story.
tanto
Nice to see you.
David. Thank you, David. I love how the old woman escaped from the wolf for rolling. Thank you so much.
That's a lovely story.
So, Gustavo, do you have a story?
Actually, yes, I have a story, and this comes from the mini project that I had for Crest. It's about this story I told you. We are telling stories in a museum a month ago. They have fixed us in a local craft and arts museum. They fixed us a tree. I can send us a picture of the tree, and we tell stories in the garden of the museum. Each month we are going to tell first month of the year. The first Sunday of the year is free. So we are going to tell stories all the months for we people. And this time we told Christmas stories. And I found out a very nice Christmas story. Again, it's completely out of our country, but I found it beautiful because it concerns spiders. And do you like spiders? You don't like spiders. Oh, you do. Some of you do. See, some of you do. I like spiders also. Well, this story is about a very old. This story happens in a northern country, it's very, very cold, and Christmas is near, well, fairly near. But this widow woman lived with her two children, and they had no money. They had no money. They were very, very poor, so poor that the floor of the house was earth. And one day, a small, they smeared a little pine cone, that a little tree emerged there. So the mother said, "Oh, a tree in our house. No, let's throw it out." And the children said, "No, mother, no, mother. It's a pine tree. We can have a Christmas tree at our home." So the months passed, and the tree grew all bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was fairly near, I think it was Christmas Eve, and then the tree was there, and the children noticed there was a spider, and she was weaving the net over the tree. She was weaving the net over and over and over, weaving. And the mother said, "Spiders, I don't like spiders. Let's throw her out." Though she didn't want to kill it. She was not so bad. But she said, "Let's throw it out." "No, mother, please, let her stay, let her stay." So they let her stay. And the next day, because it was the sun came out, and the mother opened the window, and the light of the sun fell on the tree, and the tree was full of beautiful golden and silver threads. And the mother said, "Well, let us see, let us see." And she opened, and she grew near. She went near the tree, and she saw that the threads were real. The threads were real. And at that time, because this happened a long, long time ago, threads were very expensive, very expensive. People used them for sewing. And you see the pictures of kings and queens, and you see silver and golden threads. And she went to the market and she sold them. So they had a tree with a decorated tree, and they had money, and they had a nice Christmas, because they could eat and be festive and be merry. So this happened 3 years. Every year, the spiders weaved a net, and the mother sold the threads the day before. But the year after, she sold, and she had plenty of money now, so she could share it with the community. See, she could share it with the community. And other people also tried to put spiders on their houses, but it didn't work. Didn't work. So, and the thing is that in these northern countries, there is a tradition also that stayed. Some of that story stayed, because people put spiders on the tree. They hide spiders on the tree, and the person who finds the spider is going to be lucky all the year. And people make beautiful spiders made of globes. So there was a local market, the local market of crafts this year in Lima. So I bought a spider.
Ooh, beautiful, beautiful.
I bought a spider. So I'm not going to have a tree, but I'm going to put the spider beside the manger, the tiny manger I have. And this is the story of the spider and the Christmas tree. Thank you.
That was a lovely tale and a lovely spider too.
Yes.
Gustavo, can I ask you, is it only in Peru where people put spiders in the tree, or in other places too?
No, this is not in Peru.
Is it in Nordic countries?
Nordic, yes, country. This comes from Ukraine and Russia, this story.
Oh,
Yes,
So
and I liked it.
what do you put in the tree in Lima, in Peru?
Well, we put many people, local crafts people are doing many things that are for animals, and different from weaving, and maybe many things for putting on the tree. And also, I had forgotten, this is the origin of what you call tinsel. Tinsel. Tinsel, I think tinsel is like thread, right? It's a thread. And this is orange. They say that this is also the origin of tinsel. We don't have a word for tinsel in Spanish. And I love that story. I love that story. I think it was very
What
nice.
do you call tinsel in Spanish? You call it el tinsel.
No, we don't have any, no tenemos ningún nombre para eso. Es hilos dorados. We don't have any.
Ese pasa en un mundo sin tinsel. No entiendo.
Hilos dorados, hilos dorados.
Hilos
golden
dorados.
threads, golden threads, and yes, decoraciones de Navidad. And I like that story because I think it's very different, and it has spiders, who many people don't like. But spiders can be good also. I like spiders.
I didn't know about hiding spiders on a tree.
Yes.
I think my tree's about to get a spider.
I do
Nancy
like
the spider is
but
one
I
of my
like them
favorite.
especially in stories rather than in my hand or over my head.
Anansi the spider is one of my favorite folk characters.
Me
So
too.
I love most spiders, but I've seen a few that I went in a room and I saw them that they were all on the side of a wall on a retreat. And I said, they can have the room. They did not look friendly. And I usually love spiders. Jasmine, we probably, do you like spiders?
I don't like spiders because they're too creepy types, but the one you showed was too beautiful.
Jasname, can I ask you? I know your family is a Sikh family, but do you do you do anything for Christmas at this time of year, or do you not do Christmas?
Yes, I belong from a Sikh family, but we celebrate Christmas in the way like me and my sister put up Christmas tree and we get gifts. That's the best part of Christmas.
Yes.
Getting gifts.
Wonderful.
So now I have a story for all of you, which is the portrait of peace. Once there was a king who offered to give a prize to an artist who could best paint a depiction of peace. Many artists decided to participate and sent their masterpieces to the king. There weren't one, there weren't 10, but there were so many of them, painting and sending their pieces to the king. Among the various masterpieces, one picture was of a calm lake, closely resembling peacefully towering snow-capped mountains where a blue sky with fluffy clouds was overhead. The picture was exemplary. Most of those who viewed the paintings of peace from this different artists thought that this painting was the best amongst all. Every painting had sea, mountains, trees, but there was one which was too different. But the king thought that this wasn't the painting which was the best. he had another winner in his mind. To the crowd's surprise, the picture that won was of a mountain too, but was more plain and rugged, not too good to be a winner. The sky was shady in that painting, and Luke looked angry because there was lightning in the sky. It was exactly the opposite of what peace symbolizes and what peace should look like. The others thought that maybe the painter was mad. He had submitted something wrong. It wasn't the painting of peace that was showing storm. What others didn't notice was that if you look closely in that portrait, in that painting, there is a tiny bush growing in the cracks of rocks. In the bush, there's a nest built by a mother bird, and in the midst of a stormy weather, the bird sits peacefully on her nest. In that specific portrait, it was depicted that in the presence of a storm, there is someone who still can be calm in his or her heart. Thank you. So, do we have any more stories from anyone else?
Jasname,
Yes.
I don't know if you were here a couple of hours ago already. I think you were. Luzanne from Gaza was here, and she wanted to show a video. And Babasi shared the video, but we could only hear the sound. I'm
Yes.
wondering, I could now share the video with the video and the sound together. So shall I share it now?
Sure, why not?
Maybe we should put it on hold while I have a little time to share a tale with you. What do you think?
Before I share it?
If that's okay, because I'm in between cooking, so I've got a little time now.
I think that's a great idea, Despina, but you have to ask Jasname.
Yeah, I'm asking Jasname. Do you think it's okay that Jasname, if I do it now?
No, I won't mind, sure.
Oh, great. Well, in fact, Jasname, I have shared this tale with your mom, so you might know it already, but you will be the only one among us who does.
Yes.
So, Nyafora Kenanchero, once upon a time, there was this tiny little village in the middle of nowhere, living very quietly and peacefully. In fact, things were so quiet there that occasionally a hunter would meet up with a bear in the forest, or maybe a fox would venture down to the village and steal a hen. So that would make news and create a fuss. But other than that, there was total quiet in the village. Until one day, a peddler came to pass from that village, calling out, "What do you lack? What do you lack? What will you have from the pack on my back?" So he was calling out for the people to see that he was carrying all sorts of goodies, clothes, toys, you name it. What you wanted, he had in his bag. The thing is that it was winter, very close to our time now, close to Christmas. And it was really cold, and snow was falling, wonderful snowflakes from the sky. And there was this great foam of snow up on the soil, and his feet would crunch it while walking. And it was kind of maybe too cold for him, because as he was passing outside the garden where he could see a dog and a kitten, and next to that in the stable a donkey and a pig, and next to that in the chicken coop the cockerel and one of his hens. And as he was passing by them all, this huge sneeze came out of him. And all of a sudden, everything shook around him. And then that was was it. Just passed by, calling out for his goods to be sold. And after that, the animals looked at each other. And the kitten said, "Well, what was that?" And the dog said, "Meow, meow, I really don't know." And then the donkey said, "Oink, oink. Oh God, what happened to my wonderful voice?" And the piglet said, "Oh my God, what is this thing coming out of my mouth?" And next to them, the cockerel looked at his hen and went, "Hop, hop, 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 hop. Oh my God, something's wrong with my vocal cords." And the chicken, the hen, she went, "Oh no, sweetheart, what has happened to us?" And all the animals looked at each other in amazement and thought, "This is no coincidence." They put their minds together and thought, it was him. It must have been him. Before he came round our village, we were all fine. Each one of us had our own voices. But now, after him and his sneezes, we're all mixed up. Oh, we cannot possibly let that happen. Woof, woof, said the kitten. Meow, no, definitely not, said the dog. We should go after him. I will sneak my way, meow, behind him, and I will find him. Oink, oink, said the donkey. Please do. I would love to have my wonderful voice back. Said the pig. Definitely, we should go after him and find him and have him restore our voices. Oh, said the hen. Come on, sweetheart, come along. We must find your wonderful voice. Pop, 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 said the cockerel. Yes, I'm coming along. We should definitely find that man. So they started following the trail on the snow. And there, as they were passing through the woods, well, what do you know? They saw this duckling. And what was the other? Let me think. Oh, of course. It was a, what do you call this bird? That goes like, cra, cra. You know, it's black and like so shiny things. What do you call it?
Crow.
A crow.
Crow.
Not exactly.
Raven?
The one, not the crow, not the raven, the one that steals things, shiny things.
That would be crows.
Crow.
No.
Okay.
Magpie.
Magpie.
Oh,
There you go.
magpies, yeah.
Thank you. It was a magpie and a duckling. And the magpie said, quack, 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 quack. Oh God, what happened to us? And the magpie, the duckling said, I don't know. And the animals were passing towards them, asking them if they had seen this strange peddler passing by. And the magpie said, of course we did. Look what happened to us. And the duckling said, no, that was a duckling, yeah. And the magpie said, quack, 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 quack. Yeah, he passed through here and he sneezed. And look at what has happened. It's unimaginable. God, we should do something about it. Quack, 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 said the cockerel. Why don't you come along? We're going to find this man. Said the hen. Of course you can come with us. We all want our voice restored. And in unison, the animals started following the trail after the peddler. Walked and walked they did. And then at the end of that path, outside the woods, there was this little hut. A lonely one there. You could barely call it a hut because honestly, it was like half built and half demolished. Something weird seemed to have happened there because everything was upside down. And well, they could see outside, inside the fence and outside in the yard, the peddler's backpack. So they realized that was his house. So they all went in there, knocked on the door, and the peddler opened the door and said, yes. So the donkey said, oink, oink, look what happened to my voice. I want my wonderful voice back. It's all your fault. And the piglet said, and I cannot stand listening to myself doing this sound. Please, you must put things right. And the dog said, meow, meow, you'd better make things right, otherwise things will go wrong for you too. And the kitten said, what, do something quickly, sneeze, it was all because of your sneezes. And the man, well, he said, oh, it's not quickly. But the animals looked so fiercely at him that quickly he restrained himself and said, oh, okay, yeah, I realized it was my sneezes. I'm terribly sorry, I can't help it. I think that while I was sneezing, probably some magic words came out of my mouth, well, without me realizing. And I will try to put things right, but you see, go ahead. Now. Quack, 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 said the magpie. Go ahead and sneeze. We want our voices back. But how does he try? The poor peddler, who was also a magician, obviously, could not sneeze. So the duckling said, I have an idea. Why don't we use some pepper in his nose? And all the animals agreed that that was a wonderful idea indeed. So the duckling took the pepper and put a little bit underneath his nostrils, and the magician, the peddler, he was like, and all of a sudden, everything was turned upside down. His house was at its original shape, the roof being upside and the floor being on the bottom. And the animals looked at each other, and the oink said, it hasn't worked. And the piglet said, that was the piglet, and the donkey said, oink, oink, no, it hasn't worked. You should try again. And then the dog said, meow, give me that, and grabbed the pepper out of the kitten's hand and thrust it towards his nose, and his whole face was covered in pepper now, and he went like, achoo! He gave this great big sneezing that had them all shaken. And after a while, the kitten said, meow, oh, it's working. And the dog said, yeah, great, well done, good job. And they had all found their wonderful voices back, and the cockerel started, hooray! And they were all so happy, and they started laughing, and the peddler was laughing with them, and out in the yard they went to greet him goodbye, when outside, standing on his threshold, he started going, and before you knew it, all the animals had vanished. Just like that, running away, taking cover under stones, behind trees, wherever they could find a place to hide before the next huge sneeze came out. And with that, out went the house, and the yard, and the fence, and the sack, and the peddler himself probably reappeared somewhere else to disturb the peace. But that little village was back to its original self, and everything was quiet and peaceful again. Ευχαριστώ. I hope you liked my story. Do share it.
Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you so much for that magnificent tale. So
I'm glad you liked it, Jasnami.
anyone from the cafe who will narrate a story?
Is that Kamal?
You're mute.
Kamal, are you going to tell us a story?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm so glad to be with you again and to share with you, to share something, to share a story. Yes. First of all, today is a special day because its concept contains peace, and I mean we need to live in a peace world and a peace life. So today I'm going to share with you one story, a short story and a poem, a Moroccan poem, but trying to translate it to English to make you, understand it. So the story is entitled by the dog and its reflection. Once upon a time, that happened before that a dog had gotten a piece of meat, a bone, and was carrying it home. His mode to eat in peace. It's all about peace. Now on his way home, he had to cross a plank laying across a river. As he crossed the river, he looked down and saw his reflection, saw his shape in the water beneath. Thinking it was another dog with another piece of meat, with another piece of bones. He made up his mind to have that also. After that, he made a snap at the reflection in the water. But as he opened his mouth, the piece of meat and bone both fell out, dropped into the water, and was never seen again. The bone and the meat were disappeared peacefully, and that occurred the same with people, with mankind, with human. Sometimes what we reflect, what we expect, is something just amazing, is something true, is something just we have an illusion inside our memory. That's always to say that there is a fact, but the fact is to consider what we believe that's the reality. Great. So thank you. So this poem, it's about 3 years later I've written it. It talks about peace, but in a different term, about some beautiful eyes. My mother's eyes, which is a special eyes, peaceful eyes, lovely and extraordinary thing that I've seen in my life. So the title is "The Beamy Eyes." From the first eye contact, everything was quietly calm, till I glanced her charm, which reflects brightly inside my tall, fragile heart. Only her pretty and beamy eyes heals, covers the wounds. Those beamy eyes draws life by colorful rainbows. In a happy moment, in a happy moment, in a happy rainy day, in a sunny day, when she walks away in a distance, the wishes are only to be told. In her and here, just in a moment, to be told, to have the courageous to say it, to glimpse the bright, the shining, that the shine of the beamy eyes, then life will refresh again and to be afresh. She's as unique as the universe. She's peaceful as peace. As long as the memory keeps the secrets, it's still smiled by these beamy eyes. What an imaginatory, splendid eyes. The eyes that let the poems be more splendid. Let the stories be more exceptional. To beautify it, such a green panoramic garden, where her eyes lead the places looks inexpressible, incomparable. To resemble her, to heave a sigh, to unleash memories, to bring back. Just look at her eyes to discover the real meaning of beauty, of love, of life, of kindness, of peace. To know everything is real, is a real meaning of being a human being. Just glance them, just look at them. Then you are going to conceal, to reveal everything, everywhere, with everyone. Life then will have something new, never lived before, never happened before. You can't repeat something twice anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful poem and a lovely story.
Thank you. That's kind of you.
Kamal, can I ask you, did you write that poem yourself?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's wonderful. Did you write the poem in English or did you translate it?
No, this is, yeah, in fact, this is, this have been written in Arabic language, but I translated too. During 14 years, like I say, I'm a big fan of writing poems and novels. And for now,
Kamal, I think now we understand the words of the poem and we understand the meaning. I hope I'm not the only one who would love it if you would tell the poem again, but this time in Arabic.
Wow. All right. Okay.
Okay. Do other people want to hear the poem in Arabic?
Why not?
عيناني خلابتان.
Yes, please
خلال
do.
النظرة الأولى لعيناها كل شيء كان يوحي بهدوء منقطع النظير، حتى لمحت في عينيها كل شيء داخلها وخارجها يوجد ضعف وقوة وحب ووجع وإلهام ووسهان. حينما أنظر إلى تلك العيون الجميلة أرى شيئا بداخلها يحمل سرا، شيئا أراه يرتسم ويرسم لوحات ملونة بألوان الخريف والربيع والصيف والشتاء. حينما أرى تلك الأعين فإنني أذهب بعيدا بعيدا وأرى أفقا بعيدا وبعيدا وبعيدا. حينما أرى تلك العيون أتذكر أمنيات وتمنيات وأحلام لعلها تصير حقيقة يوما ما. حينما أرى تلك العيون ألمح طريقي، طريق ماض وطريق حاضر وطريق مستقبل. حياة وحياة عيناها حياة ليس لها مثيل، لا تقارن لا توصف بأي حال من الأحوال. هي النعت، هي الأمر، هي الكسرة، هي الشرة، هي كل شيء. هي أسرار دفينة بداخل تلك الأعين، أعين سوداء بنية تحمل كل شيء. حينما أرى تلك العيون أتخيل كل شيء، إن الخيال، إن الوهم، إن الحقيقة، إن كل شيء. هي الروعة في كل منظر، في كل تجلي. هي جمال منقطع الجمال. حينما تنظر لتلك العيون فإنك تنظر لمنظر يجذب عقلك قبل قلبك. ببساطة هي أعين لا تقارن، لا توصف. هي أعين تحمل كل شيء، تحمل كل رمز. حينما تنظر إلى تلك الأعين تعتقد أنك ستفقد كل شيء، ستفقد كل شيء. ستفقد ذاكرتك واسمك وعنوانك، وستنسى ذاكرة أسماء عائلتك، وستنسى جميع الأصدقاء والأحباب والأقارب والعائلات. حينما تنظر إلى تلك الأعين، حينما تنظر إلى تلك الأعين تكتشف أن هناك معنى يحمل الإخلاص والحب والتضامن والتفاني. هي أعين إن رأيتها، هي أعين إن رأيتها مثل أم تحضن رضيعا صغيرا وتقول له: يا بني لا تكترث لكل شيء، إن العالم هو عالمنا، وإن كل شيء صار بمثابة هويتنا وكنزنا. نحن الآن هنا وسنكون هنالك، وسنذهب إلى هنالك، وسنجلس هنا وهنا وهنا، وسنذهب هنا. كل شيء أراه هو عبارة عن شيء حقيقي، هو كنز حقيقي. الأمومة، الأم قلب وعقل وأعين، ولكن الشيء الأول الذي رأيته هو تلك الأعين. عينان جميلتان بارزتان نضافتان، تخلو من كل شائبة ومن كل عنف ومن كل قلع ومن كل عنصرية ومن كل سادية. الأم هي كل شيء. ذات يوم وأنا ذاهب أخذت صورة ورأيتها وقلت: هذه الأعين لا يوجد مثيل لها، لا تقارن. هي كل شيء في هذا العالم. الحب والسلام 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 عليها، والسلام عليك وعليك وعليك وعلينا وعلى كل واحد في كل مكان، هنا وهنالك وهنالك وهنا وفي كل مكان. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Merhaba. Kamal, do you have your mother's eyes?
Yeah. Every single moment, every single minute. I mean, I touch my heart, I feel my heart, I feel my soul, I feel my life only to touch silently and calmly and flexibly those eyes of my mother.
And are your eyes the same as your mother's eyes?
Wow, that's, yeah, complete. Yes, yes. It's a beautiful speech. It's a beautiful poem, what you said now. And I think if my mother's eyes are baby, are shiny, are sheeny, are beautiful, and my eyes as well, but your eyes more than this.
All of the eyes together around
It's,
the world.
I mean, it's a Christmas eyes. It's a peaceful day eyes. It's, I mean, why eyes? Because why the reason I select this title, because, you know, there is an eye contact, and people can mislead everything unless eyes can't mislead, can't reveal. I mean, eyes can't mislead, can't hide in everything, but eyes can say everything. Yeah, from your eyes, I mean, just speak to know who you are, and I say, just, I mean, let your eyes open. Then I mean, I discover what's inside.
Salam.
David, now would you like to show us that video?
Excuse me, sorry for interrupting. Just know me, Mr. Hitfi, I would like just to make one another friend. He's Mr. Abdurrahman. He's a storyteller, a Moroccan storyteller, and his first time is performing at World Storytelling, and his performance will be in Arabic language, but time to time, if you need any translation, or I'm beside, okay?
Why not? Sure.
Okay, come.
My name is Abdurrahman. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أما بعد، كان يحكى الله أعلم وقضى وأحكم وأعز وأرحم باللي كان واحد السيد سبان. هاد السبان هذا كان تيسب الناس الثياب ديالها، اللي يسب له قفطان، اللي يسب له جلابة. كانوا تاعتاو واحد الأجرة، هاد الأجرة قليلة بزاف، إلا تعشى بها ما يتغدى، ولا تغدى بها ما يتعشى. واحد اليوم من أيام الله تعالى هو قاعد في الدكان ديالو، قال مع راسو علاش تا انا ما نخرج نقلب على رزقي بحال كاع عباد الله. داكشي اللي دار مع سيدنا عمر، جمع الوقفه، جمع الزاد ديالو وداو وليداتو ومرتو، ودم غادي الله يرحم يوم كان الأطار في واحد الخل. وصلت لقيت الصلاة، وجبد واحد الصلاة ديالو بدا كيصلي، صلى الصلاة ديالو الله قال السلام عليكم السلام عليكم، ويسمع واحد السيد تعيط له سي عبد الله. الدور اللي غادي يدور تبان ليه واحد الرجل كأنه ملك، جا عنده السلام عليكم، قال له وعليكم السلام. قال له قول لي واش تقلب على رزقك؟ وتبسم سي عبد الله قال لي ياك كنقلب على رزقك. قال لي انت غمض عينيك. غمض سي عبد الله عينيه، شفت ليه راجل بيتي زاد بيه 3 ديال الخطوه، الاولى الثانيه الثالثه، ويطلق ليه منين تيحل عينيه لقى سي عبد الله راسو وسط واحد الارض بيضاء مليئه بعيون زرقاء، وديك العيون كانها رزق ديال عباد الله. هو غادي تبان ليه واحد العين كتخوي واحد الماء كثير، تعمر في واحد الشريط داك الماء الفوق وتيدفق غادي في الارض. تيقرا في هذيك العين هادي عين السلطان. هو غادي تيبان ليه عاوتاني واحد العوينه كتخوي واحد الماء كثير، تيقرا في معمرها شريط الفوق تيقرا فيها هادي عين لوزير. هو غادي عاوتاني تلقى واحد الشارع عامر طنس، هذا رزق الباشا. هو غادي تيبان ليه واحد الشيء فيه واحد الشارع فيه واحد الشيء تاع الماء، تيقرا لقى فيها هادي العين ديال النجار. هو غادي يطلع مع واحد الكجاج تيبان ليه واحد العوينه كتخوي قطره ما تجي فين تخوي الثانيه حتى كتنشف الاولى. تيقرا فيها هادي عين سي عبد الله الصبان. هز هكا قال واه واش هذا هو رزقي؟ رمي لا جا رمي عيني تيبان ليه واحد العود، هز واحد العود هو ضرب به ديك العين، قال ربما يطلق داك الماء خرج كثير. غير هو ضرب داك العود دارت في وسط العين فبقات تخرج هذيك القطره. صافي هو خرج ليه الراجل قال ليه السلام عليكم، قال ليه وعليكم السلام. قال ليه شتي رزقك؟ قال ليه شفت رزقي نحمد ربي وشكرته. قال الراجل اللي بيتي زاد به 3 ديال الخطوه، الخطوه الاولى الخطوه الثانيه الخطوه الثالثه، فاش تسمع سي عبد الله هو تحل عينيه لقى راسو وصل المدينه. الغادي والبيع والشاري شاري، ويتخاص الدكان ديالو. قصد الدكان ديالو ويجي عند واحد السيد عطاه واحد الجلابه. كبدا ديك الجلابه ويبدا تيصدق فيها، تيقول شتي فايتك رزقي بعيني شتي فايتك حمد ربي وشكرتو، بقى هكاك على داك الحال. حتى جا واحد اليوم من ايام الله تعالى السلطان خارج مستخفي هو والوزير غاديين في واحد الطواره، ما يدوزو الا من امام الدكان ديال السي عبد الله. ايوا السلطان غادي تيجي في ودني بحال تيقول شت فايتك، السلطان بعيني شتو، شت فايتك السلطان بعيني شتو. السلطان هو يدور في الوزير قال لي شتا هاد البركه قال بغا يبرك بينا. قال لي اش تيقول اسيدي؟ قال لي يلاه القصر يلاه مشى جرى هو يلاه القصر بدو، ويقعد السلطان على العرش ديالو الصفق. يجي حدانا ويجي عند العسا بايع سيدي. قال له واش السلطان الفلاني اللي كان في البلاصه الفلانيه؟ قال لي نعم سيدي عرفناه. قال لي جيبوه. العسا خاصهم يوم يجيرو، ركبوا في بغالهم تمو غادي، مشاو جابوا السلطان حطوه امام السلطان. قال لي دوي هاد البركه كاع الناس ساكتين وانت جالس باش تفرشنا قدامهم. قال لي اش انت نقولها مولاي السلطان؟ قال لي جالس كتقول شت فايتف السلطان بعيني شتو. قال له لا انا ما قلت هذا الكلام، انا اللي كنت كنقولها مولاي السلطان شت فايتف رزقي بعيني شتو، شت فايتف حمد ربي وشكرتو. قال لي لا كاين شي واحد تيشوف رزقو؟ قال لي انا مولاي السلطان شت رزق، ولاش نعاود عليك نعاود عليك بحال الخراف. قال لي عاود نسمع. قال لي امن عليا، قال لي عليك الامان. قال لي الحكايه كما حكيت عليكم من عام سيادنا. لو السلطان جا واحد الحنين على قلبه وقال هذا الراجل هذا زعما علاش تسبق لي في هذه الدنيا، ضربت خزنه دار بايع سيجي. عاش لهذا السيد واحد 100 ناقه و100 جمل و100 حمار و100 بغل، وكل بغل شرجوا ليه بالدرب. قال لي بايع سيجي، خرج خزنه دار مشى يدير الامر. ايوا السي عبد الله فرح شاجيب ما كيطوسش، ناض كيجري وتيقول الله يبارك في عمر سيدي الله يبارك في عمر سيدي. عطرف جليلو جا على واحد الرخامه نعم سيادنا، طوش واحد الدم من راسو هو يكتب به انا فقرتو وانت غنيتيه، انا قتلتو وانا منتحيه. السلطان شاف هذاك الامر ناض كيستغفر الله ومشى صلى عليه واحد جوج ركعات وعاش في امان واستئنان حتى دامو الجمدات ومفرق الجماعات وحكاين تاعت.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين أما بعد.
What a beautiful
كان يحكم
language.
الله أعلم وقضى وأحكم وأعز وأرحم. باللي كان يا سيدنا واحد التاجر، التاجر فيه واحد العادة اللي عزيز عليه يصفح الكتب. واحد اليوم من أيام الله تعالى هو كيتصفح واحد الكتاب حتى كيقرا فيه كيد النساء أعظم من كيد الرجال. غضب هذاك الرجل واحد الغضب شديد، هو يهز واحد الورقة وقلم وكتب فيها كيد الرجال أعظم من كيد النساء. ونعم سيدنا صبح الصباح وشرقات الشمس على البيطاح هز ديك الورقة وتم غادي للدكان ديالو. مشى للدكان ديالو هو يعلق هذيك الورقة ضربها بواحد المسمار علقها أمام الدكان ديالو. إيوا خرج السلعة ديالو وخرج واحد الكريسي نعم سيدنا وقعد أمام الدكان ديالو. إيوا البيع والشاري والغادي والجي. حتى واحد البنت زوينه داخله للسوق اللي شافها بالنهار يبات يحلم بها بالليل. هي داخله هزات عينيها بانت لها ديك الورقه اللي فيها كيد الرجال اعظم من كيد النساء. غضبت هي واحد الغضب شديد ما عجبهاش الحال. تما تقصد هذاك الدكان السلام عليكم، خرجنا التاجر وعليكم السلام. شاف الخاطر لا شي قفطان شي جلابه. قالت له لا انا ما بغيت والو، انا بغيت شي شربه تاع الماء. قال لها هي دخلت لي عطاها واحد الكريسي مشى عمرو مام واحد الخابيه عطاها لها قال لها هاكا دخلت لي عطاها لها شربات نعم سيدنا برده تاع الشهر وهي تدور فيه. قالت لي قول لي شنو سميتك؟ قال لها سميتي ابراهيم. قالت له انت شنو سميتك؟ قالت له سميتي قمر. قال لها تبارك الله يسكن على مسلم. ايوا بقاو سيدنا كيتجاو في الهضره ويجيبوها حتى لواحد الشيء هو يسولها الراجل قال لها واش مزوجه؟ قالت له لا ما مزوجاش وبقات تبكي وتتغوت وقال لها ما كان لا يهديك الله شنو هي سولتك وهذا. قالت لها اش غادي نقول لك انايا نض واحد القاضي القضاء وقسم ما بغانيش واحد الزواج تيقول انا ما عنديش الزواج عندي بنت مجربه صلعه ما فاهمين شافيه بطاط المعزه تاع با. وانا بغيت انا نتزوج بحال كاع عباد الله الصراحه. ايوا تاجر بقى تفكر هو يقول لها تقدري تزوجي بيا؟ قالت لي هي نتزوج بك. قال لها نعس لي الدار فين كاينه. قالت لي انا باغي فين خدام بلاصه الفلانيه، الا بغيتيني هضر معاه وتوكل على الله. قال لها صافي. ايوا نعم سيادنا السلام السلام. مشات في حالتها، ايوا هو تا هو مشى في حالته بايت ديك الليله ما ناعس. صبح الصباح شرقات الشمس على البيضاء، تم غادي القصد دار القاضي. قصد السلام عليكم، خرج القاضي السلام عليكم باش ما كاين. قال له اسمح لي جيت في هاد الوقيته هادي تاع العمل هذا، ولكن انا جاي طالب راه بنت بنتك. هو القاضي تضحك، قال له انا راه ما عنديش بنت للزواج، انا عندي بنت مجرابه اصلا ما فاهمينش. قال له واه. قال له انا هذيك هي اللي بغيت. قال له واش كدوي بصح؟ قال له هذيك هي اللي بغيت انا، هذيك البنت اللي مجرابه اصلا مريضه ما فاهمينش، هذيك هي اللي بغيت. قال له واخا بشرط. قال له ما هو هذا الشرط هذا؟ قال له صداقه يحضر اليوم عرس هذا الليل. قال له مرحبا. تاجر مشى يجري بعد نص ديال التجاره ديالو ويرجع عند القاضي عطاه صداقه دار العرس مع ماس ديالنا. هو كما كتعرفوا ان الراجل كاع ما كتشوفوا المراه اللي تدخل تشوف المراه شي التقاليد تاع العرب. المهم دخل سميتو الراجل لواحد القبه فيها واحد الفتيله شاعله فيها، حل الباب ويدخل تبان ليه المراه دايره كشي جن. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم واش الجن هذا لصق في عند الركينه وهو يبقى تيشوف. تبان ليه المراه صلاها مجرابه ما فاهميتش. باش يقول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قول اش بيني وبين هاد المراه اش درت لي هاد المصيبه هادي. فين بين راسي دابا انايا كاع التجاره ديالي بعدها. بقى تيفكر لي داك الليل كامل حتى صبح الصباح. صبح الصباح هو قاصد المحل ديالو يدخل مع سيدنا في السوق. تجار صحابو تيطلعوا عليه تيقول لها راه كي جاك داك الزين كي جاك داك الفونان هكا بقاو تيشدو فيه. هو ما دافع حتى واحد، مشى قصد الدكان ديالو سيد موالف تيخرج السلعه تيخرج كراسي تيقعد نهار والو يحل الدكان جبد كرسي هو يقعد. هو قاعد تيفكر اش بيجي في هاد اللوينه هادي حتى تبان ليه قمر داخله مع السوق. غادي هو جي بيجري عندها باش نوق عليها ما يقولهاش. مشى تيجري يلاه باش نوق عليها وهي تقول لها حك تما الا قصتي لي ولا شي حاجه غادي ندير صباعي في النيه، غادي ندير صباعي في النيه وغادي نغوت وغادي تسمعوا العسا وغادي نقول لهم هاد الراجل عندي تموت وبغا يتصر عليا وهذا وغادي يتفاهموا معنا. قال لها هادشي راه عدو الله. مشى هو يقعد في واحد الكرسي وبقى حاطط على خدو كيفكر واجي عندي. قالت له اخبارك انا كيما حصلتك قادره نفك. بقى تيشوف فيها وقالت له عرفتي شنو اللي بيني وبينك؟ قال لها شنو؟ هي ديك الورقه اللي معلق في باب المحل الزهيري تيبان ليه شي ورقه اللي فيها كيد الرجال اعظم من كيد النساء. قول راسها دارتها بيا بالطحرة صافي. تقول لي شوف انا عندي لك الحل ولكن عندي لك واحد الشرط. اما هو قالت لها الشرط اللي عندي لك غادي تحيد ديك الورقه وغادي دير فيها كيد النساء اعظم من كيد الرجال. قال لها امر مطاع. سي دابا الحل شنو هو؟ قربت نعمه ديالنا حدا بنيه ولد مش ليه. هو التاجر هو يفرح ما جمع له قفاش المحل ديالو ويتم خارج على باب السوق. خرج فين ما بان ليه شي صلاح تيعيط ليه السلام عليكم شي ما تاكل واحد البركه. تيقول لي داك الراجل تيبان لي عاوتاني شي مجرب تيقول لي واش بغيتي ما تاكل ونعطيك واحد البركه. تيقول لي هو غادي وقت ما لقى شي مجرب شي صلاح شي مريض شي واحد فيه شي ريحه ماشي تاجيك الجي اي واحد لقاه تيعيط له. تجمع العمل سيادنا كاع وسختان يجمعوا غتجروا هو يقصد دار القاضي. دق خرجوا القاضي السلام عليكم. قال له وعليكم السلام. أبطح العائله ديالي سميتو العائله ديالي اللي سميتو بحالها بحال بنتك. قال له فين عائلتك؟ قال لها هي المشتاج. وهذا القاضي شاف هذاك يوسخ تاع الدنيا قال اش من العائله هذه سر عشنا بابتسام انت ولا عائلتك؟ قال لها اسمح لي ما بغيتش تسب لي العائله ديالي سبتي العائله ديالي غادي تشوف شي حاجه ماشي هي هادي. قال له انا ما عندو ما هادشي يدخل عندي للدار. قال له انا ما بقيتش بغيت نتزوج بنتك ما بقيتش بغيت نطلقها ولا بغيت هما يدخلوش عندك رجع لي صداقين على سيتي ورجع لي داكشي اللي خسرت في العكس. قال لي رجعوا لك المهم هادو ما يدخلوش عندي للدار. قال له صافي عطانا عما سيدنا ديك البركه ديالو عطاه داك الصداق وتم غاجي عما سيدنا مع دوك الناس عطاهم ياكلوا عطاهم واحد البركه ورجع للدكان حيد هذيك الورقة وكتب فيها كيد النساء أعظم من كيد الرجال وكيد الشياطين وكيد الأبالسة وكيد الجن علقها وتما غادي تتبان ليه قمر مشى عندها قال لها شكرا بزاف سمحي لي على داكشي اللي درت قالت له ماشي مشكل قالت له دابا الا بغيتي تزوج بيا انا غير عند واحد الحداد قصدني مرحبا هو نعم سيدنا قصدها وتزوج بها وداروا الوليدات وعاشوا بامان والسنان حتى داهم التشتات وفرق الجماعات والدكين
Jasname,
Yes.
I think can you tell us your name, please? The young man who just told us the story in Arabic, what's your name?
Abdurrahman.
Sorry?
My name is Abdurrahman.
Oh, thank you so much for your stories. It's such a wonderful thing to listen to storytelling in such a beautiful language as Arabic. Staying with Arabic, Jasname, shall I share that video now?
Yes, why not?
So in another part of the Arabic speaking world is Palestine. And this morning, Luzanne, a teacher, joined us and she wanted to share a video of that her students made in Gaza in Palestine. And I can show you the video now. We listened to the words, but we couldn't watch the video before, but now we can watch and listen. So here is Luzanne Matar's students in Gaza talking about an opportunity that they had to go to the sea, to the beach in Gaza, and to have a moment of peace.
When we come here, only the sounds of the sea waves you can hear, with sounds of birds which flying over there. A group of fishermen were fishing. Everything was amazing, and the fresh air, the scene and the sounds make me feel different. I felt like I was in the wonderland, and my lovely teacher and my friends are around. The weather was rainy. Little drops of water started to fall on my head, and we looked into the sky, that we may see rainbow high. But only a very beautiful scene of birds who were flying over here and there and whispering to people, fill your life with hope. Trust yourself and think of others. Be loyal to your dreams. And don't let anything to kill your dreams. With patience and challenge, our bright morning will be made. I took some photos quickly for those unforgettable moments in my life with my teacher and my friends. Suddenly, I heard the sound. It was the sound of my teacher calling me and my friends. Come on, girls, we have to return. It's time to go to begin our school day. Let's go on. I woke up and I wish that those moments will never end, but I believe that it wasn't a dream. It was a real one. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, friends.
That was an amazing video.
Salam.
Salam.
So, do we have anyone up for telling a story or any poem?
I've just seen, Jasname, that our friend Bob Canigis has just entered the room.
And we are the Kids Bop Kids. The holidays are fun.
He was saying a moment ago, he was in the chat saying it was too early in the morning to show his sleepy face. It's earlier for him than it is for me.
I'm going to say a quick hello to everybody, but I haven't had my coffee yet. And so I'm going to go off screen and enjoy the stories and check back in later. I'll be listening.
Hi, Bob. Bob, can I just tell you that I know that Despina, who's coming up next, has got lots of storytellers lined up. So the best time to tell a story may be about 4 o'clock UK time.
Okay.
Hi, Bob.
Thank you.
Can I just tell you that I know that Despina, who's coming up next, has
So
got
you're on
lots
a
of
loop.
storytellers lined up.
Great.
So the best time to tell a story may be about 4 o'clock UK time.
Got it.
Okay. Hi, Bob. Can I just tell you that I know that Despina, who's coming up next,
It's a loop going on.
You're on a loop. Storytellers lined up.
Great.
So the best.
There, the loop was coming from Bob's side. I want to take a moment to brag about Jasmine. And if I embarrass you, I don't mean to. It's just that, you know, I call you my niece. And I'm just so proud. Do you know you're the youngest co-host? You're the youngest host. Again, you made your debut when we were doing the festival in Morocco earlier in February. You held your own. You did a fabulous job. And both John Rowe and I were very, very, very proud of you. And now here you are again, hosting and bossing us adults around. I mean, you're doing a very great job. I just want to let you know that we appreciate you. And yes, I brag about you because you deserve to be bragged about. So I know your mom is proud of you and your uncle in America is proud of you too.
Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity.
That goes for me as well, Jasmine. So glad you can do this. Jasmine, if you want, I have another story, or we can wait.
First, I have a poem. After that,
Oh, okay.
so I would like to end my hosting with a Christmas poem because it's Christmas coming, and so that's why. Tonight, I look up at the stars in the sky and remember another star from days long gone by that shone so brightly to show men the way to a small baby laid in a manger of hay. This baby was sweet, all shiny and new, but he means so much more to me and you. We know him as Jesus Christ, and this story is one we've loved to tell, because it is a story of the best man, of mercy and sacrifice, and God's all-knowing plan. It is a story of love beyond measure, of a father who gave us his most precious treasure. I think of all this as I look at the stars. I think about the love of this God of ours, and I close my eyes and myself across. And I pray that I will remember what he has showered up on us. Thank you. Now, David, I would love to hear your story.
Jasnime, can I make a request?
Yes?
Sorry
David, you
about
went
that.
mute. Oh, there you are.
I just muted myself by accident. Can you hear me okay? So a few moments ago, we heard a young man in Morocco, in Marrakesh, telling us a story in Arabic. And Jasnime, I was just wondering if after I tell you my story, whether you would give us something short and beautiful in either in Punjabi or Hindi, maybe?
Yes, sure.
After all, we're storytelling for peace around the world, and I think it would be lovely to hear some more different languages. And yeah, your language is also very beautiful. So I'm going to sing you a story, believe it or not. And some of you may have heard this story before, but it's a story about a parent. And this parent, on Christmas Eve, listens to the child praying by the bed. And the child is praying for a Christmas gift. The child is praying for ribbons, for scarlet ribbons. But of course, the parent doesn't have scarlet ribbons for the child. And the parent goes out into the street to find shops where they can buy scarlet ribbons. But all of the shops are closed and the streets are empty. It's too late. They can't buy ribbons for their child. And the parent goes home very sad, and the child is already asleep. But do you think at Christmas time miracles are possible? I peeked in to say good night when I heard my child in prayer, and for me some scarlet ribbons for my hair. All the stores were closed and shuttered, all the streets were dark and bare. In our town no scarlet ribbons, not one ribbon for her hair. Through the night my heart was aching, just before the dawn was breaking. I peeked in, and on her bed, in gay profusion lying there, lovely ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. If I live to be 100, I will never know from where came those ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. Everything is possible if we wish for it, even maybe peace.
I want scarlet ribbons for my hair.
You can wind them in your beautiful beard.
That's what I was thinking. That was beautiful. Thank you, David.
Do you know that song?
That was beautiful.
No, I haven't heard that before. And I don't think I've heard you sing before. Miracles do happen.
Maybe it's better like that.
Look, at least you can sing. I can only sing 12 days out of the year, and I never know which 12 days it'll be. Today is not one of them. Back to you, Jasmine. You're mute.
Jasmine, which language?
So I'm just finding something in Punjabi. I'll just take a minute.
It's your show. Take all the time you need. So I can brag about her some more. I think she's done phenomenal, David.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
We've had people from all around the world, and we've had different languages, and she's kept us. You know, the only thing more difficult than herding cats is herding storytellers. And I think she's done a great job in doing that.
Absolutely. You know? Absolutely. How many languages do we know for Merry Christmas?
How many do I know?
Or we in the room at the moment. How many languages can we say Merry Christmas in? How do you say Merry Christmas in Punjabi, Jasname?
We only say Merry Christmas.
Of course you do. Of course you do. In French, they say Joyeux Noël.
Joyeux Noël, yes.
And in
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad is Spanish. Yeah, that's right. Frohe Weihnachten is German.
I don't know how to say it in Swahili.
How do you say Merry Christmas in Greek?
Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Oh, beautiful. What a beautiful language.
Καλά Χριστούγεννα. Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Χριστούγεννα.
Χρη.
Χριστούγεννα.
Χριστούγεννα.
Χριστούγεννα. Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Okay.
Maria Davu is here as well. Hi, Maria. Lovely to see you. Jasname, ask Maria to tell a story. Or is she coming for the next session?
So, would you like to narrate a story?
It's your hour. You can do whatever you wish.
Jasname, are you going to tell us something in Punjabi in the end?
Yes, I can do it now because I've got it ready. So, Sukh Data pe Panjno tis aage kar ardas, meher kare jis meherwan ta karaj ave ras. The meaning of this line is, so offer your prayers to him, the giver of peace, the destroyer of fear. Showing his mercy, the merciful master shall resolve all your affairs. Thank you.
Can you say it one more time in Punjabi, Jasname? Now we know the meaning.
Okay. Sukh data pe panjno tis aage kar ardas, meher kare jis meherwan ta karaj ave ras.
All right. Oh, and David, in Swahili, it's Christmasi Njema.
Christmasi?
Njema.
Njema. Fantastic.
So this is a tuk, which means a line from Guru Granth Sahib Ji. It's a religious book, which we preach.
And which religion?
Sikh.
Sikh.
Sikhism.
So the prayer that you read then is a Sikh prayer.
Yes.
Wow, thank you very much. We are very blessed. Thank you.
Jasnami,
Thank you so much.
You just reminded me. Years ago, I attended a Sikh, for lack of a better word, religious, I don't know the word, and that's not unusual for me. I attended a prayer session in Sikh, and then after the session, they ate, and they were very nice because I'm not Sikh, but they were extremely very nice to us. And they sat down, and I think I was one of the older people there, and they fed me first. And I'm like, no, 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 no. And they were very, very nice, and they made me feel very, very much at home. And I would say that I've attended a lot of different faiths and their sessions, but I was very, very much home there. And you just reminded me of that. So thank you for the memory, and thank you for being the wonderful person you are. Now I'll try to be
Thank you so
quiet.
much. Now I would like to hand over this to Despina. Thank you so much, everyone.
Jasname, you have been a fantastic host. Whoa, thank you very much. You've done a brilliant job.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right.
Espina, are you happy to take over at this time, or do you want me to fill for 5 minutes?
Well, if you could do that, I will finish my lentil soup.
In that case,
Ooh, lentil soup.
Yeah, made by my own hands.
One of my favorites, and I make it from scratch.
Forgive me for telling another story, and then Despina, I am actually going to go and have my lunch and have a little break, and I'll watch the recording of the next part later. But
wonderful, thank you.
This is a short story, and then I'll have a little pause. But Jasname, that was absolutely fantastic. So just to recap, everybody who's listening online and everybody who's here in the room, and whether you're listening live or a recording, this is the World Storytelling Cafe. Today is Storytelling for Peace. We're just telling stories, because telling stories from all around the world, stories, poems, even songs, just by hearing stories from different cultures, hearing stories told in different languages, as we have from Jasname just a moment ago, and earlier from the cafe. And Kamal, for example, gave us a poem about your mother's eyes, both in English and in Arabic, and it was so beautiful to hear those two languages. This is all an act of peace coming together. And I would like to tell a story, but it's interesting, the story that I'm going to tell you now, I might have to ask you to find the peace in this story. It's a story from the north, from Nordic countries. Fox and bear were friends. It was winter, or winter was coming, and Fox said to Bear, "Bear, what's in that pot that you're carrying?" "Oh, Fox, this pot is full of butter. Ooh, good butter, but I have a full belly. I will store this pot of butter under the thorn bush. And now I will sleep all through the winter. I will sleep until the spring. And when I wake up in the spring, I will eat my pot of butter." "Can I have some?" said Fox. "Very well, Fox," said Bear. "Come in my cave, and we will sleep beside each other and keep each other warm. And in the spring, when we wake up, I will share my pot of butter with you." Well, Fox agreed. They went into Bear's cave, and Bear snuggled down and was soon peacefully asleep. And next to him, Fox slept. For a while. But you know foxes, they don't sleep all winter like bears do. Fox couldn't stay asleep for all that long. Fox's bear was hungry. Fox's belly was rumbling. Fox was starving hungry. Fox jumped up. "I'm coming!" Bear stirred in his sleep. "Where are you going, Fox?" "Just going out," said Fox. "I'll be back soon." And Fox ran out of the cave. Now it had been snowing, and Fox left small fox paw prints through the snow. Fox came to the thorn bush, and Fox dug through the snow and uncovered that pot of butter. Fox prized off the lid and saw it was full. Oh, it looked so good and tasty. And my belly is so full. And Fox took a lick of the butter. But then he remembered, oh no, my friend Bear, I can't eat any more of the butter. And he set the lid back on the pot, put it under the snow and covered it quickly. And then Fox ran back through the snow and into the cave. Fox, said Bear sleepily, where have you been? A child is going to be born, said Fox. What will they call the child? Said Bear. Just licked, said Fox. Bear and Fox slept again. Bear soundly, and Fox not so much. His belly was still hungry. The snow was falling heavy outside. The snow was getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Finally, Fox could stand it no longer. He jumped up and ran out of the cave. Coming! Before Bear could stop him. Fox ran through the deep, deep, deep snow. Finally, he came to the thorn bush, which was almost completely covered. Fox dug and dug and dug and dug and dug and dug deep down until he came to the pot and fetched it out. He prized off the lid. Oh, and there was that delicious butter. Fox couldn't stop himself. I'm so hungry. And Fox licked and licked until that pot of butter was half gone. Oh no, what have I done? I've eaten my half, said Fox, and it's only midwinter. Fox put the lid back on the pot, put it down in the bottom of the hole and covered it with snow, and Fox ran back through the deep, deep snow towards the cave. When he came in, Bear stirred. Where did you go, Fox? The child's been born, said Fox. The child's been born. What are they going to call him? Half gone, said Fox. Fox and Bear once more went back to sleep. Bear slept soundly, and Fox slept soundly too, with a full belly, for a while. But Fox just couldn't stay asleep till spring. The first thaw came. The snow was melting. There was wet everywhere. Fox jumped up. I'm coming! And ran through the wet snow. Came to that place. The thorn was half uncovered. Fox dug down through the wet, melting snow, got out the pot, prized it open. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'll just take one lick. Do you think just one lick? Fox licked and licked and licked until the pot was empty. Oh no, I've eaten all of the butter. Fox felt so bad. Fox went back through the slush to the cave. Bear was waking up after the long hibernation of winter. Fox, where have you been? The child's been named. What did they call the child? Well, you know what they called the child. He said, all gone.
Gone.
Said Bear. I'm hungry. Let's go and share that pot of butter that I hid at the beginning of winter. Bear went ahead and Fox followed him, tail down. Bear reached the thorn bush. The snow was completely melted. He easily found the pot. It seems light, said Bear. Bear slowly opened the pot. It's empty. Oh, said Fox. Fox, said Bear, you went out of the cave 3 times. Just licked. Half gone. All gone. Fox, you ate all of the butter that I collected. No, I didn't, said Fox. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. I'm your friend. Yes, you did, said Bear. You ate it all. I didn't, said Fox. I didn't. It was you. Me, said Bear. Yes, it was you. It was you, and I can prove it. Prove it, said Bear. I've been asleep. I can prove it, said Fox. Look, aren't you very sleepy? Just lie down here by the bush. Just lie down. Well, I could sleep a little longer, said Bear. And Bear stretched out beside the thorn bush, and within moments Bear was asleep again. And you know what Fox did? Fox took his claw, reached into the bottom of the pot, took one little pawful of butter and smeared it on Bear's lips. Bear woke up. What went on? I fell asleep. Yes, said Fox, and look what you did in your sleep. You ate all the butter. What? Said Bear. Lick your lips. Bear licked his lips. Lick your lips too. And tasted the delicious butter. Oh, Fox, my belly feels hungry, but it can't be empty. I must have eaten all of the butter in my sleep. Bear, I have eaten all the butter, and Fox, I accused you wrongly. Fox, I'm sorry. You are a true friend. Well, Fox and Bear continued to be friends and lived together in peace. But what kind of peace is that?
All gone.
Poor Fox. She's always so cunning in fairy tales, and in reality, it's just a clever, beautiful animal. I think we're mistreating foxes.
The story from the north. Okay, Despina Ariu is the new
Thank you very
host for
much.
the next 2 hours at the World Storytelling Cafe. Storytelling for Peace. Over to you, Despina.
Thank you, and enjoy your lunch, David.
David, are you coming back?
I'll be coming back a bit later on.
Okay, because I may have to sky out. Despina, I'll stick around for a moment because we've been kind of admitting people and covering other little chores. But I'll stick around for a moment, and then I have to go take a nap.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. If you just am I co-host or something now?
Yeah, we
Is
just
it-
had you made co-host.
Great.
Despina,
In
you
that
are
case,
co-host, so you're
thank
fine.
you, gentlemen. Enjoy your nap and your meal. Thank you. Okay, so it's wonderful to see you all here. I'm so glad you're here and we're in this together. David's wonderful idea to tell tales about peace, if there is not much more we can do. We are the lucky ones living in countries that do not suffer from war. Unfortunately, this is not how it is across the globe. There are many, many countries that are in conflict or at war, and people suffer, unfortunately. And the one thing we storytellers can do is try to raise some awareness on that, on their situation, because sometimes in order to talk for peace, it is necessary to talk about the exact opposite. So we realize how fortunate we are and what we have in our hands. Maybe this realization, along with the stories that follow, help us become a little bit, just a tiny little bit more wise, just an inch closer to happiness. So I am very, very glad to welcome here today a fellow educator in the true meaning of the word, not just a teacher, an educator, my friend, Maria Davu. She's been doing a wonderful job with her students, teaching English through storytelling. She uses a lot of storytelling in her classes, but I think it's best that I let her do her own introduction. Maria, we're all ears. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Maria. I'm from Greece. I'm based in Athens, and I love stories, not just storytelling, but mainly stories. I live through stories. I am a story. We're all stories. And I teach through stories, but I also learn from stories. So in my school, I tell my stories, but most importantly, students share theirs. Before I tell you my story, I want to share with you an image. I cannot share anything, right? I cannot share pictures. I think my sharing screen is disabled. I don't know if somebody can.
The only person who can enable you to share is the host, and I'll check if Walid, can you hear us, Walid? He might be away from his hosting chair at the moment.
It's okay. So I will not share my screen. I will send you a beautiful picture I saw a little while ago. It's a picture from children on Lesbos Island on a refugee camp that celebrated Christmas by creating self-made costumes from empty plastic bottles. I think I can share my screen now so I can show you what I mean. It's, for me, this is the image of peace, and this is a story in itself. So I want to start with this. Wait, I hope you can see it.
Oh.
And this is what they created. And I think this is the most powerful story I can share. You know, children are at a refugee camp celebrating Christmas like this. So I'll let you enjoy this amazing image for a few more seconds. And I will now tell you how it all started with me in stories. So my grandfather had a bookstore in Egypt and then a bookstore in Athens. And I was raised in his bookstore. I learned how to read and write among books. My grandfather would take me with him every afternoon for siesta. And he would then close his bookstore, go home to eat something, and then go back to the bookstore again. So right before siesta, I would always ask him to tell me a story. And my grandfather always told me, hold on a second, I need to bring my toolbox and take out my tools. Till this day, I believe that there was an actual wooden toolbox that my grandfather would bring. He would take out his storytelling tools and would craft a story for me. There was never a real toolbox, but I know there was. So this is my storytelling story. And because I wanted to talk about my grandfather today, I will share with you a story he used to tell me. The story comes from a Greek island, a tiny one, called Castellorizo, from Red Castle. It's here at the very eastern point of Greece, very close to Turkey. And this is a picture from Castellorizo. It's a tiny island with beautiful tales. And in reality, the story I will tell you comes from a song. And I will play the song. It's a traditional song. I will play it for just a while before actually telling you the story that the song tells, that my granddad used to tell me. Once upon a time, there was a mother. She had, no, it was not 4. No, it was not 5. She had 9 sons, and she loved them all so much. She took care of them and fed them and prepared their beds and loved them. But she loved most of all the little one. His name was Constandis, but because he was the youngest, she would call him Little Constandis, or, as we say in Greek, Mikrokostandaki. One day, the war came. All 9 sons had to leave their mother and go to war, to fight. The mother was devastated. She was crying and crying and crying. So she said goodbye to her 9 children, and she was crying more for her little one, little Constandis. As the 9 brothers were walking towards the war zone, they got thirsty, but there was nowhere to find water. They walked and walked and walked through deserted fields, but there was not a drop of water for them to quench their thirst. Suddenly, they saw a well. It was an old well in the middle of nowhere. They ran to it, but it was too deep. They threw the bucket with the rope in the well, but it wouldn't reach the water. They sat around it, not knowing what to do. But then little Constandis, the youngest one, said, "It's okay, brothers. I'll take care of it. I will go all the way down. I'll bring a bucket of water, and then you will pull me up with a rope, and we'll be okay." The 8 brothers cheered. It was about time they had a little bit of water before they went to war. So little Constandis went all the way down. He filled in the bucket with fresh water and said, "Brothers, pull me up." And the 8 brothers pulled the rope, but it broke. They tied it carefully. They pulled the rope again, but it broke again. So they sat around the well, 8 brothers, crying for their brother who was left in the well. Little Constandis heard them from the bottom of the well and said, "Brothers, don't worry. Go to war. Leave me here. I just need a favor from you. When you meet mother again, don't tell her the truth. Don't tell her I died at the bottom of a well. Tell her that I met a woman, and she was a witch, and she put a spell on me, and I fell in love with her. And this woman governed and ruled all the seas and all the oceans and all the fish and all the ships. And she was very rich, and she took me with her, and I live a beautiful life." After a while, having nothing else to do, the 8 brothers left. It took not 5, not 4. It took 9 years for the war to end. The 8 brothers went back home to the little island to find their mother. She was waiting for them outside her tiny house, full of love and care and protection and hope. She didn't see 4, she didn't see 5, she saw 8 sons. The 9th, her favorite one, was missing. "What happened to my little boy?" the mother said. "Oh, mother," said one brother, "little Constandis fell in love with a woman, and she was a witch, and she owned and ruled and governed all the seas and all the oceans and all the fish and all the ships. And she put a spell on him, and he fell in love with her, and they left together, and they live happily." The mother sighed, and she let a tear fall. Don't lie to me, my sons. My little Constantis did not meet a woman. She was not a witch. She did not govern the ships and the seas and the oceans and the fish. She did not put a spell on him. My little Constantis died at the bottom of the well. Because this is what the war does.
Wow, Maria, thank you so much for this story. It was, and your grandfather told you.
Beautiful. Thank you,
It's
Maria.
a sad story, but I think peace has another side. And if we don't remember what the other side is, we cannot make peace. Καλά Χριστούγεννα. Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful story and thank you for being here with us. In case you miss it, you should know that here in this wonderful online place, every Tuesday, they have this thing called Young International Tellers at 5 o'clock UK, must be 7 o'clock our time. So any kid who would like to go live, they should have the, you know, the boldness to appear in front of an audience, but they are welcome to come and tell a tale, be it in English or in Greek. Any language is accepted, and they can come and listen. Just so you know, if they're minors, that it's been videotaped, it's been broadcasted. This is the only thing, if they're underage. But it is a very nice and warm place for kids to start sharing their tales with a larger audience. Okay, so having said that, let me see. I think Mr. Demosthenis is here. And Mr. Demosthenis, I will make the introduction because he told me that he'd rather not do it in English, so I will do it for him. He is a storyteller from Larissa. He is into arts in general, drama and storytelling, of course, and he's got a storytelling club there. He's the founder, and he has taken part in many festivals and such inside Greece. So he will be sharing a tale with us today in Greek, and he will allow me to translate for him. Οπότε κύριε Δημοσθένη, όποτε θέλετε, ξεκινάτε.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ κυρία Δέσποινα για τα καλά σας λόγια και καλωσορίζω τους αγαπητούς μας φίλους. Good afternoon. Συγγνώμη που δεν μιλάω καλά τα αγγλικά, γι' αυτό θα έχω τη βοήθεια από την κυρία Δέσποινα. Πάντως σας εύχομαι όλους καλά Χριστούγεννα.
So now you know that Καλά Χριστούγεννα means Merry Christmas, yes? Wonderful.
Είμαι ο Δημοσθένης Χαρούλης, κατά τα άλλα έσωπος.
So he is Mr. Demosthenis Haroulis, and his alias is the Aesop.
Θα σας πω μια ιστορία που μου την είπανε και εμένα, σαν ήμουνα μικρός. Ψέματα, αλήθεια, έτσι αρχίζουν τα παραμύθια.
So he's going to share a tale with us that he was told when he was a youngster. And be it truth or be it lies or be it truth, this is how the story goes.
Στις Σύλληνες, στις Μπύλινες, στις Αμαλακούσες, στα γρανιτένια τα βουνά, στις μαλαματένιες πύλες. Τις άνοιξε εγώ με ένα μυστικό και να με δω.
This is a pun in Greek. It's like the words are not actually there, but they sound nice and they rhyme. So this is a little verse which I'm not going to translate, but for the end of it that says, I found myself in front of the gates, opened them up, and here I am.
Σε μια πολύ μεγάλη και όμορφη πεδιάδα ζούσαν δύο λαοί και την είχαν χωρισμένη την πεδιάδα αυτή με ένα ποτάμι. Από εδώ ήταν η Πρασινοχώρα και από την άλλη πλευρά ήταν η Λουλουδοχώρα.
So in a great big valley that was parted in the middle by a river, two different tribes lived. On one side we had the Greenlanders, and on the other side of the river there were the Flowerlanders.
Και στις δύο χώρες οι κάτοικοι ζούσαν πολύ όμορφα και περνούσαν πολύ ευχάριστα. Με όλα τα γεγονότα που συνέβησαν στις χώρες τους. Με τα πανηγύρια τους, με τις χαρές τους, με τις αγορές τους και με τα κυλαϊδίσματα των πουλιών που ήταν κοντά στο ποτάμι.
In both countries, the people lived happily with their feasts and their joys and their trade and the sound of whistling birds up on the trees close to the river.
Όλο το χρόνο διασκεδάζαν μεταξύ τους, γιατί κάθε χώρα είχε και τα δικά της πανηγύρια, αλλά είχε και τις δικές τους αγορές, που η κάθε χώρα πήγαινε στη μία αγορά και στην άλλη και ανταλλάσσαν τα προϊόντα του.
So every country had their own customs and holidays and festivities, but every now and then a great big market would take place, so people would go from one side of the river to the other or vice versa to exchange goods and trade.
Και στα πανηγύρια τους ερωτευόταν και οι νέοι, γιατί υπήρχαν και κορίτσια από τη μία χώρα πολύ όμορφα και από την άλλη, αλλά υπήρχαν και αγόρια πολύ ωραία και δυνατά. Και έτσι ερωτευόταν και παντρευόταν και κάναν χαρές και πανηγύρια.
Sometimes during these tradings, young people would meet from one side of the river or the other because both people were beautiful. They had very beautiful girls and very beautiful lads and strong ones. And sometimes, you know, love just takes place. So there were weddings from both sides and festivities for both people.
Και αυτή η αγάπη των δύο χωρών, των δύο λαών, κάπου δεν άρεσε στους άρχοντες τους.
But the love between the two different tribes was not very much liked by their lords.
Και κάναν σύσκεψη οι δύο άρχοντες των δύο χωρών και είπαν κάτι πρέπει να κάνουμε. Μήπως χάσουμε και την εξουσία μας.
So the two lords got together and they started thinking that maybe they should do something about it. Maybe their place in power was at stake.
Και αρχίζει ο ένας ο άρχοντας να λέει ότι οι άλλοι από την Λουλουδοχώρα, εδώ στην Πρασινοχώρα, μας κλέβουν το χώμα και δεν έχουμε να καλλιεργήσουμε τα φυτά μας, τα δέντρα μας, τις καλλιέργειές μας όλες.
So the lord from the Greenland started saying that the people from the Flowerland were stealing their soil and that they were stealing their crops and that they were, just stealing things over from them and they would not have enough for themselves.
Ο δε άλλος ο άρχοντας είπε το εξής, ότι η Πρασινοχώρα, οι κάτοικοι της Πρασινοχώρας μας κλέβουν το νερό. Κάτι πρέπει να κάνουμε.
The lord from the Greenland accused the other people that from the Flowerland, accused the people from the Greenland that they were stealing the water from the river and that they should do something about it.
Και έτσι μπήκε μια διχόνοια μεταξύ των δύο λαών.
And this brought conflict between the people and disagreement.
Και οι δύο άρχοντες αποφασίσαν να κάνουν πόλεμο μεταξύ.
So the two lords decided that there was going to be war.
Και στο μεγάλο γεφύρι που ένωνε τις δύο χώρες πάνω από τον ποταμό, συναντήθηκαν οι δύο άρχοντες. Ένας δεξιά, ένας αριστερά. Ένας στο άσπρο άλογο και ο άλλος στο μαύρο άλογο.
So in this great big bridge that united the two banks of the river, the two lords met, one on the one side on the white horse, the other on the other side on the black horse.
Παρατάξανε και τους στρατούς τους στις όχθες του ποταμού. Ένας δεξιά, ένας αριστερά.
They had their armies aligned by the banks of the river, one on the left side, the other on the right side.
Αλλά τα κανόνια τους δεν πετούσαν βλήματα, σιδερένια ή με μπαρούτι. Έπρεπε να βάλουν μπάλες από λάσπη και φτιάξαν μπάλες από λάσπη από την όχθη του ποταμού και οι δύο λαοί.
They had cannons aligned in front of the armies, but the cannons did not take normal, usual cannonballs. Instead of that, they used these balls made of mud. So both armies started creating a lot of balls of mud so that they are ready to fight the others.
Και εκείνη την ώρα που ήταν έτοιμα όλα τα κανόνια και οι δύο άρχοντες δώσαν το σύνθημα του πολέμου,
and when the armies were ready and the lords were about to give the sign for the war to start,
φούσκωσε από το ποτάμι το νερό ψηλά, πολύ ψηλά και βγήκε μία νεράιδα, η νεράιδα του ποταμού.
The waters of the river suddenly started rising and rising and rising, and out of the water came this great big creature that looked like a fairy tale, a fairy really. It was the spirit of the river.
Οι στρατιώτες και των δύο λαών τρομάξανε και μείνανε με τα ορθάνυχτα τα μάτια και το στόμα ανοιχτό. Τι είναι αυτό?
Both tribes were terrified. They just gasped and looked in amazement, wondering what that was.
Και τότε ακούγεται μία φωνή δυνατή που την ακούσαν μόνο οι στρατιώτες, όχι οι αρχηγοί.
Then this voice was heard, and it was heard only by the armies, not by the lords.
Ακούστε με, το νερό είναι δικό μου, δεν είναι δικό σας, εγώ το δικαιούμαι. Το χώμα είναι δικό μου, εγώ το δικαιούμαι, όπως και εσάς όλους, εγώ σας δικαιούμαι.
Listen to me, said this great big voice. The water of the river is not yours, it is mine. The soil is not yours, it is mine. And you lot, all of you, you are mine.
Και τότε, λες και μίλησε στο μυαλό τους. Οι στρατιώτες, αντί να ρίξουν στους αντιπάλους τις σφαίρες, γυρίσανε τα κανόνια επάνω στη γέφυρα που ήταν οι αρχηγοί τους.
And then this magical thing took place. It looked like the armies, this voice had spoken inside their brains, and like they were hypnotized, they turned their cannons around to face not the opposite army, but their own lords.
Και με το πυρ, αμέσως όλες οι σφαίρες από τα κανόνια πέσανε επάνω στους αρχηγούς τους.
And somebody just said, fire, and all the cannons went off, making their lords covered in mud from head to toes.
Και οι αρχηγοί τους και τα άλογά τους γίνανε δύο αγάλματα από λάσπη.
So many cannonballs, mud balls were striking to shot to the lords, that both of the lords on their horses were turned to stone and into stone statues where they stood.
Και ο ήλιος και ο αέρας μέχρι το απόγευμα στέγνωσε τη λάσπη και γίναν δύο αγάλματα πολύ όμορφα.
The sun and the wind helped the mud take solid form, and both lords were turned into stones, very beautiful ones, very lifelike, but stone statues nonetheless.
Και τότε ο κάθε λαός πήρε και έγραψε μία πινακίδα και πήγε και την κάρφωσε στο λάβαρο του κάθε αρχηγού του.
Then each tribe took this great big sign and took them towards their banner, their own banner.
Όχι πόλεμος, ποτέ πόλεμος.
And the sign on one side said, no to war, never.
Και στον άλλο, τον αρχηγό, έλεγε πάντα ειρήνη.
And on the other side, it said, peace, always.
Και τότε οι στρατιώτες ανταμωθήκαν μεταξύ τους, αγκαλιαστήκανε και στήσαν ένα γλέντι πολύ καλό.
And both the armies just crossed over, found each other and hugged each other, and they started this great big feast.
Και αρχίσε πάλι η παλιά συναλλαγή μεταξύ τους, με τα πανηγύρια τους, με τα εμπόρια τους και με τους γάμους, να παίρνουν κοπέλες, να παίρνουν αγόρια και να ζήσουν ευτυχισμένοι και χαρούμενοι επάνω στον πλανήτη και στη χώρα τους εκεί που ήταν.
And life just found its usual form, and they started having trade again and exchanging grooms and brides and feasting and celebrating together, and they just started living happily and peacefully once again on the planet.
Πέρασα κι εγώ από εκεί και μου κεράσαν ένα σουβλί φακί.
Mr. Demosthenes passed from that place and he was given lentil on a stick to eat with them at their party.
Ψέματα, αλήθεια, έτσι είναι τα παραμύθια.
Truth or lies, this is how the tale goes.
Και τώρα, αν σας άρεσε αυτή η ιστορία, σαν όνειρο, στον ύπνο σας να τη δείτε. Και αύριο πρωί στους φίλους σας να την πείτε.
If you liked the story, may you dream about it at night and share it with your friends on the morning.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Συγγνώμη που δεν ξέρω καλά αγγλικά, αλλά ευτυχώς υπάρχει η κυρία Δέσποινα που κάνει τη μετάφραση. Σας ευχαριστώ και σας αγαπώ όλους.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε. Mr. Demosthenes thanks us all for listening and says he loves us all. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you. Excellent. Well done. Well, and there is some Greek for you. I think that our next teller is my friend from South Africa and colleague, Susan, whom I haven't seen in a while, but I'm very glad to see here today. Thank you, Susan, for being here with us. If you can unmute.
Can you all hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. It's so good to see all of you. I'm going to say in Afrikaans, I'm going to say geseënde Kersfees en voorspoedige nuwe jaar. And that translated means Merry, Merry Christmas and may you have a blessed new year.
Wow, thank you. You too. So lovely to hear another language. We're all ears, Susan.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, I've spent a lot of time deciding on what to tell you today because there are such wonderful stories about peace. And eventually I settled on a story from Hawaii. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to tell you the story of the sandpiper and the whale. So once upon a time, on a small island in the oceans outside of Hawaii, there was a little sandpiper. And this little sandpiper did what she did every day. She just stood on the beach and then she ran into the water and picked up a morsel to eat. And then she would run back onto the beach and just stand there. You know the little sandpipers with the long, beautiful little legs? And she would then, half an hour later, just run across the wet sand, run into the water, pick up a morsel to eat, and then she would run back again. But then the water was Whale. And Whale looked at Sandpiper running into the water and back and shouted, "Hey you, Sandpiper, the water belongs to me. I am the whale. Stay out of my water." Sandpiper just said, "Mr. Whale, the water belongs to all of us. Besides, there's more sandpipers than whales, you know." And Whale said, "What? More sandpipers than whales? I will show you." And he jumped out of the water and took a huge breath of air and dove into the deepest ocean and called, "Brothers from the west, come to my bay." And the brothers from the west started swimming towards the bay. And Whale jumped out of the water again and went, "Bull, bull, bull," deep air, and he dove back into the ocean and cried, "Brothers from the north, come to my bay." And the brothers from the north started swimming towards the bay. And Whale did this and called his brothers from the west and the brothers from the south, and they all swam to the bay. And when little Sandpiper looked again, she said, "Oh my goodness, no, look at all these whales." The bay was filled with them. You could actually hop from one whale to the other without touching the water. And little Sandpiper said, "I must do something, I must do something." And she flew up into the air and she said, "Kitty, kitty, kitty, sisters from the west, come to my island." And they would fly to the island. And she went up, 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 and said, "Sisters from the south, come." And all the sisters from the south flew to the island, and she would do the same. Sisters from the north and sisters from the east. And before you knew it, the whole beach and all the trees around the beach were filled with little sandpipers. And Sandpiper said, "See, Whale, there are more sandpipers than whales." And Whale said, "What nonsense is this? I will have to get my cousins to come and help me." And again, he jumped out of the water and he went, whoa, 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 took a lots of air and dove down to the deeps and said, "Cousins from the west, cousins from the east, cousins from the north, cousins from the south, come to my island, come and help me." And the whales heard his call, and the dolphins heard his call, and all the creatures of the sea heard his call, and they swam to the island. And when Sandpiper looked, the whole island was surrounded by blue whales and dolphins and porpoises and all kinds of sea creatures that you can imagine. And Sandpiper said, "Oh, but this won't do, this won't do. I'll call my cousins." And she jumped up into the air again and went, "Cousins, come, cousins from the west and the north and the east and the south." And all the cousins heeded her call. And the terns came, and the cormorants came, and the seagulls came, and more sandpipers came, until the island and the mountains and the trees and the caves were filled with birds. And Whale said, "But this won't do. There must be more whales than sandpipers." And he said, "Come, brothers, come, cousins, tell you what we do. We will eat this island." So the whales went, chomp, chomp, and they started eating the island. And the Sandpiper said, "But no, this won't do. Come, cousins, come, sisters, let's drink all the water." So we got and the Sandpipers and all the cousins went and they started filling their mouths. And the water just started disappearing. Sorry, everyone. So all of a sudden, the little sandpiper noticed that when the water started disappearing, the whales started dying, and the dolphins started dying, and the porpoises started dying, and all the little crabs and the snails and the slugs that they would eat started dying. And she said, but we can't do this. We can't do this. And she said, come, brothers, come, sisters, come, everyone. Let's spit out the water. And they started going, and they spit out all the water until the sea was full again. And Brother Whale said, oh, but brothers, we can't destroy the land that the seagulls live on. Let's spit out the land again. And the whales went, and they spat out all the land. And in the end, whales were in the ocean and the sandpipers were on the beach. And who cares which ones were the most, the whales or sandpiper? It doesn't really matter. But what they did learn is that it takes a very, very little incident to create a big, devastating war. Thank you.
Wow, Susan, that was wonderful. And what an ecological message there. Yeah, not only a peaceful one. I loved the sound effects. Sorry for the toll they took on you.
Sorry. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. Nice to see you after all this time.
Wonderful to see all of you too. Okay.
Great. Thank you. I should let you know that I've met my darling Susan and my friends Glenda and Amna in one of David's wonderful courses where we learned how to combine storytelling with giving classes mostly, or in other ways to how to incorporate it in our line of work, whatever that may be. And if that's okay with everybody, I'd like now to introduce a good friend of mine, my darling Amna, from the long and far away Winnipeg of Canada. Thank you, Amna, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's my first time being here. I'm really excited.
A big clap for Amna and your first time.
Yes, and our temperatures right now, for those of you who want to visit me, it's like minus 40 degrees here Celsius with wind chill. So it's very, very cold these days.
Do you get outside?
We have to get outside to get, you know.
Shoveling the snow from the front yard? Is that how you do it?
Yeah, we have to shovel ourselves out of the front yard. But it's fun. People get used to it. It's usually not this cold in December. It's usually January, February, but yeah. So I'm going to share with you a story that I've never shared before. And it's from a storyteller named Celia Lottridge, who's a famous author and storyteller in Canada. And she has given me permission to share this story, which I absolutely love. But it is my first time telling this story. It's called Raja and the 4 Grains of Rice. Long, long time ago, there was a Raja of a small kingdom in India. And the kingdom was doing really well. There was peace and prosperity. But the Raja was bored. Because it was so peaceful, he didn't have much to do. So one day he gathered his ministers and said, I'm going away for 3 years to discover what's beyond my kingdom and to discover the ordinariness of life. I know, my ministers, you will take care of this kingdom because you've been good to me. And then he gathered his 4 daughters. And he said the same thing to them and said, I am leaving for 3 years and my ministers will run the kingdom and you will be well taken care because I trust them. But before I leave, my daughters, I have a precious gift for you. and in his palm he opened it to reveal 4 uncooked grains of rice. And then he handed them one by one to each one of his daughters. The daughters looked puzzled. Uncooked grain of rice as a precious gift? What's going on? But in reverence to their father, they didn't say anything. And then they noticed the father leaving the kingdom. He put his shawl over his shoulder and left. And while he was leaving, he noticed a few things that he had never noticed before when he was dressed as the Raja. He noticed that there was poverty and there was some struggle amongst certain groups. But he walked on. Back in the kingdom, one of the daughters said, she said to herself that my father has left me a grain of rice. I must honor it. So she got the palace artisans to put that grain of rice on silk, and then she hung it on one of her walls. And every night before going to bed, she would look at the grain of rice embellished with gold thread around it and pray for the safe return of her father. Another daughter, she wanted to really take care of that grain of rice. She wanted to treat it more precious than any jewels out there in the world or any gold out there in the world. So she had 7 treasure chests built from different materials, and she put of different sizes. So she put the treasure chests within each other, and the smallest one, which was a gold chest, she carefully put that grain of rice in that, and then she put it away under her bed, all 7 chests. Another daughter, she looked at that grain of rice, put it between her teeth, bit into it, and spat it out from the palace window, saying, "It's just an ordinary grain of rice. What am I going to do with it?" And she walked away. And finally, the last daughter, she had that grain of rice in the palm of her hand, and she thought for a long time. Now Raja returned after 3 years, and then he gathered his ministers and asked, "What have you done with my kingdom?" And he was quite pleased with what they had done. They had run the country, the kingdom, in a good way. And then it was time to gather his daughters. He asked them, "What did you do with the precious gift I left you?" The first daughter said, "My father, please come with me. I want to show you my room." And then she took the Raja to her room and said, "My father, look, I have this grain of rice on my wall, hanging with gold thread around it. And every night I pray a special prayer for your safe return. And here you are, my father. You are safe." Next, the second daughter took the Raja to her room and pulled out a shiny wooden chest and said, "Look, my father, look what I've done with your precious grain of rice." And then she opened the first wooden chest, and it revealed in it another chest, and that was made from ivory. And she unlocked it and opened that one, and she said, "Look, my father, another chest," and that was made from mother of pearls. She revealed another box, opened it, unlocked it, and that inside that was a copper one. She unveiled another box, and inside that there was an iron chest. She unveiled that, and there was a silver one. Finally, she took out that small chest that was made from gold, and she said, "My father, have the honor of opening this." So when the Raja opened that chest, he noticed inside the same grain of rice that he had left her. He said, "Good, my daughter, you have done well," just like he said to the first daughter, "for you have honored and treasured my gift." While the first 2 daughters were talking about what they had done with the gift, the third daughter had run as fast as she could to the palace kitchen, and she asked the chef, "Please give me 1 grain of uncooked rice, quick, quick." And the chef looked so puzzled. What is she asking for? 1 grain? Your Highness, you want just one grain of rice? Yes, come, quick, quick, quick. And then he gave her a grain of rice. She ran back as fast as she could, and huffing and puffing, she said, my father, a grain of rice. So Raja took the grain of rice and he said, yes, my daughter, you have done well, because you have realized that a grain of rice is like any other grain of rice. So whether you flick it from the palace window or you borrow one from the palace kitchen, it's still a grain of rice. Then finally, it was the turn of the last daughter, and we don't know if she was the oldest, the youngest, or somewhere in the middle. She said, my father, when you left me with the grain of rice, I thought for a long time while holding it in my palm, what is the deeper meaning of this grain of rice? Is there something special? Why would our father leave us with just one grain of rice? And for a long time, I walked around holding that grain of rice in my palm. And then I thought, yes, I know the secret of this grain of rice. It's actually a seed. And the only way you benefit from a seed is by planting it. So I asked the palace experts, the gardeners, what is the best season to plant this grain of rice, which is actually a seed? So they helped me plant that grain of rice. And with that, there was a plant and I replanted it. So over the seasons, I will tell you, my father and my sisters, what I've done with it. So she took Raja and her sisters to the back of the palace where the gardens were. She took them outside, and would you believe what they saw? They saw a huge field of rice. And she said, my father, this is the result of that one grain of rice. And with this field, I feed the poorest of the poorest who have no food. There was hunger in the kingdom that maybe you didn't realize. And I've taken care of the people who no one was looking after. With that, Raja said, good, my daughter, you have done well, for you have realized the secret of the grain of rice, and you have used that for the prosperity and peace in the kingdom by taking care of the poorest. And with that, Raja put his shawl over his shoulder and left permanently, leaving the kingdom for this daughter to run it. Thank you.
Wow, Amna, what a lesson to learn from 4 grains of rice, right? But not luckily, one of them found its way into the world.
Yes,
Well, that
I
was
love
the
the
first
story.
time. It's a lovely story. It's the first time for you in the World Storytelling Cafe. We're expecting to see more of you here. And it was the first time for you telling the story. It was the first time for us to be enthralled by your storytelling. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing Anna.
Yes.
Yeah, Amna stories are always so wise.
You have some most interesting and talented friends.
Yes.
Indeed.
It's a
Wait till
blessing.
you see the others. I have more of them.
And it can be corn, it can be maize, it can be any seed that is known. It can be any seed. It can be corn, it can be maize, so it's worthy. Thank you, Amna. Beautiful.
You're reading my mind, Gustavo. And not only that, it's what we are supposed to do with our gifts. And telling tales is one of them. So we should be bold and get out there and tell the stories. Now, I would like you all to get to know my friend Glenda from Peru, who is also a teacher, also a colleague, and a wonderful one at that. Welcome, Glenda.
Oh, thank you, Despina. Thank you, everybody. I'm very glad to see many people I haven't seen for some time. But well, this time I'll just like Amna, I will be doing something I've never done. But I'm not gonna tell a story. I'm going to share a poem, and this poem is by one Peruvian poet, who I loved a lot, and his name is César Vallejo. César Vallejo, and I chose him because he understood the human condition very well. His poems, well, he was a writer, book writer, playwright. He did so many things, but especially the poems he wrote are so deep and show an understanding of humanity, of pain, of how people live. And he talks about ordinary things, but with such a powerful message that I said, I have to do something about him. And I chose a poem. And this poem is called Existe un mutilado. I'm going to read the poem in English and in Spanish, if that's okay, so that you can also listen to the two versions.
That's perfect.
Yes, and it's okay. I'm gonna start in Spanish first, and then you will listen to the English version of it. It's quite short, and well, here it goes. Existe un mutilado. Existe un mutilado no de combate, sino de un abrazo, no de la guerra, sino de la paz. Perdió el rostro en el amor y no en el odio. Lo perdió en el curso normal de la vida y no en un accidente. Lo perdió en el orden de la naturaleza y no en el desorden de los hombres. El coronel Picot, presidente de Legul-Cassé, lleva la boca comida por la pólvora de 1914. Este mutilado que conozco lleva el rostro comido por el aire inmortal e inmemorial. Rostro muerto sobre un tronco vivo, rostro yerto y pegado con clavos a la cabeza viva. Este rostro resulta ser el dorso del cráneo, el cráneo del cráneo. Vi una vez un árbol darme la espalda, vi otra vez un camino que me daba la espalda. Un árbol de espaldas solo crece en lugares donde nunca nació ni murió nadie. Un camino de espaldas solo avanza por los lugares donde ha habido muchas muertes y ningún nacimiento. El mutilado de la paz y del amor, del abrazo y del orden, y que lleva el rostro muerto sobre el tronco vivo, nació a la sombra de un árbol, de espaldas, y su existencia transcurre a lo largo de un camino de espaldas. Como el rostro está yerto y difunto, toda la vida psíquica, toda la expresión animal de este hombre se refugia para traducirse al exterior, en el peludo cráneo, en el tórax, en las extremidades. Los impulsos de su ser profundo, al salir, retroceden del rostro, retroceden de la respiración, del olfato, de la vista, del oído. La palabra, el resplandor humano de su ser, funcionan y se expresan por el pecho, por los hombros, por el cabello, por las costillas, por los brazos y las piernas y los pies. Mutilado del rostro, tapado del rostro, cerrado del rostro, este hombre, no obstante, está entero y nada le hace falta. No tiene ojos y ve y llora. No tiene narices y huele y respira. No tiene oídos y escucha. No tiene boca y habla y sonríe. No tiene frente y piensa. Y se sume en sí mismo. No tiene mentón y quiere y subsiste. Jesús conocía al mutilado de la función, que tenía ojos y que no veía, y tenía orejas y no oía. Yo conozco al mutilado del órgano, el que ve sin ojos y oye sin orejas.
Oh, Glenda, ahora mismo siento tan afortunada de poder entender español.
Sí.
But it's not fair for the rest of the people. We should
But
give
now
them
they will listen to the version in English. It's very deep, and Vallejo is a very difficult man to translate because the way he created his poetry is unique, and the way he tells things are well, of course, in the language of origin are much better understood. But I'm going to, yes, it is very, very powerful. I'm going to try
Very
now
powerful.
to translate it into English. And this is the closest. I've made some modifications to the translation I found because I felt that it lacked some meaning in the message. Okay, and now in English, it is, there is a man mutilated. That's the title. There is a man mutilated. There is a man mutilated, not from combat, but from an embrace, not from war, but from peace. He lost his face through love and not through hate. He lost it in the normal course of life and not in an accident. Lost it in the order of nature, not in the disorder of men. Colonel Picot, president of Le Gaulle Cassé, lives with his mouth eaten away by the gunpowder of 1914. This mutilated man I know, has his face eaten away by the immortal and immemorial air. A dead face above a living torso, a stiff face fastened with nails to the living head. This face turns out to be the backside of a skull of a skull. I once saw a tree turn its back on me, and another time I saw a road that turned its back on me. A back-turned tree only grows where no one ever died or was born. A back-turned road only advances through places where there have been deaths and no birth. The man mutilated by peace and not by love, by an embrace and by order, and who lives with a dead face above a living torso, was born in the shadow of a back-turned tree, and his existence takes place along a back-turned road. As his face is stiff and dead, all his physical life, all the animal expression of this man takes refuge to translate itself outwardly in his hairy skull and his thorax and his extremities. The impulses of this profound being when going out back away from his face and his breathing, his sense of smell, his sight and his hearing and his speech. The human radiance of this being then are expressed through his chest, through his shoulders, through his hair, through his ribs, through his arms and his legs and feet. Face mutilated, face covered, face closed. This man nevertheless is whole and lacks nothing. He has no eyes and he sees and cries. He has no nose and he smells and breathes. He has no ears and he listens. And he has no mouth and he can talk and smile. No forehead and he thinks and withdraws into himself. No chin, but he desires and he subsists. Jesus knew the man whose mutilation left him functionless, who had eyes and could not see, and had ears and could not hear. I know the man whose mutilation left him organless, but who sees without eyes and hears without ears. César Vallejo.
Wow, Glenda. I cannot imagine a harder thing to translate than poetry, really. I think you need to be a poet in order to be able to do that. Wonderful.
Yeah, it was. This was probably written when he spent the last years of his life in Paris, and when he was there, he saw many people that had fought in the World War I and were mutilated, many soldiers, and this was published after his death by his wife, because he wrote extensively, but he only published two poem books
Really?
that are very well known. And after his death, his wife collected all the other things she found and published them.
Luckily for the world, his wife was there.
Yes, yes, and he became better known after his death, really, not while he was alive.
Anyway, having heard the story in both languages and being able to understand it in both languages, I should tell you that your translation is excellent, really. Well done.
Thank you. Yes, thank you
And
so
thank
much.
you for sharing. Great. Well, now, dear friends, I should tell you that there is another Greek friend of mine here. Let me find her. Hello, Maria. Okay, this wonderful lady, she's, where do I begin? She's an historian, she's a storyteller, she's also David's friend, she's multitasking because she's in between her cooking here to share a story with us. And so I will give you the next turn so that you get back to your chores. Thank you for being here.
Thank you too. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, thank you.
Okay, I am trying to find the participants so I can see two faces. Sorry.
It's on top, the right hand top where it says view. You just click on gallery.
Yes, I'm trying to find this. I'm sorry for the delay, but I want to see your faces.
Hi Maria, it's David here. Maria, if you're on a phone, you just flick the screen across. Just drag the screen across with your finger.
I'm on a okay. I'm trying. Yes, here they are. Oh, yes, great. Thank you, David. Hi, David. How are you? It's so nice to see you all. It's a difficult day because it is the Christmas Eve, so I am between making bread and Greek food. You know, we eat a lot.
We do. I can confirm.
I'm so glad to be here with you. I know David and Despina. I've heard about Demosthenes, and I don't know if I know anybody else. So it's a great honor to be here. I was puzzled when Despina asked me to find a story about peace. All the stories about this great human words that try to explain great meanings, it's very difficult to find. And I wouldn't like to find a story with a lot of war to talk about peace. Then I tried to find something that had art in it, which I love. So I am going to try to tell you a story that you might have heard. It's the story of Han Gan, a painter that used to paint horses. It's a Chinese story, actually. Long ago in China, there lived a boy, a very poor but very gifted boy. He liked to draw. He drew like no other, but he drew only horses. He saw some horses around his village, and he liked them so much. Those nice, proud animals. He liked all kinds of horses, brown horses and black horses, and young horses and old horses. He liked horses like no other, and he used to draw them. In this village, there was no paper, so he had to draw with whatever he found. A piece of coal or a stone, or he liked to draw the horses on the ground. One day, the king passed by his village and he saw horses on the ground. Hangan, the little boy, the little painter of the village, drew those horses. And the villagers liked them so much that they tried to pass them, not to walk on them. So the king saw them and he agreed with the others that the small boy could paint. So he made him an offer. He told him, could you please come to the Academy of Painting in the great city of China, in Peking? And the boy said, I could never leave my mother and father, but come with me, said the king, and I will take you to great painters. You will have lots of paper and pens and whatever you want to learn how to draw, to paint, to draw better. So Hangan agreed and followed the king to the great city. There he went to the academy and he learned how to paint, how to draw. But while the time went by, the little boy wouldn't like to draw anything else but horses. All his teachers and professors gave up and told him, do whatever you want, make your own sketches, do horses. If it's horses you like, horses you paint. And he became one of the great painters ever, drawing horses. Years went by and everybody went to Hangan to buy a painting of horses. They said that his horses were almost alive. All the details, the colors, everything was excellent, extraordinary. You could hear the horses breathing when you saw his paintings. A war came. Many villages were destroyed. Many men went to the war. It was not a good time for China. One of the soldiers had a strange idea. He was a very angry and a very hard soldier. So he wanted to have a horse that could never die, even a horse that could never eat or drink water. So he went to visit Hangan. He heard that his horses was almost alive. His paintings were so vivid that the horses were almost alive. He went to his house in a dark and strange night. When he went there, Hangan opened the door. He saw a soldier, a rough and angry soldier. The soldier told him, give me one of your paintings. I want one of your horses. I have heard about your horses, the paintings that they are almost alive. And Hangan told him, what do you want to do with it? I want a horse that will never die, a horse that will never eat or drink, only fight with me inside the rough war. And the painter told him, I have no such horse. I only paint horses. Please give me one of your drawings. The man looked around the house and found a paper, a very big paper, a large drawing with one black horse. He had fierce eyes. He was large and very strong. And the soldier said, I want this horse. Before Hangan ever tell something, the man took the drawing, he went outside, he gathered woods and lit a big fire, and then he danced around the fire, and then took the drawing and throw it into the fire, and from the flames of the fire, a horse, a black horse with red eyes, a fierce, very strong horse, flew out of the fire. The soldier got up his back and went away to the war. And he fought, and he fought, and he saw blood, and people killed and injured. And the horse was fearless. It never stopped. It fought with the soldier. And it became more and more angry. As the soldier was angry, the horse was angry, and they were fighting and fighting and fighting. The horse was burned inside the battle, was injured, but kept on going, fighting and fighting and fighting. Inside the war, the horse saw other horses dying, and soldiers dying, and people dying, and blood around the battlefield. The horse understood that there was no meaning in that war. There was no meaning in fighting. He stopped. It stopped. And then it left the soldier, went away. He wanted to go back to Hangan, back to the other painted horses. They said that it found his way. He went back. It was a beautiful day, the sun was shining. Hangan was drawing horses outside in his yard. And the horse went back injured, burned. His eyes was not red anymore. His eyes were tired eyes of a tired horse. He looked at the man who painted. Hangan looked at his eyes and saw all the war, the battle, and the injuring pass by. And then the horse went inside the house, found a white paper and laid on the paper and became a painting again. The horse was not the black, fierce horse that went away that day with the soldier. It was an injured horse, full of blood and mud, a tired horse from the war, because the war, it's a thing, it's a situation that tires people, animals, everybody. The horse stood there, and all the people went to see this painting, the only painting with the fierce war horse. That's a legend. Some say that this is true. Whenever I think of war, I think of that horse inside the battle and all the emotions that come with this story. I don't know if it is true or not, but there's nothing good in war. And this is how we can appreciate what we have in countries that we are still in peace. I don't know what might happen in the future. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. That was a lovely, lovely story. Now, from your descriptions and the images that came to my mind, another painting came to my mind, that of Guernica, the one of Picasso, because even though it's a very well-known painting, of course, but even though it contains lots of different stuff in it, people and objects and such, the face of the horse inside the Guernica painting is what has stuck to my memory. And I mean, people do worse and animals suffer along with people. Everybody suffers from war, as you said it.
We all suffer from war, and this is the meaning of the story. I think that horses have suffered enough from wars all over the world. That's
Indeed.
true. But men too, and people, and women, and children. It's not. It's a very difficult theme, and I don't know how. I normally I don't tell this kind of stories. But this story came in my mind when you asked me to say something about peace, and of course when we talk about peace we think about war.
Well, I'm glad indeed. It was a very powerful story, very much to the point.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I couldn't bring you more to the table. It's been a long time since I've talked in English. So.
It's perfectly fine. I think we all get exactly the right picture we were supposed to. So thank
Absolutely,
you.
Maria. Your poetic storytelling conjured up powerful images. Your English is wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go. Thank you, David.
It's really nice to see you all. It's an honor, and it's a gift for me to see you all, people that like and tell stories. I've heard all the other stories, and I feel rich and full today, hearing and knowing all of you. I will be happy to see you again whenever.
Wonderful. Yeah. Don't be a stranger. Come by. Every other Sunday, we have the story circle where if you feel like it, you can come and share a tale and listen, and you'll be perfectly at home.
Thank you very much. I don't know about you, but hopefully this Christmas, every storyteller worked a lot.
Indeed, finally.
Finally, after all these years, and I had a lot of gigs, and I have gigs in the week to come, and I am very, very, very happy because I see young men, women, people, children again, many, many, many of them.
Yeah, and from up close.
And I tell stories about Kalikadzarakia, the Greek goblins, and whenever you have another meeting, I will be happy to join. Yes.
Excellent. Well, we wish you all success with your storytelling. Good luck. Enjoy.
You too.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Χρόνια πολλά και καλά Χριστούγεννα.
I think everybody's learned that today, Maria. See you soon.
Bye.
Wonderful. Well, my darling Teles, I think that my Irish friend Alan is here to share a tale with us. Let me just spot him. And a colleague, a teacher, and a storyteller. Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Nice to see so many familiar faces here and some new faces too. It's class. I was actually going to do something different. Since you had mentioned we were doing peace, it's not a story. It's actually a recent poem by Imelda May, an Irish poem. Now, just to introduce this to some of you, you might not know this from, well, the last century, I would say. Obviously, things happened to our nation, which we'll not get into today because it's Christmas. And we emigrated everywhere around the world. In a certain country or two, there were very, very famous signs that did not allow Irish people to take jobs where they were, and we were not welcome anywhere. This year, we took on 100,000, maybe, a couple of, well, maybe at least 100,000 Ukrainians for what's going on there as well. So this poem, if you will allow me, is by Imelda May. It's called "You Don't Get to Be Racist and Irish." So this is by Imelda May. You don't get to be racist and Irish. You don't get to be proud of your heritage, plights and freedoms and fights for freedom while kneeling on the neck of another. You're not entitled to sing songs of heroes and martyrs, mothers who cried that they starved in the famine, or the brave-hearted, soft-spoken poets and artists lined up in a yard, blindfolded and bound, waiting for Godot and point blank to sound. We immigrated, we took refuge. So cannot refuse when it's our time to return the favor. Land stolen, spirits broken, bodies crushed and swollen, unholy tokens of Christ nailed to a tree that you may hang around your neck like a noose of the free. Our color pasty, our accents thick, hands like shovels from mortar and bricklaying, foundation of cities you now stand upon, our suffering seeps from every stone. Your opportunities arise, outstanding on the shoulders of our forefathers and foremothers who bore your mother's mother. Our music is for the righteous. Our joys have been earned, well deserved and serve to remind us to remember more blacks, more dogs, more Irish. Still labelled as leprechauns, mix, paddies and louts. We're shouting to tell you our land, our laws are progressively out there. We're all in a chrysalis, state of emerging into a new and more beautiful era, 40 shades better, unanimous in our rainbow vote. We've found our stereotypical pot of gold, and my God, it's good. So join us, cause you don't get to be racist and Irish. Gura Mila Mahagat.
Oh, thank you for that, Alan. Any chance you could hear it in Irish? Do you have the original version?
No, it was ironically written in the foreign language that is English.
Oh, pity.
Yeah, the writer wrote it in Imelda May wrote it in English. It's in an anthology of Irish poems, contemporary Irish poems that have been released recently. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the writer actually got racist abuse for that. Quite unbelievably, it made the news. But I think it's a very powerful poem for the times and the histories, and remember where you came from and what happened to your people as well as others.
Well, to be honest, any piece, any kind that would tell people not to be a racist would be like the Holy Bible to me. So thank you for that.
Alan, if I may, I had the blessing, I guess, the honor of celebrating with some of the Irish tellers when we did the premiere International Storytelling Festival in Marrakesh. And we had an evening where we were scheduled to tell Irish American stories. And I misinterpreted. I thought they were going to tell Irish American stories. I didn't know they meant that Irish and American stories. I'm saying all that to say that at the end of a wonderful evening, I asked one of the Irish tellers, I said, do you know the difference between how the Irish celebrate and party and how African Americans celebrate and party? I said, there is no difference because we work hard and we party hard. I said, the only difference might be that when African Americans party like that, inevitably you have an elder that stands up and wants to cut a rug, wants to show you a dance from way back when they were children. I'm saying all that because when you said you can't be Irish and be racist, and you earlier you made the comment about the signs that said no dogs, no Irish. See, my people relate to that because it would say no colored, no dogs, no, it would say no dogs, no Irish, no coloreds. So we share a bond. And for
we were the same in Europe, no blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
It was the same for Greek immigrants when they migrated to the US. So I think that all people really have suffered one way or another from racism around the globe, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So let us hope that this evil gets, disappears from the world alongside with war.
So you touch my soul strings. But Despina, you have an amazing, eclectic, wonderful, awesome, talented, I'm going to run out of words in a moment, and that's rare for me, a friends assembled. I mean, I am in awe. So Alan, thank you. Despina, thank you. Asante Sana, thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba, for recognizing the value of our friends here. And well, I don't claim to have them by myself. I think the World Storytelling Cafe now has them, luckily.
Oh, please don't be a stranger.
Absolutely,
you can be strange,
absolutely.
Just don't be a stranger.
And now I would like to introduce you, my friend from the US, Cindy, who's here waiting patiently to share a tale with us. How are you, Cindy? You can unmute if you'd like.
I am great, and I agree. It's fantastic to be here, and I imagine the ripples, I hope, throughout the whole world. And yes, I have a story. I'm going to stand.
Wonderful.
This is a story for children because I find when you help children see and understand through story, they can become quite powerful as adults. And so this is my story, Sammy the Lion and His Roaring Problem. Sammy the Lion was the bravest cub in the entire savannah, or so he thought. Whenever spotted butterflies would tickle his ear, he roared at them. When muddy rhinoceroses blocked him from the setting sun, he roared at them. And when snails slimed his friend's great acacia tree, he roared so big, so loud, that trees shook, birds flew, flowers wilted. One day, he spent far too much time roaring at everything that moved in the savannah that he missed his dinner. So when he arrived home, he plopped in front of his mother and he said, "Mama, I'm hungry. Feed me." She just smiled at him and said, "Not now, Sammy." Oh, he roared at her. Then he plopped in front of his father and he said, "Papa, I'm hungry. Feed me." His papa just looked at him and said, "Not now, Sammy." Sammy roared at him. Just then, his friends appeared holding pieces of dinner, still steamy and hot. Sammy leaped in front of them. He looked at the food. He looked at them. He looked at the food and waited. Nothing happened. He did a little dance. He wagged his little tail. Then he looked at the food. He looked at them. He looked at the food and waited. Nothing happened. Finally, he held out his paw and he said, "I'm hungry. Please share a bite." Instead of sharing, they popped the food in their wide open mouths and raced to the great acacia tree to play one last time before the sun set. He stood there shocked. This was Allie the elephant, Terrence the tiger, Gibbons the baboon. How dare they not share? He was their best friend. Oh, he felt anger rumble in his tummy, and it clawed its way up his chest, burst through his throat and his mouth, and he let forth a roar so big, so loud, that trees shook, birds flew, flowers wilted. And his friends tore away in terror. "Oh no," Sammy thought, "what have I done? And will my friends ever come back?" He raced to the tree. Maybe they were hiding behind. He looked on one side. He looked on the other. No friends. Maybe they were in the tall grasses. He raced to the grasses. He shoved aside one clump. He shoved aside another clump. No friends. He sighed. He slunk over to the tree. He leaped into the tallest, strongest branch. And as he plopped down to watch the setting sun, a giant tear dropped onto the dusty ground far below. The next morning, his father came bearing Sammy's favorite breakfast, steamy, hot wildebeest. But Sammy didn't move. So his father placed the food at the base of the tree and quietly padded away. Soon thereafter, vultures came and ate Sammy's breakfast. But Sammy said nothing. That evening, his mother came bearing his favorite dinner, steamy, hot wildebeest. But Sammy did nothing. So his mother placed the food at the base of the tree and quietly padded away. Soon thereafter, vultures came and ate Sammy's dinner. But Sammy said nothing. The next morning, his father came bearing not food, but words this time. He stood at the base of the tree. He said to Sammy, I once was a young cub. You will learn to control your roar. The wind moved invisibly between the branches where Sammy sat, listening. His father continued, and your friends will come back. I promise. And with that, his father quietly padded away. Sammy sat up. Could it be? Would it be that he could ever learn to control his roar so his friends would never fear him anymore? And that was when a great and mighty idea came to Sammy's mind. His eyebrows lifted. He tore from the tree as he ran across the field to his father's and mother's home. He called out, Father, Mother, I'm so sorry for roaring at you. Please forgive me. His mother came close and she said, Sammy, that is bravery, apologizing when wrong. His father said, we have forgiven you. Now, what can we do for you? Sammy pulled his parents close. He whispered into their ears his great and mighty idea. His mother's tail began to move back and forth, and his father's face filled with delight. Sammy then tore to his friends' homes to invite them the next day to come to the great acacia tree at high noon. That evening, he could not sleep. All night long, he worried, and before the morning sun could rise, he was already at the tree. The hours melted away so slowly as he worried and wondered, would his friends come back? The next morning at high noon, he saw Ellie, but she was hiding behind a mighty boulder. He called to her, but she didn't come. She just trembled instead. Then he saw Terrence hiding in a nearby tree. He called to Terrence, but Terrence didn't come. He just trembled instead. Just then, Gibbons crashed through those tall grasses and stood right in front of Sammy. Sammy said to his friends, I am so sorry for scaring you. Please forgive me, but I'm a changed cub. Test me, try me. Ellie was the first to go. She moved just a few inches from that mighty boulder, and then with all her might and her trunk, she trumpeted the cruelest name she could think of at Sammy. Oh, Sammy's anger just rose through his chest, and then he paused, thought, said, my name is Sammy. Please call me by my given name. Ellie's face lit with surprise. Sammy turned to Terrence. Oh, try me, try me, try me. Terrence cocked his head, and then he leaped out of that tree and hit Sammy so hard that Sammy spun around and fell to the ground. Oh, Sammy, oh, his anger began to boil up through his chest. Then he paused, thought, said, Terrence, treat me with respect. I'll do the same for you. Gibbons had been staring at Sammy the entire time, and just then he made his scariest face ever. Oh, Sammy paused, thought, then he made his scariest face ever and chuckled. Gibbons couldn't help but laugh. Oh, his friends gathered round, but in their joyful sound, Sammy heard something terrifying. A thundering herd of buffalo came stampeding right towards his friends. Oh no, what should Sammy do? That's when he remembered the thundering roar, and he allowed it this time to climb up through his chest, burst through his throat, and roar out his mouth. It was a roar so big, so loud, that trees shook, birds flew, flowers wilted, and that thundering herd of buffalo stopped, pivoted and raced away. Sammy's friends cheered, "Sammy, Sammy, you saved us!" And just then, when a spotted, speckled butterfly tickled Sammy's ear, Sammy simply smiled. For you see, when peace is born within us, we can carry it to the rest of the world.
Thank you so much, Cindy. That was excellent. Well, it was a story for kids, but I don't really think it was for kids. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, if only people would learn how to control their anger, and even more so how to apologize when they're wrong. Especially those who actually do the worst, if they would learn how to apologize, wouldn't that be great? Thank you so much for sharing your story. I think Hamid had asked to tell a tale. Is Hamid still among us?
I think he's popped out. I think Rebecca is also waiting to tell a story, Despina.
Oh, are you Rebecca? You're still muted, love. Nope, still muted.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Rebecca. I'm from Mexico. I am a new storyteller, first time joining you two. I'm really glad to share with you one of my stories. This is a story I wrote when David told us about telling a story of peace. I couldn't think of anything else but Christmas. Christmas is one of the seasons where we should all share peace, and we sometimes kind of forget why we celebrate it.
And you wrote it. It's your story, right?
Yes, it is my story. I was
wonderful.
In Spanish, but I will try to read it a little bit. I will read it in English for you all to understand.
Excellent. Thank you. We're all ears.
This is called Christmas in the Forest. The winter that year had been one of the coldest ever, and none of the animals in the forest came out of their caves, burrows, or shelter. Everyone hid, as there was little food and they didn't want to share a bit. But one night, the sound of bells and a hoarse, loud voice was heard throughout the forest. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 Merry Christmas to you all. The hoarse voice was heard again and again until it stopped right in the middle of the forest, in the center of a clearing surrounded by huge, beautiful pine trees, which had such a pleasant smell that travels through the air. Most of the animals in the forest didn't understand what that chubby guy with the white beard and funny-looking red hat was saying. He had big, bright eyes full of joy and a huge belly that went up and down when he said, ho, ho, ho. Little by little, the squirrels and foxes, the wolves and rabbits got closer and closer. What's more, the chubby man made so much noise when he laughed that even the birds sleeping in their caves woke up and came out. But what has he come for? Tom murmured. And why is he laughing so loud if it is so cold tonight? Suddenly, something in the sky caught their attention, and everyone looked up with emotion. There, very close to the moon, was a star that shone brighter than any other one, making all the animals say, wow. A pair of quite naughty rabbits approached the chubby man and, realizing that the brightness of the star was reflected in his eyes, jumped so high that they almost fell into his arms. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 Merry Christmas to you all! He repeated over and over again, and in doing so, he held tightly to his black belt. The man with the funny-looking hat decided to explain. I am Nick, and I have come to remind you what Christmas is. Many years ago in the city of Bethlehem, a star like that guided Mary and Joseph ahead. The two of them were looking for a place to stay, for it was almost time for baby Jesus to be born then. Many were the places they asked for help, and it was in a humble home they were allowed to stay. The star that was very close to the moon and that shone brighter than any other one shone so bright that the shepherds saw it from afar. And the wise men who knew of the coming of Jesus began to be guided by its light. Everyone brought gifts to the child to celebrate his arrival, and being close to him, much peace, joy, and love overwhelmed them. Well, you may not remember, said the man, because Jesus came to this world to give us a message of peace and the hope of a better place where we all live in harmony, respecting and loving each other. All the animals in the forest were surrounding Nick, and they asked him to continue with Lee. Oh, well, you must know that this is the reason why I have come. It seems you are not laughing enough. All of you protect yourselves against the cold winter days and forget about those who have little or nothing to share. You have forgotten that we should love each other and especially care. So, before I go, listen carefully to what I have to say. The brightness of the star that shines brighter than any other one in your eyes will be reflected when you see it with affection, and baby Jesus, you remember. The red of my suit is to remind us all to love thy neighbor, no matter where they are from. And the gifts and sweets you will receive on Christmas Eve are to make you feel the joy that sharing brings. As he said this, the star that was very close to the moon and that was brighter than any other one started to shine brighter and brighter, so much that sparks of its light fell from the sky, illuminating all the forest pines. At that moment, they realized that all the animals were hugging each other, no matter if they were big or small, rabbits or wolves, and they forgot about the harsh winter time when everyone shared what little food they had. Ho, ho, ho! Perfect! Nick shouted out loud. That is what Christmas is all about. And he went away in the same way he had arrived, with the sound of bells and shouting out loud, ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much. And a Merry Christmas and a Happy Kwanzaa, as Babasi has taught us, and a Merry Happy birthday to Isaac Newton, for those of us who celebrate that. Mm-hmm. So the love is spreading in whatever culture and beliefs. So say, Rebecca, you say you're from Mexico?
Yes, I am from Mexico.
Did you write that story in English?
I wrote it in Spanish, but translated it today.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's an honor that you did this for us.
This is the first time I ever share it, so then I'm really happy to share it with you.
It's an excellent story.
Encanto para nosotros conocerte, Rebecca. Gracias.
Igualmente, David. Es un gusto.
Perfecto. Very, very well. Well, to be honest, my last invited guest is trying to connect as we speak, so we might give her a minute. She's a wonderful storyteller. So until she gets here, I will tell you a few things about her. Her name is Dejani, and she's Indian. And she's one of the most expressive faces in storytelling I have ever had the chance to see perform live. Well, until she gets here, I would like to just say that one of the concepts of gatherings like this one is that people get to meet each other. So take the opportunity, grab the chance, exchange mails or whatever. We're all lovely people in here, and cooperation among us is of the essence. So feel free to chat each other privately or in the chat if you like. You connect, make connections. That's the idea. So has anybody got a wee thing for us before Dejani gets here?
I have Despina. I
Yes.
have a request.
Please.
My request
share.
is that you finish the session, and then people who want to continue. I think Simona is taking over after you, and Simona, there's lots of time for people to be telling stories with Simona.
Okay, so
Despina,
would it be
tell
all
us
right with you?
Maybe something with a little bit of Greek language as well?
Greek language,
Yeah.
let me think. So Simone, is it okay with you if Dejani comes in your session?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Oh, David, you wanted to share a story, right?
No, I'm interrupted.
Oh, well, you'd be delighted to tell or to listen.
Little to Olad.
Okay. In that case, that leaves me to finish the session. Well, let me see. And it has to be a 5-minute one. Could it be something about... Okay, now I remember that last Christmas, last year, I shared a tale with a World Storytelling Cafe folk about the Greek tradition of Christmas that has to do with Kalikantari, but Saved by the Bell, my beloved Dejani is here. So instead of giving you a Christmas story, not another one, I'm sure you will much more prefer to listen to Dejani. Yay. On your first one in the World Storytelling Cafe, I think. You're muted.
I think Debjani's been with us before at my invitation.
Oh,
Debjani.
I see.
You're not the only one who's invited Debjani. You're not the only one who says Debjani is the most expressive face in storytelling.
I did. I made a little introduction for you until you got here. So David has had the pleasure of watching you perform, but I am sure that others invited here have not had that chance yet. So the floor is yours, dear.
Thank you so much, Despina. Thank you, David. Thank you, World Storytelling Cafe, for being such a beautiful platform for all the storytellers, to share their stories. Because unless the stories are shared with their listeners, the storyteller's satisfaction doesn't get the fulfillment. The storytellers don't get satisfied. So it's important that we keep creating such platforms, a safe, non-judgmental platforms for the stories to be shared. Well, I'm Debjani, from a story artist from India. And today I'm going to share a story which is very close to my heart because it belongs to, India is a big country, and this story belongs to the eastern part of India from where I come. And these stories are not only popular within India, but even in Bangladesh. Yes, and there's a bit of history, and I'm sure the bit of fiction have gone into it. So let's get into the story now. All right. Once again, as is the custom of my place, before I start my story, I would love to distribute a mouth freshener, which is very popular in our part of the country, which is called pan. You know, it's a betel leaf, inside which I'll give some betel nuts, some lime, and you just make a pocket out of it and keep chewing. Yes, so as you enjoy your mouth freshener, let me get into the story. So once upon a time, long ago, in the eastern part of India, there was a small kingdom called Krishnanagar, where lived a very popular figure called Gopal Bhaur. And how Gopal looked? He was a little short, a little round, a little puffed up, you know, more like a cheese ball. And on the top of that, he had a face which was as chubby, just like me now, with just like two sweet rice dumplings, and his head, it was a shiny surface. Yes, completely bald, perfect. And on the two sides, tuft of hair here, a bit of hair here, there. That's what was Gopal. Gopal was an orphan right from his childhood, very poor boy. But then, with his innate sense of humor, his wit, his intelligence, his naughtiness, with which he could solve any naughty problem, he became very famous. And his fame soon spread far and wide, so much so that even the king of Krishnanagar, Maharaja Krishna Chandra, appointed Gopal as his court jester. And he even considered him as one of the 9 gems of his court. Well, now, close to Krishnanagar, there was the Hello, Despina, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you, but we lost you there for a minute. There might be some problem with the Janice connection.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, audible and visible. Great.
Yeah, all right. So very close to Krishnanagar, there was the palace of Nawab of Bengal. And he was the nemesis of Maharaja Krishna Chandra, because Nawab would not even spare a single leisure moment, but devising some horrific ordeals for Maharaja, the king Krishna Chandra. Yes. Because the king would be always, threatened by Maharaja, and he would fear that the large part of his land belonged to the Nawab's boundary, within the Nawab's boundary. So he is scared that those land would be taken, would be seized by Nawab, and Nawab would threaten that. Well, Gopal had heard about all this, but he had never witnessed that until one morning. And in this story, when this until one morning comes, you understand it is some problem is going to come. Yes. So until one morning, when Gopal reached the court of King Krishna Chandra, he found the king absolutely devastated. muttering something and beating his head. Gopal greeted. Pranam, Maharaj. Your Majesty, greeting. Go, Gopal, go. Today I am not in a mood of joking. Leave me alone, go. I am doomed, I am doomed. Gopal looked around. All the other courtiers, the ministers, even they were also beating their head. We are doomed, we are doomed. Gopal went a little closer to King Krishna Chandra and said, dear king, is it a problem from Nawab's side? Oh, don't even utter his name. Don't even utter his name. Yes, it's he. It's he. Who else? Who else? Oh. May I know the problem? Okay.
Dejani, your sound is lost. If you can hear me, we cannot hear you.
Who knows? I can give you some solution. You. Gopal, it is not a joke. It is a huge, impossible task. The Nawab had now asked me.
I'm afraid we lost Dejani altogether.
Maybe we can hear the end of her story when she gets back in. Oh, she's coming. She's
Hopefully.
coming. She's trying to come back in.
She's trying, poor girl.
Oh, she's such a wonderfully expressive storyteller.
And muted.
It's the techno imps acting up again. It's the techno imps acting up again.
There you go. So Dejani, we were left at the part where they had a problem and a solution would be offered.
Yes. So the king said, the problem is the Nawab wants me to measure. Yes, Maharaj, measure what? Measure the length and the breadth of this whole earth. Earth. That's all. No problem. Gopal, have you lost your mind? It's a task of measuring perfectly with precision the length and breadth of the earth, not fooling any villager or solving any minor problem. Maharaj, I understood. Measuring the length and the breadth of the earth, right? No problem. Leave it to me. Why fear when I'm there? And all the courtiers said, Your Majesty, this fool, he should be thrown out of the court. You see, Maharaj, anybody else wants to go? Anyone wants to go? Wants to try? Everyone like. Then better send me. Something I'll do. Don't worry. A glimmer of hope started spreading across the king's face. Maybe something he will find out. All right, Gopal. What do you want to do this job? Just 25 bullock carts, Maharaj. Bullock carts? Yes, and thread. Bundles of thread. Cotton, silk, whatever fabric it is, bundles of thread, whatever available within the kingdom, and 25 placards. That's enough. Are you sure? Yes, no tension, man. Sure, Maharaj. Tomorrow morning, get it ready and I'll start. Next day morning, the king was still. Think once again, Gopal. And Gopal, not a single slightest streak of anxiety on his face, as if he was going for a picnic. He was munching some snacks, sat on the first bullock cart with the caravan of bullock cart following him. He said, all right, Maharaj, I'm leaving. Gopal chale, dulki chale, Gopal chale, dulki chale, la la la, Gopal chale, dulki chale. Enjoying the long journey, he finally reached next day the Nawab's palace. He was escorted to the Nawab's court. Nawab was seated there. He was looking disdainfully at Gopal. So, you are from Krishnanagar, huh? Tendam Jahavana. Yes, me only. And what happened to that measurement of the earth? I am sure you could not. Huh? You are going to cry for forgiveness? No way. No. Jahanpana. On the contrary, I have the measurement. Huh? You have it? Minister, what is this fellow selling? That's an impossible task, no? How can he measure the earth? Hey, is it a joke? No, Jahanpana. It's not a joke. The measurement is already there. Where? In the courtyard. Please, I would request your presence there. The Nawab couldn't believe his ears, and he went to the courtyard along with his ministers, his servants. There he found 25 bullock carts, and inside bundles of thread. He was furious. What is this? Do you think that I have given you this task just to have fun with you? No, Jahanpana, no fun. Exact, precise measurement. Where? In the bullock cart. Yes, not the bullock carts, the bundles of thread. The first 14 bundles, length, Jahanpana, length of this earth, from end to end, exact, perfect. And the next 11, the breadth, end to end, perfect. By any chance, if you don't, believe, for to check yourself, one bundle you can take, and you can ask your servants to just start straightening the thread. And one bundle, and Gopal started taking out the bundles. Hey, stop. All right, don't hesitate. The Nawab, furious, was fingering his beard and was thinking what to do. I will check it. You leave. I will leave, Jahanpana, but I have done such a task that had been assigned by you. Little bit reward. All right. Take this gold coins. Leave. And Gopal left singing, Gopal chale, dulki chale, Gopal chale, dulki chale, Gopal chale, dulki chale. Back he came to the court of King Krishnachandra. And when King Krishnachandra heard that impossible task, how Gopal managed with his wit and his intelligence, the bundles of thread, he laughed out and said, "That's why I always call you one of the gems of my kingdom." So that is the story of Gopal Bhar. Well, the popularity of Gopal, we can get to know about it from the statue that is still there at Krishnanagar, which bears testimony to the fact that how popular he was. Though he was just a court jester, but he was really, really popular amongst the common people and the royalty.
Thank you, Dejani. What a wonderful story. I mean, even with the interruptions, it was still a wonderful story. Imagine.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for this.
No need. We enjoyed your story nonetheless. So thank you for coming. And with this wonderful final teller, I am handing over to the hands of my dear friend Simona from Italy, who will be the host for the next 2 hours.
Thank you, Despina. Thank you very much. And Despina, would you like to tell your final story? I don't know if you wanted to tell something.
To be honest, while I was hosting, I tried intensely to avoid it. Now that I'm done and I'm handing it over to you, I could share a tale if you like.
Okay, so I'll just say a few things and then I'll hand it over to you for your story. And I just wanted to say that I'm really happy to be here and to host these 2 hours of this wonderful event. And I was just thinking about what I could say to express how much I agree with the goal of this event. And I found that by chance, the other day on my Facebook page, I had shared something that connects to what we're doing now. And in the last 24 days, today is the last day of Advent, I've been sharing daily posts with quotes from storytellers and writers from all over the world. And the other day, I shared a quote by Neil Gaiman. He's a famous writer. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but I love his books, and he's one of the most amazing writers and storytellers I know. And I shared this in my quote. Fiction
understandable.
Fiction can show you a different world. It can take you somewhere you've never been. Once you've visited other worlds, like those who ate fairy fruit, you can never be entirely content with the world that you grew up in. Discontent is a good thing. Discontented people can modify and improve their worlds, leave them better, leave them different. And I thought that this connects to what we're doing today, because as David said, storytelling is an act of peace. So by sharing stories today and every day that we share stories, we are creating, we are giving the chance to understand that the world can be different to what it is. And I just thought I wanted to start these 2 hours with this little thought. And so I'm going to let Despina tell her story, because I know she's been here for 2 hours, so maybe she wants to leave, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, and Despina, the stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so I've heard this story from a Greek teller the other day live, finally, and I remembered how much I had liked it the first time I heard it. And even though it doesn't talk about peace per se, I'd say that it has to do with inner peace and how we sometimes do not fail to appreciate what we found and just throw our luck away. Because you see, μια φορά και έναν καιρό, once upon a time, there was a king. The king was passing through a riverbank, and inside he saw a fisherman in his boat that was doing a very weird ritual, it seemed. Now, this fisherman, he would catch the net, throw it off his boat into the sea, then slowly drag them up again, and the nets would be full of fish. And he would look at them, empty the fish back inside the sea, and start all over again. And this he did time and again. Now, the king was taken aback by his act and really wanted to find out what this weird thing was all about. So he called out to the fisherman, and the fisherman saw the king with his escorts, of course, and started rowing the boat to the riverbank where the king was waiting. When he reached it, the king said, "Tell me, man, what is it you're doing? Because obviously you're not fishing." "Alas, sire," said the fisherman, "I am not fishing." "Well, what do you do then?" "I could tell you, sire, but it is a story." "Oh, that's perfectly all right." He was a wise king, so he could appreciate a story. "I like listening to stories," he said. "Go ahead and tell me." "Well, sire, you see," said the fisherman, "a long time ago, it seems, I was in this pond, in this lake, in this river, exactly at the same spot where you saw me thrust in my net, my fishing net today. And I had thrust my net inside the sea, and I was slowly gathering it back when, upon leaving it inside my boat, I saw this box inside, and there was a little chain with a key next to it, attached to it. So I rowed back, and when I reached the shore, I took the little key, put it inside the keyhole, and click, opened the chest. You wouldn't imagine what was in it." "What?" said the king. "Inside it, sire, was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. And she came out of the chest and talked to me. And she said that she would now be my wife if I would have her. If I would have her, sire, I had never seen such beauty before. She was a feast for my eyes. Of course, I wanted her for my wife. So I took her by the hand and the chest on the other hand and led her back to my place, to my house where my mother was waiting. Now, this mother of mine, she had been whining and eating my ears off, telling me, when are you going to find a wife? I want grandchildren. When are you going to get married? So when I presented myself along with this woman holding hands, my mother was delighted. She said, is this the one? Is this her? Is she my bride, your bride to be? And I said, yes. And oh boy, we were all so happy. So we started living together. And I was really happy to live with this wife of mine. And she seemed to be very contented with the life I gave her. And my mother, she was the happiest of all. And the two of them just got along so nicely. I would leave to go fishing early in the morning, and the two of them would stay at the house and do chores. And then I would come back with my fish or go to the market to sell them. And I would find them doing chores inside the house and singing and talking to each other and feeling very, very content. But the thing is, Saya, that this wife of mine, she was so beautiful. I did not want her to have the life of being a wife to a fisherman. So I decided I would change trades. So I started learning the craft of the silver maker. I started making jewels, and I learned how to craft gold and silver and stones. And I was very good at it. I was good with my hands. And soon I had a big clientele, and I was quite well off. So I was able to give my wife a better life, and my mother. One day, Saya, it was late in the evening, and I was ready to close my shop when this smell came from underneath my door inside my shop and filled the air. And a little while later, 3 women entered. They were covered from head to toe. I could not see them very well, but they looked young and beautiful. And when they entered the shop, they seemed to be working in unison, and with one voice that echoed thrice, they told me, "You, man, there, are you happy?" Well, I was surprised. What kind of a question was that? I said, yes, I am very happy. Thank you. Said the women. And in the same simultaneous step as they had entered my shop, they left it the same way, and the smell followed them. Now this left me wondering what this was all about. But I paid no heed to them and their words. The next day, I was in my shop crafting again, where the smell entered from the door. And I knew that soon they would enter the shop the same way they had done the previous night. Indeed, they came, working with the same rhythm, with the same step. And in unison, 3 voices that echoed in one told me, "You, man, over there, are you happy?" Well, yes, I think I am. I believe so, said I. Said the women. And they left my shop the same way they had come. Now, I went back to my house and started wondering what they meant. What was this question? Was I happy? Was I happy? I had a good life. I had a wife that loved me, and they got on well with my mother, and a good job. Why wouldn't I be happy? Yeah, well, yeah, I was, right? Now, the next evening, when the smell entered my shop, and the 3 women after that, they asked me the same question, only this time I said, "Happy? I don't know. I think yes, no, I don't know." And then the women uncovered their faces, and I could see, Saya, did I tell you my wife was beautiful? Oh, Saya, you should have seen those 3 women. One was more beautiful than the other. I didn't know who to look at first. I could not take my eyes off them. And they said, if you're not happy, you can come with us. But there is one condition. First, you need to get rid of your wife. If you do that, you can follow us, come and find us to our place, and you can spend the time with anyone you want from us. Now, I closed my shop and started following them. And I followed in step behind them as they went down one alley after the other, and they took me into this dark part of the city, my city. I had never been there before. This place I didn't know even existed. And I could follow the smell that filled my nostrils. And it was so sweet. I really wanted to spend some time with them. We reached the door of the house. And they said, "We cannot invite you in. You're still married. When you're not, do come and find us." And they closed the door behind them, and I could hear the music from inside the house, and from the window I could see them dancing and laughing, and I really, really wanted to be inside there with them and taste the heaven they had promised. Without thinking twice, without blinking, I went back to my house and looked underneath my bed for the chest. My wife came to me and said, "Husband, what is it you're doing? What are you looking for?" And I told her to stop and not talk. And I found the chest and dragged it out, and I found the key and grabbed my wife by the hand and made it for the exit. And my mother saw us, and she said, "Where are you taking my bride? Where are you taking her? Please, tell us." And I said, "Mother, do not interfere. This has nothing to do with you." And I dragged her outside the house, and we made it towards the lake. And all the time she was crying and asking me, what have I done wrong? What's the matter? Is it that we don't have children yet? Please be patient. I'm sure that in a little while, a little time later, kids will come. Please give me some time. Oh, stop it now. It's not the children. This has nothing to do with you, I said. So we reached the bank of the river. I opened up the chest and I told her, "Get inside." She, still crying, she told me, "Husband, please don't do that." And I said, "Stop, do not talk to me. Do as I tell you, get inside." And crying and sobbing, she went inside the chest. I took the key and I locked the chest. I put it inside my boat and I started rowing. I reached the exact spot where I had found her, and there I thrust it inside the sea. I rowed back to the shore and I made it for the lady's house. I walked and I walked. I found the alleys. I had put signs. I found exactly the same path we had taken the previous night. And I reached the place where I thought that happiness was waiting for me. But when I got there, the house was a wreck. It seemed uninhabited. I tried to open the front door, it wouldn't open, so I pushed it with all my strength. And I managed to enter the house, and the hall I saw the previous night, it was not there. It was empty and abandoned and full of spiders. Immediately I realized what I had done. I rushed back to my boat and rowed to the same spot where I had thrusted the chest, and I threw my net inside. and I pulled it back. But the only thing I had got was fish. So I let the fish go. And then I did the same thing again and again and again that night and the next day and the day after that. Saya, I don't know how much time has passed, but I will not stop until I find my wife. And that is the end of my tale. Ευχαριστώ.
That was wonderful, Despina. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. It's a really powerful tale. And the way you told it from the point of view of the husband, it's even more powerful, I think. So thank you very much for being a wonderful host for the past 2 hours. And thank you for your story.
Thank you. I will now leave you because my daughter is waiting for me.
Yeah,
so you enjoy the rest of your time. Big kiss. Merry Christmas. Καλά Χριστούγεννα. Have a wonderful time.
Despina.
Hi, Despina.
And now, so I asked in the chat. Yes, David.
People didn't come about that doing that.
David, can you repeat or write it in the chat, please? I didn't catch that. And well, while David is writing, I asked in the chat if anybody wanted to tell a story, and I made a little note of those of you who told me. Please, if you want to share a story, even if you shared one before, feel free to write a message to me in the chat, and I'll put you in the list. So I think we can start with Hamid or Hamed. Please correct me. Are you there? Hamid?
Yes.
Perfect. And so Hamid will tell his story first, and then I wrote down Norman, Alan, and David. Okay, is every... Oh, sorry, and Keith. Keith. Yes, sorry, Keith. I forgot you. Keith after David. Okay.
And Simona, I think Rashidat might have had her hand up just now as well.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll put her in the list.
No, actually, I was just giving him a warm welcome.
Okay. Yes, cheer him, Rashidat. He'll be great. And so, Hamid, correct me if I'm saying your name wrong.
Yes, it's Hamid.
Hamid, perfect. Yes. And the stage is yours. Tell us your story, please.
Once upon a time, there was a young brave warrior named Leo. He was the strongest man in the army, and he hopes to become the general one day. He told the king that he wanted to replace the current general, who he saw as cowardly. The king looked a bit shocked and said, "Your desire is sincere, but I'm afraid that that can't happen now. You still have a lot to learn." This infuriated Leo, so much so that he stormed out of the castle, determined to learn all there is to learn about fighting wars. He went to all kinds of schools to improve his technique and strength, but he didn't really learn anything special until one day he came across a very special school on top of a great mountain. This school was rumored to be the best school in the land. At the gate, he was told to drop his weapons, that he is going to get better ones inside. One of the instructors, a very old, serious man, showed him to his room and told him, that his training will start in 100 days. 100 days is a very long amount of time. But Leo had no choice but to wait. The first few days were filled with nervous tension, and Leo tried to convince them to start his training early, but to no avail. On the 101st day, the old man said, "You have already learned to use your main weapon, which is patience. Now it's time to learn how to win every battle." Leo was very excited about this next lesson until he found himself in the middle of the market, tied to a chair. A dozen of angry villagers came up to him and started beating him up. The ropes of the chair were too tight to escape from. This exercise repeated itself for days. After a couple of days, Leo tried different tactics, but he couldn't escape. Finally, he realized that the only way to avoid this would be to convince the villagers that he wasn't a threat. For days, he kept talking to them until they didn't see him as a threat, but as a friend. Then it was day 202. The old man said, "You have learned to control the most powerful weapon, the weapon of words. You managed to achieve that which you couldn't achieve with the sword, with your words." For the last lesson, there were 7 other warriors. The old man said that they will have to fight it out among themselves, and the winner will be the last one standing. Each warrior had their own small group of villagers to form an army. All the warriors started attacking each other, but Leo decided to stay out of the fighting and keep his men fresh. After all the remaining warriors had fought it out between themselves, there was one man standing, but his army was tired and injured, and they were all in a very bad state, and Leo's army was still fresh. The old man said, "There can only be one winner." So the other warrior with injured men didn't have any choice but to give up on the fighting, and Leo was the winner of the competition. So this is to show that peace, patience will always win every war. Thank you.
Wonderful, Amit. Thank you very much for sharing that story with us. It was beautifully told and with a lovely message at the end. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And Hamid, how did that story come your way? Because I know that sometimes you and your sisters tell stories that you create yourself. Is this story one of them, or is this a folk tale?
No, I saw it on a website.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank
Wonderful. And so I think we should go all the way to Canada. Oh, are you going?
Από Ελλάδα, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την φιλοξενία. Καλά Χριστούγεννα και καλή αντάμωση να έχουμε.
Okay, I don't speak Greek, but thank you very much.
Να μάθετε να μιλά. I speak Greek. You, I speak Greek. Okay, bye bye.
Ευχαριστώ, goodbye.
Και εγώ ευχαριστώ και να είσαστε πάντα γεροί και δυνατοί. Καλά Χριστούγεννα.
Merry Christmas.
Joyeux Noël from Canada.
Buon Natale. So I think we're flying all the way to the other side of the planet, and we're going to Norman Perrin in Canada, who I'm told is in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Power just came on about an hour ago.
Oh.
So I am storm blown to the story, to the cafe. But and I left a mysterious message for David because I said, I'm in the internet is out and no power and things like that. And I didn't, it was on my sister's computer. So as far as she was concerned, somebody, Linda Ty, he's never heard of, was leaving this message. I hope it wasn't too confusing, David.
Do you know what? I don't know how, Norman, but I knew it was you.
Yeah, who else would be in the middle of a storm, right? Okay, well, I have
whole
a story.
Whole of Northern America. I mean, Amna was here earlier, and she said it was minus 40 degrees in Winnipeg. I mean,
boy,
what?
Yeah, and along with the wind has been dying down. I can't show you the picture because the laptop I'm on needs to have power from a cord. There's no battery, but I could show you a lovely winter landscape. The trees and everything are covered with snow. The cat went to the door, looked out, came back in again, you know. So, and I wasn't too sure what story I wanted to tell. I had several in mind, but the one about peace and this time of year came to mind. And so the story I would like to tell is called Noguchi the Warrior. And it's a story from Japan that I got from a book, but a long time ago. The people sitting by the shore boarded the boat, the ferry that would take them across the wide, wide lake. There was the young and there was old. There was an old man and sitting in the bow, and last of all was a great warrior samurai who says, "Come on, let's get moving. This old scow has to take me to my place across the lake, and be hurry about it." And so the ferryman didn't reply to this. This was a samurai with a sword after all. And he just started pulling and pushing, and then pushing the oar back and forth. And slowly but surely, the ferry went across the lake. But not fast enough for our warrior. Oh no. He said, "Old man, can't you go any faster?" But the old man just sat there rowing back and forth until at last the old man sitting in the corner, he said, "Hey, you there, you talk big words, but do you have anything to back it up with?" "I can fight any man," said the warrior. "Huh," said the old man, "I can defeat you with just a few words." "What?" said the warrior. And he drew and he said, "Let's have a fight." "Well, not on the boat," said the old man. "There's an island over there. Let's us go to it. We'll have a fight then." And so the ferryman directed the boat over to the very small island that was so far from shore now that you could not swim back. And both the samurai and the old man stood up, and the samurai jumped out of the boat into the water to the island. And as soon as the samurai had reached the island, the old man said, "Now push the boat, push it now." And the ferryman pushed his pole into the sand, and the boat was now in the deep water, leaving the samurai behind. Now, one of the great fears of anybody, of all people, is to be left alone, to be abandoned. And this was the greatest fear of the samurai. And he cried out in fear, come back, I'm sorry for my words." And the old man said to the ferryman, "Just wait a little bit," until at last The samurai said, I am sorry for what I have done. Please come back. And then the ferryman began to row once more back to the island. And the samurai climbed through the water, walked through the water, climbed into the boat, into the ferry boat, and sat there. And for a moment he stood there, and then he bowed. He bowed to the old man who had tricked him and taught him about the ways of peace. He said, old man, thank you for this gift. How did you have the wisdom to teach me as you did? The old man looked and smiled and looked him in the eye and said, once a long time ago, I was just like you. And that's the end of the story.
That was wonderful, Norman. I'm so very, very happy that power came back and you were able to join us and share this story with all of us. Thank you, really. And I think we should come back to Europe now, because Alan, with his wonderful Irish cap, wants to share a story with us. So Alan, the stage is yours.
It's Donegal tweed. This is from the finest sheep in Northern Ulster. So I'm going to go quite lighthearted since I went quite deep and thoughtful earlier, and tell a wee story from up around the Glens of Antrim. So a long time ago, there was an old farmer up the Glens of Antrim, and he didn't farm any animals, but he did farm vegetables, like all of us do generally up here. One day he was out in the farm. It was early March, and he was digging the garden for spuds. He was putting the spuds into the garden because that's what we do. We plant spuds. We're a nation that exists only on potatoes. Anyway, he was digging, putting the spuds in. Really nice and warm day, so he was working up quite a sweat when he sat down to have a drink of water. When he had that drink of water, he looked around him, and out of the corner of his eye, he could see something tiny just appear on the grass, just by where he was putting the spuds. And he had a look, and he realized it was a Bowen day. Now, a Bowen day translates from Irish into God's little cow. God's little cows in English are ladybugs. And this was the first ladybug that he had seen this year, which put him in a great mood. And he was so excited by it, he wanted to take it home and show his wife when he got in from digging all the spuds that day. So he let it crawl onto his finger, and he put it in a little matchbox with a little bit of food, of course, and put it in his breast pocket. And then he had another drink of water and went back to digging spuds. Now, he spent the entire day digging spuds that he worked up quite a hunger. And he sort of forgot all about the little matchbox in his breast pocket. So he went home that night, went into the house, had his dinner. It was dark outside. So that was the end of digging spuds for the day. And he sat down with a book and a wee drop of whiskey to relax. Wee drop of whiskey, exactly. His wife was in the kitchen and he was relaxing by the fire, just sort of enjoying time pass because he knew he was going to market the next day, when he could have swore he heard the front door open. But nobody walked in, and the dog didn't flinch. And he was sure he could feel a little bit of wind on the back of his head as the door had opened that slight little bit. Did he imagine it? He wasn't quite sure. He looked around the room. Dog didn't flinch. Fire didn't flinch. Wife was definitely still in the kitchen. Maybe it's just all in his head. So he went to sit down again, sitting with his glass of whiskey, when all of a sudden he could hear this very small, yet very angry voice going, "Oi, you, come here to me." He looked around. Couldn't see a thing. All of a sudden, he felt a stabbing pain in his shin, and he looked down. There was a tiny little man had just battered him in the shin. It was a fairy that climbed into his house. Yeah, you, come here to me. What have you done? I'm sorry. What do you mean? What have you done? Where is she? What have you done? Who's done what? I don't know. Now, the farmer knew that there was a fairy tree in his garden, but he always respected it. He always left it where it was, and he would always give the odd offering every so often, the odd offering being a little bit of whiskey. But at no point had he ever encountered the fairies, nor had ever had any problems with them. So he said, look, sir, because you treat the other people with respect, sir, I haven't done anything. I spent the day digging spuds. You did. You took me wife. What have you done with me wife? And then it sort of dawned on him. The fairies are shapeshifters, aren't they? And with a little bit of fear and a bit of trepidation, he looked into his breast pocket and went, oh no. He took out the matchbox, opened it, and instead of seeing a little beautiful Bowen deer, God's little cow, or ladybug, there was a voice coming from the matchbox going, will you let me out, you hellion ye? So he opened the matchbox. The fairy's wife jumped out. We're going to get you for that. We're going to get you for that. Now, the farmer, when the fairy couple was on the floor and reunited after their sudden hostage situation, they got apologizing very quickly. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I thought you were simply a Bowen deer flying around. I wanted to show you to my wife. It was very pretty. I'm very sorry. I wasn't aware it was a shapeshifter. You'll be paying for this. Okay. Normally what I do is on the tree outside, on the skiac, the fairy tree, I do pour a bit of whiskey. Would you like the entire bottle? Yes, we could take that back, couldn't we? The fairies were suddenly very appealed with a human-sized bottle of whiskey coming their way. So the farmer handed over the whiskey. It was very nice. And from then on promised that he would be delivering a little drop of, not of whiskey, but of potsheen to the fairies in honor of their being there and his safety. So when you're in Ireland and when you see pretty little bugs, leave them be. They might be shape-shifting fairies.
Thank you, Alan. I love your stories about the fairies.
Garamila Mahagat.
Yes, love this one. I had never heard you tell this, and it was beautifully told and wonderful, uplifting, as you said when you described it. Thank you. So I think we're just going to jump from an island to another one. Yes, Babasi.
Oh, no, I was putting my hand up because I wanted to tell a real short story that was connected to Norman's story, but I don't know the order.
No, if it's really short, just go now and then we'll continue. Yeah,
It's real short. And if you like it, it's on me. If you don't like it, it's Norman's fault.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
We'll keep that
So
in
Norman,
mind.
you were talking about two samurai. And this story is based on two samurai. And there's a river. And two samurai were looking at each other from across this river. And they began to walk. And alas, they were walking in the same direction. And they walked until they came to a bridge. It was a very narrow bridge, barely wide enough for one samurai to walk on. And they both started crossing the bridge at the same time. And as it is in most of these stories, they met in the middle of the bridge. Now you must realize that samurais are warriors. They're known for their fierce fighting abilities. Now, you also realize that if one backs down, he is admitting that he's lesser than the other one. So you have two master samurai on this very narrow bridge. What do? Do they fight it out? Do they fight to the death for the honor of crossing over the bridge? Or does one back down and dishonor himself by admitting that the other one is superior? And they looked at each other. Now, some people say they stared at each other for days on end, but I don't think so. I think they glanced at each other and they said, what would Norman do? And they looked at each other and without another thought turned around and went back from whence they came and began to walk up the river again, looking for another bridge. And the lesson of this story is, just because you're challenged don't mean you have to accept it. And it takes a better man to admit that another man is as equal as he is. Asante. Told you it was short.
Wonderful, Babasi. And I'll say thank you to you, but thank you to Norman for inspiring you to tell that story. So it's both on you and on Norman.
It's Norman's fault. Thank you, Norman. Asante Sana, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And back to Europe, I think David has got a story to tell us. David, is that correct? David Thompson, sorry. David, you're muted if you'd like to tell.
Hello. That to me. It is to be. La echo. The woman did the little down in Google. In Google, the way. I is way with bad. With the bad. With the cousin or the way or down. It is not cool. That man will go out again. No, that man that would at the day at the night got the night. Where that man do that is and the well, no, I can't do that. Oh my God, the it go down and let the go back home. So that my for all the roses. I was for the order. Nah, not the dog. It the way God I've been to. Where that my go back out that was the I learned movie now but it is where the back maybe that doing the different.
Thank you so much, David, for sharing your story with us. Thank you very much. And I think we are staying in the UK for our next story because Keith has asked to share a story. Oh, I saw he just changed his background. We are now in winter. And Keith, the stage is yours.
Once, a long time ago, wasn't in my time, it wasn't in your time, but it's the time of Marushka, who lived in Czechoslovakia, now the Czech Republic. And she was very sad, sitting in the corner of her room. That she lived in a cottage with her stepmother and her stepsister Helena. Now, her father died a long time ago, and she was very sad because her stepmother treated her very badly. Her stepmother and stepsister were very jealous because she was a beautiful, very kind young lady, and they just treated her as a slave. And she was made to clean the house and do the cooking. She had to clean out the coals in the morning and then put the sticks and build up the fire. And really just used her as a slave. She was very sad. And it's just before Christmas. And Marushka's stepmother said, Marushka, go out to the woods and pick some violets. Where can I find violets in the middle of winter, she said. You go and bring back some violets, and if you do not, you'll get such a beating you'll never forget. And so Marushka, she went to her back door and she put on her big coat and big boots and her hat and coat and gloves, and she set off through the snow, down the path and through the woods. And she was walking and weeping all the way. She came through the woods and she looked up on the hill, and there on the hillside she saw a little fire. And she walked up to the fire, and sitting round the fire on tree stumps were 12 men. There was 3 that were very old, there was 3 that were younger, and there was 3 that were younger still, and the last 3 were mere boys. She didn't know it, but these were the 12 months of the year. The old man, December, saw Marushka coming up and weeping and crying and said, young lady, what is the matter? And Marushka said, my stepmother sent me out to pick violets in the middle of winter. Where can I find violets? And the old man smiled and said, I think we can do something about that. And he called over to one of the younger men and said, March, come across and take my place. And as March took December's place, all the snow melted and the wind died down. All the trees were full of leaf. It was springtime, the birds were singing, the grass was green, and over in the corner near the trees was a whole bed of violets. And he said, go on, pick those violets. And so Marushka went over and she picked a whole bunch of violets. And she opened up her coat, and inside she had a mint penny and a little pocket, and she put the violets in that pocket. And she curtsied and said, thank you very much. And she made her way down the hill, through the woods, and to the cottage. Went into the door and back door, and she dusted off her coat and with all the snow, and she went in, and out of her penny pocket, she gave Helena a whole bunch of violets. Where did you get these violets from? She said, in the middle of winter. Marushka said, well, I went through the woods and up the hill, and there they were. And Marushka went off to bed. Next morning, Christmas Day, Marushka's stepmother said, Marushka, you lazy girl, get up and go and get some strawberries. Your stepsister, Helena, wants some strawberries for her Christmas breakfast. Where can I find strawberries in the middle of winter? You go and find some strawberries, and if you do not come back with strawberries, you'll get such a beating you never forget. So Marushka went to the door and she put on her big coat, her big boots, and her hat, and gloves, scarf. And she set off through the snow and through the woods, weeping and weeping and weeping as she walked along the way. But this time she went up through the woods and up the hill, and she found the 12 men sitting round the fire. And the old man said to her, "Are you back again? Are you all right, young lady? What's the matter?" And Marushka said, "My stepmother sent me off to get strawberries in the middle of winter. Where can I find some strawberries at this time of year?" And the old man, he smiled and said to one of the younger men, "June, come across here and take my place." And again, the snow melted, and it was a lovely day. Again, the birds were singing, it was sunshine. And over near the trees was a field full of strawberries. "Go on," he said, "go on, pick some strawberries." And she went over and very carefully, she picked a whole bunch of strawberries. She carefully put them in her pinny pocket, careful not to crush them. In fact, just down beside there was a small basket. She said, "Oh, I can use that basket." And so actually put the strawberries in the basket so they wouldn't get squashed and crushed. And she came back to the men and said, curtsied and said, "Thank you very much." And she went off down the hill and through the woods and into the cottage. And again, she dusted off the snow with her coat and her hat. And she went in the cottage front room where there was Helena. And she handed her the basket of strawberries. "Where did you get strawberries in the middle of winter?" she said. Well, she said, "Well, I went up the hill and there they were." And so Helena, she was eating these strawberries and the juice was still dripping down her chin. And she said to Marushka, "Go and get some apples." "Where can I get apples in the middle of winter?" "You go and get some apples. In fact, I'll go and get them." And Helena, she rushed off. She just put us through on her coat and out the door and through the snow. And she walked and walked and walked all the way up through the woods and up the hill where she found the 12 men sitting round the fire. And December, the old man said to her, "Hello, young lady, what can we do for you?" "Out of my way," said Helena. "I want some apples. My stepsister came up here and she found violets, she found strawberries, and now I want some apples." Well, that made the old man, December, very angry. And he raised his hands and his arms, and the wind began to blow. The snow came down. There's all snowdrifts all around. And Helena, she wandered off into the snowdrifts, looking for those apples, but she never did find them, and she was completely lost and was never seen again. Now, back in the cottage, Marushka's stepmother, Helena's mother, was getting very worried. "Where is my daughter? Where is it? It's getting late." And so she just threw on her coat and she went out very quickly looking for her daughter through the woods, and she too got lost in the snow and was never seen again. Marushka, she built up the fire and she sat down beside the fire on her chair, and she was very happy. She had a very, very happy and peaceful Christmas.
That was a wonderful story, Keith. Thank you so much for sharing it. Well, if you're good, you receive help. If you're not behaving that well, you won't receive any help. Thank you very much, Keith. And I'm really happy to introduce the next teller. She is from Nigeria in Africa. And she's a good friend, storytelling friend. Rashidat, would you tell us your story, please?
Yes, Simona, I'll be very happy to tell the story. How's the sound? Is it fine? Right. Okay, so my story takes place in the lush African rainforest. It's a story that takes place long, long ago, and it's about two young men, two princes actually, who decided that they wanted to go out and seek their fortune. Now, in those days, there were a lot of kingdoms, in quotes, and the kings usually had a number of wives and a lot of children. So they would try to possibly share their kingdoms to their children. But these two princes were really, really low in the pecking order. And they realized that they wouldn't really get much if they had to stay around their father. So they sought for his blessings and decided to go out to seek their own fortune. This was a thing of great joy, a thing of great anticipation, because a lot of times people went and they came back with great fortune, but sometimes they went away and they were never heard of again. Sometimes they went away and they settled down in other faraway lands. So there was a big send away, send forth for them, and they gathered their friends and they gathered their servants and they went off together. They came across many people in different lands. They crossed many rivers, they crossed many valleys, they crossed the swamps, and they just kept on going. They learned a lot of skills along the way. They met different kinds of people until once they came to a beautiful hill that was surrounded by palm trees. Simultaneously, they looked at each other and they said, "This is it. This is home." They decided to establish themselves in that land. Now, the older brother, he took the top half of the hill and he built a house there and established a compound with his friends and his servants. And the younger brother took the bottom of the hill, also established a compound and built a house there and had his friends and his servants with him. They started a very, very lucrative palm business. They got the fruits and they extracted the oils, which they sold. From the front, they were able to get brooms, they were able to get fans, they were even able to get thatch for their buildings. And from the kernel, they could get nuts to eat, and the shells were used to pave their roads. It was a beautiful community that grew up around the palms, and they decided to call their community Iluokwe. Iluokwe means land of palm. Because they had so much going on, something like what we would call a cottage business in our time. A lot of people flocked towards them, businessmen, artisans, people looking for work, and the communities grew and grew. Some people settled at the top of the hill, and some people settled at the bottom of the hill. And the top of the hill was ruled over by the older brother, and the bottom of the hill was ruled over by the younger brother. But really, they lived in harmony. They did a lot of things together. They had festivals and ceremonies together, and their community grew, and they became quite renowned in the area. Now, this went on for a number of years, and after some time, the two brothers died, and their children took over. And as is the custom, it's the first male child of each family that takes over the chiefdom or the kingdom, as the case may be. Now, 2 years after the two men had died, there was a bit of a disagreement, because normally when the festivals are about to start, the chief is supposed to declare the festival open. Now, the son of the older brother who lived at the top of the hill said he was supposed to be the one to declare the festival open, because his father was older and his father had always declared the festival open. While the son of the younger brother said, no, 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 no. The festival is supposed to be declared open by the oldest person. And I am older than you by 2 full years. I should declare the festival open. Well, there was a great argument going back and forth, and they just decided that they would find a way to settle it. None of them was willing to yield. So they decided that they would have their festival separately. The top of the village would have his own festival, and the bottom part of the village would have its own festival, each to be declared open by their leaders. Now, this caused a rift in the two families, but it wasn't too big of a rift. It just meant that they couldn't have festivals together. And it also meant that their festivals were no longer as colorful and as fun as it used to be. But that was what they agreed to do, and they all decided to abide by it and maintain the status quo. Now, with time, because they no longer had festivals together, there also seemed to be more and more things that they decided to do individually. But it didn't affect them too negatively. If they saw each other on the road, they would say hi. And if they had any business at the top of the hill, they would go over, do their business and come back. And if those at the top of the hill had any business at the bottom of the hill, they would come down and, you know, do their business and go back. But there was one thing, because there was a bottom of the hill and the top of the hill, they actually decided to have two different names, but it was a related name. So the one on the top of the hill was called Iluokweoke, which just basically means upper palmland, and the one at the bottom of the hill was called Iluokweisale, which basically means the lower palmland. But even the differences in names seemed to cause more and more rift. But it still wasn't too bad, because it wasn't a war situation. They just weren't as close as they used to be. Then something happened. There was a drought. The stream that supplied the two communities seemed to dry up. Initially, it only affected the palm. So the palm fruit started to dry up, and then weren't producing as well as they used to be. And this, of course, impoverished the communities. Some of the workers left to look for greener pastures, and they saw that things were getting worse and worse, and would soon start to negatively affect the health of the people around. So the son of, or the chief of the lower part or the bottom part of the hill called his friends and his advisors, and he spoke to them. He said, "My friends, I have been thinking about our situation, and I realized that it seems we had a falling out with the people on the top of the hill. It seems that has caused our fortunes to dwindle. I want to reach out to them. I think if we work together, we can find a solution to this problem." And some of the advisors were not so sure, and some of them encouraged him. Go for it, go ahead. You are just the bigger person if you reach out to them. So he sent to them that he wanted to come in for a meeting, and they welcomed him, and he discussed with them, and they decided that they would get 7 strong men from the top of the hill and 7 strong men from the bottom of the hill to try to find them an alternative source of water that they could use for their community. Now, on the first day, they went out and came back tired and disappointed. On the second day, they went even further out and dragged their feet back towards the dusk, still disappointed. This went on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. On the 7th day, as they kept going further and further out of their community, one of them noticed something glistening in the sun. They moved closer, and it was a wet rock, moist with water. They were so excited. They realized that there was probably a spring hidden behind the rock. So they joined forces and tried to push the rock. And 1 man pushed, 2 men pushed, until all 14 of them were pushing. But the rock didn't budge. It sat down, defeated. Then one of them suggested that they should use their axes and their cutlasses and try. So they started doing that. Some of them would chip at it with their cutlasses, some of them would chip at it with their axes, and they went on and on and on, until suddenly there was a gust of water gushing out. They were so elated, they were so excited. They started pouring water all over themselves and started screaming, and they rushed down to the village to tell the people, "We found water, we found water." And once everybody heard this, they all came out, those from the top of the hill, those from the bottom of the hill. They met in the middle, and there was a spontaneous celebration. People were drumming, people were singing, people were dancing, they were sharing food, and they were so happy. At the end of the day, the 2 chiefs sat together and realized how much better it was for them to do things together and not to have their differences. And they agreed that from then on, they would have their festivals together and they would take turns to declare the festivals open. The end. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your story, Rashidat, with a wonderful message. And cooperation and collaboration is better than doing things on one's own. And I know that Bob would like to share something with us. Bob, is it all right if you go now, or would you like to listen some more?
I guess I can, sure, I'll...
Perfect. And Bob, where are you? I think from the accent you're in the US.
I am. I'm in the land of enchantment, New Mexico, out west. Hey, thanks. Hi, everybody. I was listening in earlier, very early in the morning. It's, what a wonderful way to spend a day. I was trying to think what story I might have today, and for a while I was coming up empty, and then the story I'm going to tell just came into my mind. I don't think I've told it for 10 years, so I may have to remember it a little bit as I tell it. For a long time, this was a tale that was attributed to Anonymous, but then eventually the author revealed himself. It's Aaron Shepard, who is a wonderful, wonderful writer and publisher of children's books. This is called The Giant Who Was More Than a Match. This is Aaron's story as I remember it. So, a long time ago, there were two villages. One was called Here, and the other was called There. Here was a village by the edge of the seacoast, a village of fishermen. There was a village of wonderful, wonderful orchards and fruits. There was a road that connected Here and There, and there was much trade between the two villages. The folks from the seacoast brought their fish. The folks from the mountains brought their apples and pears and other fruits, and all went well for a while, until one day a merchant from Here, with his load of fish, his wagon load of fish, on his way to There, encountered a fearsome giant blocking the way right in the middle of the road. And the giant bellowed out, "Name your weapons, dark or light. No one passes me without a fight. I'll more than match you, wrong or right." And the very earth was trembling with this booming voice, and the merchant had no intention whatsoever of engaging this fearsome giant. He turned around, he sped his wagon back to the town and made his way directly to the king with a report. There's a fearsome giant in the middle of the road. He's blocking all commerce. The king was duly alarmed, pulling his hair. What will we do? What will we do? The queen, who was sitting next to him, turned to him and said, "Well, I think what we should do is," "Oh, never mind. No, I'll call my counselors together." And so the counselors were called. They heard about the giant blocking the road. And one of the counselors said, "Well, we need one of our fiercest warriors. Call the master of clubs. Send the master of clubs to go challenge the giant." And so the master of clubs made his way to that place where the giant was blocking the road. There was the giant. "Name your weapons, dark or light. No one passes me without a fight. I'll more than match you, wrong or right." The master of clubs pulled himself up to his own great height and said, "I choose clubs." He pulled out a mighty club. He was just ready to strike the giant when the giant said, "Oh, I choose clubs." And he brought out an even larger club. He made short work of the master of clubs. He flattened him like a pancake. Well, how the master of clubs made his way back to the king, I'm not quite sure, but somehow he pulled himself together, went back to the king, made his report. The king pulled out some more of his hair. I don't know what we're going to do, what we're going to do. His wife was sitting next to him. Well, I think never mind, he said. This is something that my counselor, my counselors, my advisors must tell me. Again, the council met. They heard of the fate of the master of clubs. Well, bring the master of knives. Send out the master of knives. The master of knives prepared for his battle. He went out into the middle of the road. There was the giant. You know what he said, right? Name your weapons. Dark or light. No one passes me without a fight. I will more than match you. Wrong or right. And the master of knives pulled out a huge sword. But as you can probably already imagine, the giant pulled out an even larger sword. And soon, the master of swords was cut to ribbons, or his clothes at least. And before he could be cut to ribbons, he turned tail and returned to the palace. Oh, what to do? What to do? His wife was about to make a suggestion again. Again, she was ignored. Call for the master of fire. And the master of fire came out. And the master of fire had flaming brands. And he was just getting ready to hurl them at the giant when the giant brought out flames that were more powerful, hotter, that burned brighter, and singed the master of fire from head to toe. The king had a few hairs left to pull out, and he was in the process of doing just that. What shall we do? What shall we do? This time his wife got a word in edgewise. She said, I think we should call for the wise one. Send the wise one out. And here she came, an old bent woman. She didn't move fast, but she moved with purpose. She made her way up to that place where the giant continued to terrorize anyone who tried to go from here to there. And she sat down in the middle of the road. Name your weapons, dark or light. No one passes me without a fight. I'll more than match you. Wrong or right? Well, the wise woman said, I'm going to have to sit down and think about this. And then she sat down. She thought, let me think. Well, if you're going to think, said the giant, I think I shall think. And the giant sat down with a great thud next to the wise one. And there they were, both thinking. And time passed. It was noon now. The wise woman's stomach grumbled, and she thought, I think I'm going to have a little lunch. She reached into a basket and brought out a sandwich. And then she looked at the giant. She said, perhaps you're hungry as well. May I offer you some of my lunch? What? You dare to offer me a meal? Why, let me offer you a larger meal. Suddenly, there was a feast, a great feast with all kinds of wonderful savory meats and pies and desserts. And it was quite a wonderful meal that they had. And after some time, the wise woman looked at the giant and said, well, suppose we talk a little bit. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I was born a long, long time ago. No one really knows, not even I, quite how old I am. They call me the wise one. Well, if you want to tell me something about yourself, I'm going to tell you more about myself, said the giant. As you can see, I am a giant. They call me the fearsome giant. My father was the wind, and my mother was a curved mirror. And so I only have the power to give back what it is that I see. Oh, said the wise woman. I thought it might be something like that. She looked up, she said, the sun is already past the middle of the horizon. It's getting late. I really need to get on with my business, to continue to the village of there. May I offer you a ride? May you offer me a ride? Said the giant. No, I will offer you a ride. I will carry you to your destination. And without further ado, he picked up the wise woman. She rode on his back, and they made their way to the village of there. And of course, on the way back, she offered the giant a ride back. He carried her back. And from that day to this, if we should be so lucky as to find the village of here and find the village of there, to enjoy their fine fish, to enjoy their wonderful fruits, all we have to do is walk to the middle of the road that separates, that ties together the two villages. There will be the giant, and all we'll need to do is to offer him a ride. And that is the story of the giant who was more than a match. Story by Aaron Shepard. Thanks.
But that was a brilliant story, and you'd never have guessed that you hadn't told that story for 10 years, as you said at the beginning. It was brilliantly told. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I really loved the fact that in your story, the men were waging war, whereas the wife of the king then suggested to call the wise one. And it was somehow expecting a wise man, but you made it into an old woman. And it was like, yes, that's right. That's how it is. That's how it is. Thank you very much for telling that story.
You're welcome. I think I'll just add one thing. That's a story that my wife Liz and I have told quite a bit, or used to, in the schools when we were doing some violence prevention programs. And one thing, if you ever, anybody who might want to tell that story or version of it, after the masters of clubs and fire and swords are defeated, it's great to ask kids, well, what master would you send out? And they come up with all kinds of superpowers, of course, and they're always defeated, of course, by the giant. But every once in a while, there'll be a kid who will say, "Send out the master of kindness," and that's always a wonderful moment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bob. I think I'll use your
I'm going
suggestion.
to do that, Bob.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to borrow the suggestion instead of saying steal, which is what I'm doing at the moment. But I think everybody in the room has had a chance to tell a story. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I thought I'd share something with you now. And I'd like to start with a poem I found. I knew this poem already. And when I thought, oh, I want to share a poem, I thought of this poem, and it's a poem in Italian. So Italian is my mother tongue, even though I usually tell stories in English and I don't share in Italian as much, but I thought this was just an amazing poem. So it's very short. I'll read it in Italian, and then I'll try to translate it as best as I can in English for all of you. And this poem is by Gianni Rodari, and he's a really famous writer in Italy. He was a really famous writer in Italy. He wrote some wonderful stories for kids and for adults and kids of all ages, really. And this is the poem. Promemoria. Ci sono cose da fare ogni giorno. lavarsi, studiare, giocare, preparare la tavola a mezzogiorno. Ci sono cose da fare di notte, chiudere gli occhi, dormire, avere sogni da sognare, orecchie per non sentire. Ci sono cose da non fare mai, né di giorno né di notte, né per mare né per terra. Per esempio, la guerra. And I'll try to translate it for you. The title is a reminder. There are things that you should do every day. Wash, study, play, lay the table at midday. There are things you should do at night. Close your eyes, sleep, dream wonderful dreams. Shut your ears not to hear. There are things you must never do. Not during the day, not during the night. Not by sea, not by land. For example, war. This is just a wonderful poem. And I remember in February, when the war broke out in Ukraine, I could see this poem everywhere on social media, on the streets, with posters on walls. It was just a great reminder of what we should never do. And I'll share a wee story with you. And it's a story I learned from David Heathfield in the room. And I asked him if I could share it with you. There were once two shepherds, and these two shepherds were really good friends. They lived on neighboring fields, and their fields were only separated by a small stream. And every day one of the two shepherds would cross the stream with all of his sheep to be with his friend and to let their sheep graze together. And they would do it day after day after day. But one day, when it was time to say goodbye and go home, one of the shepherds saw that one of his lambs was with the other shepherd's sheep. So he said to his friend, "Hey, do you see that lamb over there? Can you give it back to me, please? That lamb's mine." "No," said the second shepherd. "Can you see that lamb is following that sheep? So it means that that sheep is the lamb's mother." "No," said the first shepherd, "you are mistaken. Give me back my lamb now." "No," said the second one, "you are wrong. That lamb's mine. Now go away." And so they started arguing, and they argued so much that they stopped being friends. And days after days after days, they would not graze their sheep together anymore. They would stay on their separate fields. Until one day, a builder came to town. And one of the shepherds saw the builder and told him, "Hey, you, I've got a job for you. Can you see that stream over there? I want you to build a wall there. I want you to build a wall so tall that I can see what the other shepherd is doing, and the other shepherd can see what I am doing." The builder didn't say anything, but just nodded, and he started working. And he worked all afternoon, he worked all evening, and even during the night, the shepherd could hear him working outside. Until the following morning, the shepherd woke up, he went outside, and he saw that the builder was walking away in the distance. Then he looked in front of him, and to his utter surprise, he saw that there, where a wall should have stood, there was no wall, but there, crossing the stream, there was a bridge. And on that bridge, there stood his friend, the other shepherd, waving happily at him and calling him, "Hey, friend, hey, come. Oh, you had such a great idea. I'm so happy. and I'm so sorry for what happened. Please forgive me and let's be friends again. And the two shepherds hugged on the bridge until the shepherd who had asked the builder to build the wall, he remembered about the builder going away, and he shouted after him, "Hey, you, stop, please, stop, come back. I want to thank you." And the builder stopped and he looked back. He said, "I cannot stop. I cannot come back. There are always more bridges to build." And I think this story was just perfect for our theme today, because we should be reminded of how we should try to build bridges between people and between cultures, instead of building walls and trying to say that differences are too much to overcome. And so I've shared the story with you, and we still have 15 minutes before I hand over to the wonderful Babasi, who's been up since 4 a.m. in the morning.
4 a.m., 3 a.m. actually, but 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you guys were still in bed when I got up.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, is there anybody else in the room who'd like to share maybe a second story with us?
I'm eager. Now you guys got to have your thinking caps on, because I'll be calling on you during my session. So you and David, I'm gonna call on you especially. Bob, Keith, the queen mother of storytelling.
Babasi, I have to apologize in advance. I'm having to go and eat in a minute.
Oh, so you got to go and eat.
But I'll come back at the end. I'll come back at the end. If you...
I hope so, because everyone
Otherwise,
told
you'll be-
all the everyone told all the stories I was going to tell. They've already told them all. But I hope that folk have stories in mind and things they want. If you want to try something new, please do. Because I've been fascinated. I mean, this Simona, you never cease to amaze me. Someone said exhausted Babasi. Yeah, I will be, because right now I'm just running on adrenaline. I did manage to get a little something to eat. That might have been a mistake, because after I eat, I get what we call the itis. And the itis is when you eat so much, all you want to do afterward is sleep. But Simone, you've done an excellent job. And I'm just amazed. I'm burning up time. I'm just amazed. I mean, everyone. David even did a good job. He was the first one this morning.
Oh, come on.
And Jasna May, she was amazing. She was amazing, you know, and Despina. I mean, everyone's been great. And now the last 2 hours are on a semi-exhausted Babasi, but we shall see what shall happen. I think we're going to have fun. Are you going to stick around, Simona?
Yes, for sure.
Simona, I can tell a story before I go to eat now, if you would like me to.
Yes, perfect.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I saw. I've got a feeling that Bob might be keen to tell another story, but maybe Bob could tell it in Babasi's session. I don't know.
Yeah. Am I? Wait a minute. Am I squirming around looking like I want to tell a tale?
Yes.
You can tell.
Yes.
We need you, Bob. We need you. But do you mind if I tell a story first?
Go ahead, David.
Oh, David, we'll get to you too. David Thompson, we'll get to you too. So,
Brilliant.
David Heathfield, you're going to tell a story, and then you
Okay,
are going
Simona.
to eat.
Simona's in charge. You know, like that. She's like the wife of the.
Oh, you know what, Simona? My bad. I just thought we were helping each other. Well,
We have
we
to
are
ask
helping each other
Simona
out.
which one of us is wisest.
Yes.
I think the only other woman in the room is Rashida, so I think Rashida.
That's a good answer.
Good answer. Good answer.
I think we should have another story from Rashidat. Absolutely.
But whenever anyone asks you who's wiser, you or me, the answer is yes.
No.
No, yes. Okay, so David Heathfield's going to tell a story Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still on your time, Simona. I just took over. Simona, if you don't mind,
Don't
David
worry.
Heathfield is going to tell a story.
Yeah, I agree with you, Babasi. I
Okay.
think he should tell a story now.
Right.
This is a joint decision.
Here's the list I had this morning. Most of them I've told them already. I've already told the Northern Lights. I've told the Christmas cherries. I've told the Fox and the Bear. I've told the Snow Girl, and I've told and sung the Scarlet Ribbons. But
What
look
about
look how many stories Babasi's got on his list.
Yeah,
is
but
my-
you guys told all the
this is
stories on my list.
This is my Storytelling for Peace 2022 list. So
David,
here
we want him Mbongoro. Mbongoro. Yesterday I asked you about
I
Mbongoro.
don't want to tell Mbongoro. I'm telling seasonal stories, Simona.
Okay.
Story.
Tell us
Tell
a
us a
story.
story.
2 refugees fled with their child. They fled in terror for their lives, because after them were coming a group of soldiers along the track, following them, knowing the direction in which they were travelling. These soldiers sent by a wicked king, determined to have that infant slaughtered. A king who feared that infant's great power. And the refugees saw the soldiers behind already approaching, and in the gathering darkness, they got from their donkey, took the donkey down into some rocks and hid the donkey, but it wasn't safe there. So they came further down into the valley where there were just a few trees growing, and they were seeking shelter. And the man said to his wife, "Let us ask one of the trees to shelter us, to protect our child from death." And he spoke to the great oak tree. "Shelter us. Herod's men will slaughter our child." And the oak tree, strong and tall, said, "One day I will be chopped down, and from my timber furniture will be made, and panels for Herod's palace. I will rise glorious. I stand with Herod. I refuse to shelter you." The soldiers were coming closer. They had left the road in search of this small family. And now the wife spoke to a pine tree that stood tall and straight. "Shelter us," said Mary. "Shelter us, otherwise our child will be slaughtered." And the pine tree proudly spoke, "One day I will be cut down, and from my trunk a mast will be made for one of Herod's ships. It will sail proudly on the sea. I will be the mast. I side with Herod. I will not shelter you." The soldiers were already coming down past the rocks towards the bottom of the valley, and there were no other great trees in sight, just a small bush with plain green leaves. They did not ask that small bushy tree. Instead, the small bushy tree spoke to them. "Come under my leaves. I may be small, but I'll do my best to shelter you." And Joseph almost turned away. How could this small bushy tree protect them? But they had no choice. And they came down under the leaves of that small, green, shining, bushy tree. And they hid under the leaves, but they could not protect them. The soldiers were coming closer. Their swords were drawn. The soldiers were sure they were on the right track, and they came closer. And the small tree began to wish hard, and wished to protect that child, from slaughter, the innocent baby. And as the tree wished, it felt a great pain rising through its trunk, an agony, and it felt its branches coursing with that cruel and harsh energy, and each of its leaves raised prickles, sharp prickles, and searing pain, agony passed through that small tree. Every one of the leaves had a prickle at its end, and the tree grew and became wider, covering the child, the mother and the father. And the soldiers tried to hack away and pass between the leaves, but the leaves cut their skin, prickled them, and they were wounded and the blood flowed. And the soldiers tried harder, but the more they tried, the more the tree protected the family, until the soldiers gave up. Oh, there's nothing here, there's nothing to find, and they turned away and returned to the road and went on their search. Now it was dark. And out from under the tree's protecting leaves came the young family. And Mary turned to the tree. Because of your faith we were saved, because of your wish. From now on, you will be the holy tree. You will have prickles to remember this night. You will defend those who are in need, the refugees and the persecuted. And you will bear berries which are bright red as the blood that ran down those soldiers' arms, as red as the blood that one day will flow from our child. But until then, I thank you. And thank you for bringing protection through stories. Thank you, everybody listening now or later, for your stories of protection and peace.
Wonderful, David. I'm really happy you got to share this story before going for your dinner. And thank you so much for saying that you wanted to share it. And thank you so much for organizing all of this. This would never have happened without you and without your idea. And so thank you very much. David,
While you're enjoying your dinner, while you're enjoying your dinner, say, I hope Baba C enjoys his lunch when he gets to it.
I hope you enjoy your lunch, Babasi, when you get to it. And I
David.
think if you're enjoying this feast of stories, I'm going to pop off for a bit. I'm being called
it is.
to eat. Both of my sons are home, so I would be not.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
I know I'm leaving you in safe hands, as Babasi in the moment will take on the baton. And I wonder if a few more generous story sharers will guide us to the end of the evening. Thank you so much, Simona.
Yes, and David, before you go, I think the other David wants to tell you something.
That we do that again. It is amazing.
Oh, thank you, David. And thank you for being part of it and sharing your story earlier, because you make it amazing as well. This story, this day is all about, we've had stories told in different languages. We've had Arabic and Punjabi, we've had Greek, we've had Italian, have we had Italian? Yes, we've had Italian.
Yes.
We've had a little bit of many languages.
We're about to have American. All my British friends keep telling me, you don't speak English, you speak American.
I'm not even going to comment. No, I love your English, Babasi.
Thank you.
Next year. Let's see.
All right.
Thank you very much.
David, go enjoy your sons and enjoy your meal. And hopefully you'll tune back in before I tune back out.
Yeah, I'll see.
mean, you know what I
I'll
mean.
be back for the last stretch.
All right, I'll be here. You know, Simone, I know you're going to stick around, and I
Yes.
hope everyone, including the Queen Mother of the royal family of storytellers of Nigeria, I hope you have a story. You know, I don't get a chance to hear you often, so I'm jazzed. I'm, you know, right. So I think
Thanks,
in
Simona.
about
See
2
you in a
minutes,
bit.
my time begins.
Bye,
Take
David.
care, David.
Bye.
Babasi,
David.
we have to do a ceremony of handing over the microphone, something like that.
Okay, so
I'll,
you have,
I'll
do
say
you, do you have,
something.
do you
I'll
have a
pass my
pencil?
microphone to the baba 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 baba. See, here you are.
Hey, Simona, I've been doing that so long. I was at a bus stop a couple of years ago, and I was waiting for my bus, and I was standing right there at the intersection, and a car pulled up, and all the people in the car looked and went, "That's Baba C. That's the Baba da Baba da Baba da Baba," and the light changed. The Baba da Baba da Baba da C. And this is what makes it so. It happens so much. The people standing on the corner looked at me, looked at the car, and kept on going. They were used to it. All right. Well, you know, I'm a punster, and I try to rein in my puns, but I'm going to start off with a very bad pun. And I'm telling you ahead of time, it's a very bad pun. David might have gotten this pun, but he's leaving us. So I'm hoping that this pun translates well. It's both a it's both a literary and a mathematical pun. And it's out now in the United States, it's actually tri-coastal, because we have the East Coast, the West Coast, and we have the Gulf of Mexico with Florida and all that kind of stuff going on. But there's a train that leaves from California, that's on the West Coast, and it's headed toward New York, which is on the East Coast, at 150 miles per hour. There's a train leaving from New York that's on the East Coast, headed toward the West Coast, also headed at 100 miles an hour. So the train that leaves from the West and the train that leaves from the East, they're on the same track, and that track will have them meet in the middle. My question is what time and when will they meet in the middle? Okay, and the answer is never, because East is East and West is West, and never the twain shall meet. So if any of you, yeah, I said it was bad. I had to get it out of the way. All right, in an effort to redeem myself, I want to read a group called the Temptations. They used to be called the Tempting Temptations. They did a song called War, What Is It Good For? And I'm not going to sing the song because I like you guys, but I'm going to read some of the words. I'm going to kind of abbreviate it because, like I said, I'm not going to sing it, but it says war. Huh. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. War. Huh. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. War I despise because it means destruction of innocent lives. War tears into thousands of mothers of eyes when their sons go off to fight and lose their lives. I said, war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. It ain't nothing but a heartbreaker, friend only to the undertaker. Oh, war is an enemy to all mankind. The thought of war blows my mind. War has caused unrest within the younger generation, induction, then destruction. Who wants to die? Oh no, war. Huh, good God, y'all. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And the thing that we've been doing today is peace. And you can't talk about peace without acknowledging war. And war only serves one function. And that's to remind us that there's an old saying that says, fighting never solves anything. And yet every generation we have wars, because unfortunately, if people don't learn from their history, they're doomed to repeat it. All right, enough of that. I was inspired earlier when someone told the story about Ollie Elephant and Henry Hippo, and it reminded me of a version of that story that I know. And the main characters are Ollie Elephant, Terrence Tiger, Jeffrey Giraffe, Henry Hippo. And this story takes place a long time ago. Yes, I'm going to do it. Let me change. Let me make sure that will let me do it. We're going to try. I don't know if I can change the volume. Okay, it takes place a long time ago. Did it come through, Simone? Because I couldn't change my I couldn't change it to whatever it is you're supposed to change it to. Okay, and I was going to hold it longer, but I was watching you go out of breath. Oh, Simone, could you do me a favor and help me monitor? Because once I get into the stories, I don't see anything in chat, and I don't see the people trying to get in. Thank you, love you. So this here story. Now this is amazing because this story talks about animals that that are not native to the United States of America, but it's told often in rural America and in Southern America, which is not to be confused with South America. So this here story is about a very bossy elephant called Ollie, and Ollie just had to boss everybody around because Ollie thought that Ollie was it. Ollie thought that Ollie knew everything, knew more than everybody else, and that everybody else should do what Ollie says because Ollie knew everything. And Ollie had to be first in line. Why? Because Ollie was the leader. And in order to lead, you got to be first in line. Now, Ollie had this habit that it was either Ollie's way or the highway. And this is before they had highways. But Ollie was always telling everybody else what to do. So one day, Ollie and her friends, her bestest friends, Henry Hippo, Terrence Tiger, Jeffrey Giraffe, they all got together and were trying to figure out what they was going to do. So Ollie said, well, what we going to do? And so Terrence Tiger said, why don't we play hide and seek? And Ollie said, nah, nobody want to do that. Hide and seek is stupid. Jeffrey Giraffe said, well, why don't we play Duck, Duck, Goose? And Ollie said, nah, nobody want to play Duck, Duck, Goose. Who want to play Duck, Duck, Goose? That's stupid. Henry Hippo said, well, we could go down to the creek and go swimming. And of course, Ollie said, go swimming? Nobody want to go swimming, get all wet. That's a dumb idea. Well, what do you want to do, Ollie? We should play follow the leader. And since I'm the smartest, I'm the leader. So everybody should follow me. And so Ollie got in front of the line and made everybody get behind Ollie, and they began to play follow the leader. But Ollie was so busy giving everybody commands and telling everybody to stay in line and to do what Ollie did, that Ollie wasn't looking. And Ollie walked right into a great big branch that had another big branch and got her or his head stuck. And Ollie tried to pull back, but the head wouldn't clear the branch. And Ollie pulled and pulled and pulled, but Ollie's head wouldn't clear the branch. And all of Ollie's friends, Henry Hippo, Terrence the Tiger, Jeffrey the Giraffe, they all broke out laughing. And they left Ollie with his head stuck in the branch. Ollie was not happy. Ollie pulled and pushed and pulled and pushed and could not get Ollie's head free from the tree. So up yonder, and someone asked me, how far is yonder? And I tell them, yonder is always further than you want to walk. So up yonder was Eliza the lion. And Eliza the lion moseyed on down. I've never learned to mosey, but he moseyed on down to where Ollie was stuck and said, hello, Ollie. I see you seem to have somewhat a bit of a problem. How did you get like this? Well, see, I was telling everybody what to do because we playing follow the leader, and I was the leader because I know more than everybody else. And I got my head stuck in the tree and I can't get loose. Oh, you were playing follow the leader. Well, why were you playing follow the leader? Because they wanted to do dumb things like go swimming or playing hide and go seek or duck, goose. And that's stupid stuff. So I told everybody we're going to play follow the leader and I'm going to be the leader because I'm the smartest one there is. Oh, and how did that work out for you? Well, everything was going fine until I was so busy trying to make sure they were doing what I told them to do. I got my head stuck in this tree. Uh-huh. And why aren't your friends helping you get your head unstuck? I don't know. They just laughed and left me. I think they all went swimming. Now, what does this tell you? Maybe I shouldn't be bossing everybody around. Maybe I should listen to other people's suggestions. And maybe I wouldn't be caught in this tree. Well, that sounds like a good lesson, Ollie. So I tell you what, how have you tried getting out of the tree? Well, I tried pulling, I tried pushing, but it just don't work. Well, Ollie, did you think about turning your head sideways and easing back slowly? No, Mr. Elijah, I didn't think about that. What does that tell you, Ollie? I guess I don't know everything. I guess I should listen sometimes. Well, Ollie, I think if you turn your head to the side and pull back gently, you'll be free of the tree. And you know what you got to do, don't you? Yes, sir. I got to go down to where everyone's swimming and apologize because I haven't been a good friend. All right, Ollie. I'll wait until you get your head free of the tree, and then I have to go back up yonder and sit a spell. And so Ollie turned his head to the side, slipped out the tree, thanked Mr. Elijah the lion, and then made his way down to where everyone else was swimming and having a good time, even Jeffrey the giraffe. And after a while, everyone got out the water because, oh no, here comes Ollie. And they all got out the water, and Ollie said, Jeffrey, Terrence, Henry, I just want to say, yeah, you know everything. No, I just want to say, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so bossy. I mean, I guess sometimes I should listen to what you guys want to do and listen to what you guys have to say. And maybe I won't get my head stuck in a tree again. Oh, okay. So what do you guys want to do? Well, we don't want to play follow the leader. Okay, so what do you want to do? Well, we were swimming. Why don't you come on in the creek and with us and swim some more? Okay, that sounds like fun. And so Ollie joined Terrence the tiger, Jeffrey the giraffe, and Henry Hippo, and they all had a good swim. And then afterwards, they played duck, goose. And they even got in a game of hide and go seek before it was time for dinner. Now, I got to tell you something. Dinner in the South is what most people call lunch. And the last meal of the day is called supper, what most people call dinner. But either way, they ate, and none of them got any thinner. Now, the moral of the story is, you see, being bossy doesn't make you a good leader. Leaders inspire. They don't have to threaten. They don't have to intimidate. A good leader inspires. In fact, good leaders don't want to be leaders, but they do it because it needs to be done. But they inspire people to follow. Now, why is it? What does this have to do with peace? It has a lot to do with peace. Because when you have effective leaders, they find ways of resolving challenges and conflicts that don't involve doing the wrong thing, and especially don't involve violence. That is my tale that I share with you today. Asante. Oh, Norman's back. Norman, you know I'm gonna call on you to tell a tale. Don't run away. So who wants to step up to the table and tell a tale first? Bob.
I've got a few short ones that I could sprinkle around if we need a tale. Somehow I have gone completely out of focus here. Bear with me 1 second. Maybe I can rectify that. Okay.
You're in focus with us.
Hang on. There's got to be some way I can. Okay.
And Mr. Butters, I'm gonna be calling on you too. All right. And I haven't forgotten you, David Thompson. We're gonna get you to you too.
All right. Just to drop another pebble in the pond here. So I heard this as a Nasruddin story, but I suppose it could probably be from just about any part of the world at just about any time in history. And as this story goes, Nasruddin was sitting on the stoop in front of his house when suddenly he heard military music, martial music. And here came a parade, and there were soldiers marching down the street, and there were people cheering them on as they were dressed for some kind of battle. And Nasruddin stopped one of the soldiers. He said, "What's happening? Where are you going?" "Well, we're going off to war, can't you see? We're going off to war." Nasruddin thought, "Gosh, I've never been to war. I've never seen a war. Oh, that would be really interesting. I think I'll join them." And so someone stuck a rifle or a sword in his hands, and he joined the marchers. And an hour later, he was at the front. And in about an hour and 2 minutes afterwards, there was an arrow sticking straight in his skull, right up above his eyes. Well, the field marshal, the field surgeon came rushing over. He examined Nasruddin. He said, "Oh, this is bad." He says, "It's very, very bad." He says, "But I think I can save you. I think I can remove this arrow. But Nasruddin, listen to me carefully. You have to be very, very, very still. If you move just the slightest bit when I try and extract that arrow, it could do a lot of damage to your brain." Nasruddin turned to the surgeon and he said, "Oh," he says, "don't worry about it at all." He says, "If I had one single brain cell, I never would have joined this expedition in the first place."
That reminds me of the Dooku story.
Ain't gonna study war no more.
Ain't gonna study war no more.
I have to say, I mean, that I've heard that story for years. I love that story, and I do think about the people in Ukraine and other places where there are just these insane wars where people have pretty much no choice but to defend themselves. But as a general principle, we'd rather study peace than study war.
I agree with you there.
There's a short one.
All right, we're gonna come back to you. This is great. I might be getting what they call punch drunk. Not punch drunk, sleepy drunk. I don't even know what I'm saying. So yeah. All right. So let's see. Norman, are you ready? Let's have a story from you, Norman. Let me get to everybody.
Okay, thank you. I had a nice brunch with my family, and I'm back. Bob's story reminded me. There's an old Christian desert father story. Now, they went into the desert to get away from the hurly-burly of imperial Rome. They wanted a simple life and a good life, a life of peace. Now, two of these desert monks succeeded so well. They were friends. They lived close to one another, and they were chatting there over about the world. And one says, "Yeah, I've heard of something called having a quarrel, whatever that is." He says, "Yeah, I've heard about that, this quarrel thing. And we've never had a quarrel. I think I would like to try having a quarrel, just to see what it's like, of course." I says, "Well, how do people have quarrels?" "Well, I guess I guess when one wants something and the other wants the same thing, and then they have a quarrel. I think that's how it works. And the guy says, well, we don't have anything. We just have this bowl that we use. Oh, I know what we'll do. I'll put the bowl down. He said, you say, the bowl is mine. You can't have it. And then you say, the bowl is mine. You can't have it. And then maybe we can have this quarrel they talk about. Okay, so they went to the bowl, and they put it down on a rock between the two of them. And the first man says, this bowl is mine and you can't have it. Well, that's all right, said the other man. Here, you can have it. And they realized they couldn't have a quarrel. They didn't know how. And so to this day, they live together. They share the same life. They share the same bowl. And somehow they've never found a way of having a quarrel. And may that be our life as well. Now, I have another longer story from the First Nations here, but what I'll do is I think we'll be able to go around and I'll tell that story when it comes.
Well,
Okay?
we're definitely going to go around because there's no use in going a square.
I think you cornered the market on that joke. Okay,
Hey,
shall we just move along?
Yeah, I've been up since 3 or 4 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And I make no qualms about it. I'm enjoying
Yeah.
this. Okay, so we
Okay,
had a
do we have
story
another
from-
storyteller coming up?
Hey, this is my session. Yes, we do.
Okay, then. I defer
Okay.
to you. No quarrel with you. You can
No
have it.
quarrel with me. But I've heard of that, people having a quarrel, but you're right. Some people can't have a quarrel. Real quick before we go to Keith, years ago when my beard was still black, I told my mom, I said, I'm no longer arguing with my elders. So mother, I'm no longer arguing with you. My mother tried for 1.5 years to have a quarrel with me. And I refused to do it. But it took her 1.5 years to realize and she tried. Let me tell you, my mom knew how to push buttons, but I refused to have a quarrel with her. And I gathered that if I could refuse to quarrel with my mom, I didn't have to quarrel with anyone. All right, so we're going to hit David. We're not going to hit you, David. We're going to invite David to take the storytelling spotlight. And oh, the Queen is back. Yay. I hope you don't mind me calling you the Queen Mother, but your family is just so phenomenal. And, and the only reason why I know you're the mom is because you're by yourself. Okay, Keith, you want to share a tale with us?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah. This is a tale from West Africa.
Ooh.
Once there was a blind man, and he was very wise and very clever. And he would sit on the roadside, and as people walked by, they would ask him questions. Perhaps they had a problem in their business, or a problem at home, a problem with their children. And he'd always give them very wise and helpful answers. And people would say to him, blind man, why are you so wise? And he would say, I see with my ears. Now, the blind man had a sister, and she fell in love with a hunter. And there was a big wedding, a big celebration. And the blind man and his sister and the hunter lived together in a little cottage. And every day the hunter would go out with his bow and arrows, his spears and his traps. He'd go out into the forest and he would go hunting. And he'd come back in the evening, perhaps with a catch. But every evening the blind man would say to him, tomorrow, take me hunting with you. But the hunter would say, what good is a man with no eyes? No, you can't come. And this went on day after day. night after night, when the hunter came home, the blind man would say, "Take me hunting with you tomorrow." And the hunter would say, "What good is a man with no eyes?" One day, the hunter came back with a fat gazelle. And his wife prepared the meal, and they had a lovely supper that night, a lovely meal that evening. And the hunter was feeling very happy. And he turned to the blind man and said, "Very well, you can come hunting with me tomorrow." So early next morning, they were ready to set off. The hunter with his bow and arrows and spears and traps. And he took the hand of the blind man, and they walked and walked and walked and walked all the way through the forest. They walked for miles and miles and miles and miles. But then suddenly, the blind man took the hand of the hunter, said, "Shh. There's a lion." And the hunter looked around and he couldn't see a lion anywhere. And the blind man said, "But don't worry, the lion's just had a kill. He's had a big supper and he's fast asleep under a tree." And again, they walked a bit further, and there was the lion fast asleep under a tree. And the hunter said to the blind man, "How did you know about that lion?" And the blind man said, "I see with my ears." Now they walked on a bit further, walking, walking, walking. And then again, the blind man tugged the hand of the hunter and said, "Shh, there's an elephant." And the hunter looked this side and looked this way and that way, couldn't see an elephant anywhere. But the blind man said, "But don't worry. The elephant is having a shower. He's in a muddy pond, he's in a muddy watering hole there, and he's squirting the muddy water over him. He's just having a shower." And sure enough, they went a bit further, and there was the elephant. He was having a shower, squirting this muddy water over his back. And the hunter said to the blind man, "How do you know about that elephant?" And the blind man said, "I see with my ears." And they walked and walked on a bit further, and they came to a clearing. And the hunter got his trap, and he set his trap. And he had a trap for the blind man, and he set his trap. He just showed the blind man how to set that trap. And the hunter said, "We will return tomorrow and see what we've caught." And so they trekked all the way back to the cottage. Now the next morning, they were ready to set off. And the hunter was about to take the hand of the blind man to lead him through the forest. But the blind man said, "I don't need you to lead me now. I can find my way." And the blind man went ahead of the hunter. He didn't trip over a root. He didn't stub his toe on a stone. And they walked and walked and walked and walked all the way through the forest until they got to the clearing. Now in the clearing, there was the two traps. And in each of the traps, there was a bird. In the trap of the hunter was a very small grey bird. But in the trap of the blind man was a beautiful bird of gold and crimson and green. And as the hunter went over, he thought to himself, well, the blind man won't know a difference. So he took the grey bird and he gave it to the blind man. And he kept the beautiful grey and green and beautiful bird for himself. And as they were walking back, the hunter said to the blind man, he said, if you're so clever and wise, why is there so much war and rivalry and falling out and arguments in the world. And the blind man said, because there's people like you that take what doesn't belong to them. Well, the hunter was very sorry. He took the grey bird out of the blind man's hand and gave him the beautiful red and green and crimson bird and kept the grey bird for himself. And they walked on a bit further. And the hunter said to the blind man, why is there so much friendship and peace and happiness and good relationships between people? And the blind man said, because there's people like you that learn from their mistakes. And they went back to the cottage and they lived happily together. And if anybody said, well, what, blind man, why are you so wise? And the hunter would put his arm around the blind man and say, he sees with his ears and he hears with his heart. And so there's a story of two men that found peace, and rather than squabbling among themselves, they found peace. They found wholeness. And so it wasn't just an absence from war, but it was a positive thing where they found shalom, wholeness. And that's the story of the blind man and the hunter as told by me.
Keith, you never fail to deliver. You never fail to deliver. I always appreciate your stories. Thank you very much, my friend and brother of the beard.
Thank you, Keith. That was really, really wonderful, wonderful telling of a very, very deep, profound story. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I think what we're going to do is David Thompson has a story, has a song he wants to share. And if he's ready to share it, we'll go from David to the Queen Mother. I like calling you that. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't offend you. To the Queen Mother, and then Simona, who's been so patiently waiting and helping me out in the background. Asante Sana, thank you very much. And we're going to do those. So it's going to be David with the song, then the Queen Mother, then Simona, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, Keith. I got to make one bad pun. No, never mind. I like it so much, I'm not going to make it. I'll hold it for later. So it is David Thompson and his song.
What that they do what do we have in la what you that in my mind that we don't no matter what the are we that body.
It's not for me to say, stay strong. It's not for me to say, carry on. This is not what you deserve. Having no choice but to serve, I watch you weeping. And I'm not there to hold your hand. I won't be there to help you stand. I hope someone hears your call and can catch you when you fall. I watch you falling, and I will send my thoughts better than you think you can do. When your loved ones are all gone, it's not for me to say stay strong. You need an angel. So I will make my thoughts grow wings into the night. After curfew, hear them singing as you stand your ground. While your world is falling down, we are thinking of you now. Stand your ground. We are sending angels now. Stand your ground. We are thinking of you now. Stand your ground. We are sending angels now.
Da boy everybody it will right now do guy da do da da do.
We can stand our ground. You're right. You're right. And we can, and I understand you have a story, and we're going to get back to you and let you tell a story a little bit later on. Okay. All right. But meanwhile, we're going to stand our ground. All right. Thank you, David. That was nice. That's a friend of yours? Nope, you're mute.
Not me, David Ibu. That okay.
Okay.
Yes, Babasi. Kim Wei is a big friend of David Heathfield. And
oh, that was her singing.
Yes, the song is about the war in Ukraine, and Kim Wei performed it. I don't know if you remember, in was it in February or in March, when David and Alla Göksku did a session on stories, on Ukrainian stories. Kim Wei performed that song.
Oh, all right. Brilliant. Thank you, David. Brilliant. And thank you for Simona for jogging my memory. Thank you. And now I think we're going to take it to the Queen Mother. And Princess, I haven't forgotten about you.
All right. Now I have to start sounding royal. Thank you for the
you do that
title.
every time you open your mouth, you sound royal. And,
cool.
You know, and plus you're a mom. All mothers are royal.
True, true.
See, I'm a good son.
Okay, so this story is from the life history of Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam. May peace and blessings of God be upon him. And it was told that when he brought Islam to the city, when he got the revelation of Islam and started telling people that they needed to worship just one God and stop their worship of idols, there was some pandemonium in the city. People did not appreciate his advice. And a lot of them felt that he was trying to cause division amongst families. He was trying to relegate the ways of the ancestors, and there was a lot of opposition. Now, he was just one person, so he didn't have much power at the time, and he used to go door to door just talking to people about his message. And people showed their disapproval in various ways. Some people pelted him with stones, some people just ignored him. At a point, there was even a boycott against him and his people. But before it got to that stage, when he was still telling the people the message from door to door, there was a particular neighbor of his who was so displeased that he was coming to speak against the way of the ancestors that she used to dump all her trash and dirt in front of his house. So every day before he could get to his house, he would meet all sorts of trash in front of the house. And he knew it was the lady who dumped this. She didn't hide it. She was doing it to show her displeasure. So anytime he saw the dirt, he would just either pass around it or he would take pains to take it out of the way. Now this went on for some time, but there was a time when he noticed that he wasn't seeing the trash anymore. Like maybe 3 days passed and he didn't see any trash. So he asked about the woman, like, what happened to the old woman that normally dumps trash here? And people around said, oh, she's been quite ill. I'm sure you're so happy that she's taken ill and isn't able to dump the trash on your porch or at your front door anymore. And he said, no, I'm not happy. I'm actually quite worried. I'd like to pay her a visit. And he went to look for the old woman. And when he told them that he'd like to see her, they were surprised. And when he got to see the old woman, she was wondering that, are you here to gloat over my sickness? And he said, no, I'm just genuinely concerned about you. I didn't see you for a number of days and I brought you some fruits and I wanted to ask how your health was faring. And this really, really surprised the woman, that with all the things that she'd done to show how much she disliked him, he still could come to ask after her health. And from then on, she stopped being antagonistic towards him and they became sort of friends. The end.
That was brilliant. I like that. And Simona, I know I said you were next, but I'm going to tell a short, true story that happened with me. And earlier this morning, how early I don't recall, I shared some stories about what I call community peace. People always talk about world peace, but you also have to have community peace, because peace starts on the bottom and works its way up. So I used to do a program called CDC with Baba C. It was a walking summer enrichment program. And the students and the participants and I used to walk through different parts of Washington, D.C. And I would tell them history and facts that you don't find in your standard tour guide or in your standard tours. And my kids were always on their best behavior. And they said that I was they said, you're crazy, but we like you. So they were always on their best behavior because I was always telling them, you never know who's watching you. You never know who's listening to you. Always put your best foot forward. So we used to do a lot of walking tours in downtown DC. That's short for Washington, DC, District of Columbia, United States Capitol. And I see you got your biggest fan there. So we would walk around and we went to this pizza place. It was like a mom and pop pizza place. And so the first time we sat down and we had pizza and stuff, and the manager came out and said, I don't mean to interfere, but I'm just amazed. I can feel the love that you have for these children, and I feel the love and respect they have for you. So he said, from now, so I just came out to say, your money is no good here. And the kids are looking at me and say, what do you mean your money's no good? What's wrong with your money, Baba? See, I said, no, that means he's not going to let me pay for our lunch. Oh, why? I said, because he's amazed with how well you behave. You guys are polite, you're mannerable, you look out for each other, you don't argue. And this is his way of paying it back. Oh, wow. Now I share that story because for 2 years running, he would not let us pay for our lunch at the pizza. Didn't matter whether we had pizza by itself, didn't matter if we had pizza and a drink and dessert, he would not let us pay. So there was an interruption in the program. And by the time he saw me again, I had a whole brand new bunch of kids. And when I went in, I placed my order, I paid for it, I sat down and we're eating and he comes out from the back. What? They told me you paid. They told me you paid. I said, well, I haven't been here in a while and I have a new group of kids. No, your money is no good here. It is no good here. If the children want more pizza, it's on the house. If they want more drinks, it's on the house. If they want dessert, it's on your money, no good here. And he turned around to his staff. He said, He does not pay for anything. Now, this is not a story about me. This is a story about the children and the respect and the manners and the well-being that they displayed, because they always said, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, no, sir, no, ma'am. And by the way, for the youngins listen, saying yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and no, sir, that gets you an extra point with adults. So this story is really about them and how the community, in this case, that pizza parlor, was responding to them. And that was a little bit of peace in one of the most cantankerous cities in the United States, because we have something called Congress here, but that's another story. But that was about a little bit of peace that was being generated in the community on a certain block. And that's why I wanted to share that story. Asante. All right, Simona is going to be you, and then it's going to be the Princess R. Is this the youngest Princess R? No, it's the other one. It's the older sister. Oh, yeah. Okay. And I see she's doing the song, Lean on Me When You're Not Strong. That's right. I like you guys. I won't sing. Simona, it's yours.
Thank you, Babasi. And I'll tell you.
I just read your comment. You're gonna make me blush. Do you know how hard it is for me to blush? You're gonna make me, and that's not a bad thing, but she's gonna make me blush. Thank you for your kind words. Thank all of you for your kind words.
You're welcome, Babasi. You deserve them. And I'm going to tell you a story I've just very recently come across, and this is my first time telling it to an audience. So let's see how it goes. But it really relates to the theme that and I think John Rowe is here maybe. And well, I'll tell you my story. One day, some peacemakers went to a wizard. They were desperate because they wanted peace on the planet. And all they saw was war, and they wanted to find a solution. So they went to the wizard and told him about their problem. The wizard thought and thought, and then he said, well, I've got a solution. With a flick of my wand, I will destroy all of the weapons on the planet, so people won't have anything to have war with. Oh, that's a brilliant idea, said the peacemakers, and with a flick of his wand, the wizard destroyed all of the weapons on Earth. 3 days passed, 3 peaceful days. But then the people who wanted to make war were restless. They wanted weapons. They wanted to make war. And so they found some young trees, some small trees, and they cut the trees down and they made spears out of those young trees. And then they were making war again. The peacemakers were desperate and they went to the wizard again. Oh, please help us. Well, it's very simple, said the wizard. With a flick of my wand, I will destroy all of the young trees on the planet. So the people who want to make war won't have anything to do that. Well, that's a brilliant idea, said the peacemakers. And with a flick of his wand, the wizard destroyed all of the young trees on the planet. And 3 days passed, 3 peaceful days. But then the people who wanted to make war found bigger trees, and they cut the bigger trees and they made batons out of them, and they started making war again. The peacemakers were desperate, and once again they went to the wizard. But that's very simple. I will just destroy all of the big trees on the planet. And with a flick of his wand, the wizard destroyed all of the big trees on the planet. 3 days passed. Then the people wanted to make war. They took iron and copper and they made knives and swords from it. The wizard destroyed all of the iron and copper and all of the other metals. And then The people wanted to make war, took stones from the ground and made slingshots. The wizard destroyed all of the rocks and the stones on the planet. Peacemakers were just out of their minds. They didn't know what to do. They went to the wizard again. Well, I would destroy all of the people on the planet, but it's not in my powers to do so. The peacemakers thought, and the wizard thought, and then a kid spoke. I've got an idea, said the kid. Why don't you do this? Why don't you make it so that all of the people will feel the same things that they do to other people? So if they hurt somebody else, they will feel that they will get hurt as well. And if they do something good to the other people, if they give them joy, they will feel joy as well. Well, said the peacemakers, that's a wonderful idea. Yes, wizard, please do that. And with a flick of his wand, the wizard did that. And from that day on, no wars were fought. Because every time somebody would hurt somebody else, well, they would feel that. They would feel the same. And from that day on, people started giving joy to other people because that's what they felt. They felt joy whenever they did an act of kindness. And that's the end of my story. Thank you.
You are so brilliant. I mean, the day has just been one brilliant teller after another. And Simona, you amaze me, but you already know that. I can't say I make no beef about that because I'm vegetarian. I make no cauliflower about that. Your stories are amazing, and they always take on a slightly different turn than we're expecting. Thank you for that. And I think I promised the princess she could go after you. So princess, where'd you go to? Did we lose Nigeria? Oh, I guess I don't see her on the board.
They're
When she
still
comes-
here, but their video is off.
Is that what it is?
Oh, there. Here they come.
Oh yeah, I see. All right, princess, you have the floor. The microphone is yours. Tell on. You have to unmute.
I have toes.
Say again.
I have toes.
You have two. You're mute.
My sister just left the meeting.
Okay. I got lost. Are both of you going to tell?
I don't.
Oh,
She's not with me.
She's not with you, but you're going to tell a tale now, right?
Okay. I will try.
Well, one of you asked me in the comments in the chat if you could tell a story. Was that your sister? Or was that you?
So. No, I didn't write any to everyone.
Well, if you wish to tell a story, oops, I think we still have you. We just don't have you on video. If you wish to tell a story, by all means, tell the tale that you tell so well.
Okay.
And if you need a moment, we can come back to you. Do you want to tell now? Or do you want us to come back?
Can you please come back?
Yes, ma'am. No problem. You are the princess. So yes, we will definitely come back. So let me see. Who did I miss someone? Fiona and Manuela, do you want to tell the tale? All right. So I'm gonna flip a coin. And no, I'm not. I tell you what. Why don't we go Manuela, John, then Fiona? Does that work? Okay, Manuela, you have the floor.
John.
Thank you, Barbara C. And thank you, Simona. That was beautiful. I've never heard that story before, but it really touched me. It really touched me. And I hope this story hasn't been said during the marathon, but if it has, it'll sink deeper.
Hey, Manuela, a story told well is worth telling again. So we have not heard you tell it. So tell on.
So, long ago, there was a king who offered a prize to the artist who would paint the best picture of peace. And the competition stirred the imagination of artists everywhere. Many artists wanted a chance at winning the prize. So paintings from far and wide began to arrive. And the king looked at all the pictures one after one, uncovering one peaceful scene after another. And the onlookers clapped and cheered. The tensions grew as only 2 pictures remained. And the king was about to unveil them. And as he pulled the cover from one picture, a hush fell over the crowd. Now, if you wish, my fellow listeners, close your eyes and imagine the picture I'm about to describe to you. It was a picture of a calm lake. The lake was a perfect mirror for peaceful, towering mountains all around it. Overhead was a beautiful blue sky with fluffy white clouds. And along the grassy shore, a flock of sheep gazed undisturbed. All who saw this picture thought that it was the perfect picture of peace. Surely this was the winner. Then the king uncovered the last painting. Zoop. And the crowd gasped in surprise. Could this be peace? This picture had mountains like the other previous paintings, but these were rugged and bare. Above was an angry sky from which rain fell and in which lightning played. Down the side of the mountain tumbled a foaming waterfall. The crowd could almost feel its cold, penetrating spray. This didn't look peaceful at all. But then the king looked closely and he saw a little bird had built a nest on a branch of a tree that reached out in the direction of the tumultuous waterfall. Yet there, in the midst of the rush of angry water, undisturbed in her stormy surroundings, sat the mother bird on her nest in perfect peace. The king chose the last picture. Thank you.
Whoa. Manuela Cialbella.
Grazie, grazie.
Sometimes you guys get me so excited, I start speaking in languages I don't know.
Pace, pace.
All right, so I think we're going to John.
Mm-hmm. Can you
And
hear me
then
okay?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
That's probably a disadvantage to most of you. So I'm going to do a few poems. I'm going to start with a really recent one, wrote it last week, and then I'm going just back through history and vaguely on theme. There's scarce comfort on the TV screen. There's scarce comfort in the daily print. There's scarce comfort on the radio when half the world is skint. There's scarce comfort in the surgery. There's scarce comfort on the phone. There's scarce comfort when there's no appointments for those suffering alone. There's scarce comfort from my nightmares. There's scarce comfort when we wake. But I get comfort from the people who bend but do not break. And the old ones. Fighting. It's the fighting that wears you down. With sons and armies and magistrates and wives and lovers and those that employ us and those we employ, and the banks and the electric company and the phone company and the landlords and the streets become battlegrounds where everyone believes it's their turn. People tell me in the here and now it's the money, but I've lived for over half a century and I've rarely walked with more than 10 pounds of my own, so I wouldn't know the taste. Besides, if I follow it back, I find its use limited by images of sugar plantations and slavery, mines and the shooting of my sisters and brothers in Latin America, Africa, Asia, Europe and Australasia, and the currency has its roots in unequal trade for which wars are fought. And it's the fighting that wears us down. And it's the fighting that wears us down. Each day I watch the preparations for the battles ahead, where fatigue is contagious and beyond measurement, but the laying of down of arms is even harder and leaves an emptiness mere lovemaking cannot fill. If clowns are left too long beating on the metal doors of the arena, their smiles fade and the red on their noses melts. Besides, stilt walking isn't easy when your hands are bleeding. All I want is sunshine without drought, rain without flood, and forest to walk in where I'm not attacked by mosquitoes and wild animals. Scrape off the makeup, I'm left with these simple desires. I didn't ask for alliances that last a lifetime, but some of us will sign anything and keep doing it again and again. And with each friend comes a new enemy and fresh wounds to be licked in the privacy of the aftermath. Don't you ever get tired of it, she asked? And the answer is obvious, but they keep renewing my script, so I run to the bathroom to shoot up confrontations and bang my head on the cubicle walls. My whole body aches, and I know it's the fighting that wears us down. And I know it's the fighting that wears us down. I have this dream that the gladiators in the ring will one day sit together, discuss the weather and their visions, while the emperor simply shrugs his shoulders and leaves. And we veterans, without recollection, will make our way with the ease of innocence. And a couple more.
See, this is why I say he's Rowe, John Rowe, licensed to tell.
Okay. This is Peace in Our Time. After a while, it's easy to understand why soldiers need their wars, why it needs fighters and peacemakers, and after that, the peaceful who can work without battles, who can walk beyond the obstacles, who can walk the streets without looking for a sniper on every rooftop. 360 degrees of vision leaves 360 degrees of suspicion leaves a narrowness of vision. And when life is taken in short strides, punctuated by dashes across the open spaces, all you see is another place to hide. Survival is called victory. You live to fight another day and vice versa. And in the end, when the fighting is over, you are left boxing shadows while others toast the phoenix. Growing up, I lived in a new town and watched it grow with me. I listened to the developers in the front room and thought the world had only just begun. Heads of state came from the east and sat drinking tea in an ordinary house. Later, they were assassinated. Outside, I listened to others, and while they talked to battles and comrades, I knew they had never left the field, and I was listening to ghosts. When I returned, I found the town had passed from the men of dreams to the shadow boxers. As I walked the shell of a creature dying in infancy, I want to shake myself free of the bled clothes and wake up in the world I've been promised. It's easy to understand the soldiers and the barren landscape they inhabit, but what I want to know is, when they've finished, why don't we simply take away their guns and lock them in cinemas, watching old documentaries while the rest of us get on with building whatever it was they were fighting for in the first place. And finally, there is a time. There is a time for anger, a time for despair, a time for love. Some emotions are easier to reach than others. There is nothing more dignified than a people at prayer, the act of kneeling and bowing, a recognition we are not the be-all and end-all of existence, the act of burning candles with skies lifted skywards, a recognition of hope. There is nothing more obscene than the avoidable death of children. There is a time for death, and childhood is not it. But in the here and now, the figures contradict us, and all we feel is a deep-rooted anger. Can somebody tell me how many trucks of grain are moved by anger? Can somebody tell me how many bullets and bombs are kept out of the city by anger? Can somebody tell me where it is written, a child needs anger? And in a world where children are the forgotten victims, is not it. But in the here and now, with our knowledge and our facts, we despair at the hopelessness and do nothing. Can somebody tell me if it is despair that drives mothers with their babies across deserts in search of food? Can somebody tell me if it is despair that fills half the cities of the world with gangs of infants, scavenging and kicking and begging their way to adulthood? Can somebody tell me where it is written, a child needs despair? There is a place for despair, and a world where so much as one child breathes is not it. And in the here and now, we can hold out our arms and pick up the fallen children of the globe. This is love. And the people with the candles tell me love is a great fertilizer. And the gardeners tending their plots tell me love puts food in the mouths of many. And my Muslim friends tell me love Allah, God, and their duty to those unable to feed themselves is indivisible. And my Quaker friends tell me it is impossible to love and pull the trigger. And everywhere it is told a child needs love.
John Rowe, when did you become so wise? You did not respond to that. I am always amazed at the depth of your insight and wisdom, dear sir. So thank you for that. I don't know if you heard me or not.
Well, thank you.
Oh, okay.
But I don't accept it.
Well, you can't reject it because I said it, but
Okay.
I understand you and I are alike in that, because when we get complimented, it's like, how do we respond to that? You know, so, but thank you, good sir. I think I said Fiona was next. Okay, and I'm going to ask Jillian. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Did you want to tell? Did you want to tell today?
I just have a few reflections. My mother used to write poetry, and she's written 3 very short 1-verse tanka poems, which include the word peace, which I thought might be apt. But
okay, we're gonna, if you want to do that, we're gonna bring you up in a moment. Right now we have
Okay.
Fiona, and I
Lovely,
got to
thank
check.
you.
Princess R, when you're ready, send me in the chat and let me know that you're ready. And so I think right now it's going to be Fiona, Bob, Gustavo. Did you want to tell another story? No? Okay, but if you change your mind, good sir, please let me know. So right now we're going Fiona,
That's some
Bob.
wisdom. I'm overwhelmed with wisdom. I'm like, I have to accomplish.
I understand, good sir. I understand. So right now it's going to be
I have a slight constraint that I need to leave at 7:30 UK time because I'm going to church. So
okay. Hold on,
Oh,
Fiona.
if
Can
I'm
we
not
swap
available,
you?
That's fine.
Can we
John,
swap you?
Baba, by all means, I'd be glad
Okay.
to hear Gillian's mother's poetry. That would be
So
lovely.
Gillian's going to be
I'm not
you,
in the US.
then Fiona, then Bob, and then Norman, I think. Norman is my cousin from up north, and I put him on the spot a lot. Okay, so Gillian, Fiona, Bob, then Norman, Simona on standby just in case. And John, of course, if you wish. All right, so take it away, Gillian.
Well, greetings everybody from the UK. I am a storyteller, but I couldn't find through all my dozens of storytelling books anything specifically on peace. And so I started to reflect on the word peace, that we feel at peace. You might feel at peace with a person. We might feel at peace in a quiet forest, or walking by a river or a lake or the sea. People find peace in different places. We might talk about having peace of mind because somebody's reassured us about something, or somebody has been told by a doctor that, yes, they can get well again. We might find a sense of peacefulness. A friend of mine in the UK is hosting a mother and her 2 teenage children who have fled Ukraine. And whilst obviously it's not the Christmas they expected, they have a sense of peace staying with my friends. And so reflecting on peace and quiet, peacefulness, and all the words that go around peace, I remembered my mother's poems that were published quite a few years ago. She's been gone from this world a good 8 years. And she just started to write little 5-line verses. And these are 3 of them, which I thought might be apt. Once we stood together by the lake and watched the grass swaying on a distant hill. We were at peace with nature. And maybe we could wish from that we could be at peace in our world. Who knows? There is a quiet peace in the memory of your love. And though I may weep, it is not with sadness, but of joyful tenderness. And then the last one, let me find the right page, because I feel that peace can also convey the sense of hope. So if we feel at peace, it suggests that things haven't been quite right for us before. If a country is at peace, perhaps it wasn't before. And maybe we should always live in hope of finding peace. Hope stretches out along hidden paths, touching an unseen world. It belongs to no one, yet it is everyone's future.
And all of those were written by your mom?
Those poems, the reflections of mine, the 3 poems were by my mother.
You must love her and be so proud of her.
Well, she's not here in person, of course, because she passed away in April 2015, but maybe she inspired me today because I wanted to find something to talk about or a tale to tell relating to peace. And I suddenly thought, my mom's poems.
My mom passed away in 2014, but I always feel her presence, and I'm still inspired by her. Ooh, I'm welling up. Let me breathe. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
well,
ooh.
let you well up more, because in her acknowledgements, she put, my thanks go to Gillian, who believed in me and spent many hours making this publication of poems a reality, because she had so many and they needed to be edited and put in an order. And she put, could I lift you up on a pathway to heaven? All the angels would sing my song of love and all the world would hear.
You know, I'm almost speechless. And anybody who knows me, that's saying a lot. Oh, that is powerful. That's a lot of love and a lot of respect. Truly, you are blessed to have the mom you have. Notice I didn't say had, because my belief system says that our departed ones are still with us in
Well,
our
I think
hearts,
she
our
is.
minds, and souls.
And I think perhaps even more than that sometimes, because sometimes something will happen and you think, gosh, I was really in luck there. And then you think, thanks, Mom.
Exactly, exactly. Well, I hope you'll stick around until you have to go.
Well, I'm going to stick around while I perhaps might go off camera. So I need to make a wee bit of toast and have a bite to eat before I leave. And I will definitely be here until I go.
What time is it where you are?
It's now 7, unfortunately, it's 7:15.
Oh, okay. It's 2:13 where I am. In the good old United States, on the East Coast of the United States. Okay, well, listen, we're so glad that you popped in.
I'm sorry I
are.
popped in and rustled everything up and jumped the queue. That was really bad manners,
No.
wasn't it?
See, this is one of the wonderful things I like about this community. We are adaptive and we are respectful and we look out for each other. So, you know, you had to pop in and pop out. We understand that life is life. So it is not a problem. And, you know, it's not a problem at all. And please don't be a stranger.
I won't be. I won't be,
All
but
right.
I will stay. I will stay until I absolutely do need to leave. I could probably push it to 7:45 and then I'll just stand at the back of church. That'll be fine.
All right. Well, before I forget, happy holiday, happy Kwanzaa, happy New Year. May 2023 bring you and yours all that you need, if not all that you want.
Well, thank you. And I extend the same wishes to everyone here now and everybody listening in afterwards. And may it be a blessed and much more peaceful 2023.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay. So thank you. And now we go back to Fiona. You still with us? Oh, there you are, love. Thank you. All right. So Fiona, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Baba. The floor, the ceiling, and all the walls too, I hope. I think this is a wonderful initiative. Thank you to World Storytelling Cafe. Thank you to all the hosts. I especially am grateful to David Heathfield here in UK, who sent a message out that I saw an email saying that this would be a day of peaceful stories. And I just really wanted to be able to make some contribution and to be here because I thought it was a really important thing for us storytellers, wordsmiths to be part of. I've been out nearly all day celebrating Christmas Eve with my sister and my good friend. I live in northeast Wales, in the valley of the River Dee, around Dyfrdwy in Welsh, and we've been together over to the coast today, and the weather hasn't been so good these last couple of days. It's been raining, it's been grey, and today it was lovely. We walked on along the shoreline. The clouds cleared, the sun came out, there was a tiny bit of rain, then there was a rainbow. It was so beautiful, and we had just the nicest time with the gleaming of the sun on the sea and the fresh air, some breeze. We were really, really blessed with some, like some little space of good weather just at the right time that we wanted it. Then we had a lovely meal together and came home, and I said, hey, the peace marathon, or whatever you've called it, Baba, is still going on till 8. Is it okay if I go and put the Zoom on and try to join? So here I am. I've sneaked away to come to all of you. And I had one story in mind when I came, but listening to Manuela's story reminded me of something that I'd like to share. A piece that I worked on with my friend June, who's here staying with my sister. When we kind of tried to dive into that great epic, the Mahabharata, standing outside the culture, being here in UK, trying to explore that huge myth from a completely different culture, and as always, finding and seeing the connections that are there in these deep stories that have been here for so long, wherever in the world they've come from. And June was really drawn to a piece that she called, when I say a piece, I mean a little part of that huge story that she named it The Elephant's Bell. And I'd like to try to share that with you now. And the Mahabharata is a huge epic, and it tells the story of this family of brothers, the Pandavanis, and their relatives and their beloveds and their enemies, and it builds towards a huge battle in which brother is facing to brother, in which father is facing to son, in which families are broken apart and facing each other. The two armies, huge armies, enormous armies, countless warriors and weapons and wagons full of supplies and camels of war and horses of war and the great war elephants lined up, one army here and the other army there, facing each other across a green, quiet space, which is about to become a hideous battleground. And everyone waiting, everyone poised, their weapons ready, their courage high, their fear trying to bury it down somewhere deep in their heart, ready to fight, either for what they believe in or for what they've been persuaded that they believe in, all waiting for the signal to join the battle, for the war to end, all wars to begin. And one of the Pandavana brothers, Arjuna, is the greatest, a bowman, the greatest firer of arrows that has ever been. And his people look to him to give the signal, and he knocks an arrow to his great bow, the bow that is so huge. He is the only one with the strength to string it and to bend it and to draw it and to fire from it. And he takes aim, and Arjuna's aim is true. It is always true. He is an accurate marksman. There is no one to match him. He takes aim at the leader of the enemies there, mounted on his great war elephant. If that leader is brought down, the masses of men there ready to fight will lose their direction, will be thrown off the path right at the first moment, and all of both sides know what an accurate marksman Arjuna is. And he takes aim at the leader of the enemies, mounted on his great war elephant, seated there, and he draws the bowstring to its fullest extent. He bends the great bow as easily as if it were a soft, simple, supple thing, and he sights, and his arrow flies, and it crosses the wide space between the armies, but it does not hit their leader mounted on the elephant. Instead, it shoots through the great leather collar around the neck of that elephant, from which hangs a huge bell to chime and sound as the creature breaks into a run when the signal is given for the battle. And the arrow parts the leather, and the bell falls from the elephant's neck and sinks into the mud, the soft ground that is already trampled by that huge creature's great feet. And Arjuna's side are appalled. Their most famed and skilled marksman has missed his mark, and the enemy are filled with strength and joy and laughter, and they begin to jeer that even the greatest marksman on the other side has failed in what he's done. And their leader, unharmed on his great war elephant, unharmed, gives the signal. That elephant starts forward, and with him and beside him and behind him, the army moves towards the enemy. And Arjuna's side also comes forward, and battle is joined. I do not have the heart, and I think also I do not have the words to describe the carnage and the terror and the awful, awful time of that battle. How warriors and horses were killed on the spot, were wounded and left to bleed out, groaning with pain there on the ground. How that sweet green field became churned by the hooves and the feet and the running feet of the warriors, and churned and turned into mud mixed with blood from the bodies that lay there. How the place was laid waste, and how warriors, first on one side, then on another, fell or fled. How the families wailed and keened for the lost. How the skies grew grey, and even it seemed that the sun itself was in mourning. How this long, ferocious, bitter, senseless, cruel battle carried on until at last it came to an end. There were no winners. How could anyone who survived such a thing, who had committed such deeds and who had seen such sights, could ever consider themselves lucky or a winner to come from that field? But gradually, slowly, those who remained struggled and limped away, carrying their wounded friends or dragging the bodies of their beloved companions, the poor creatures, the animals that had been drawn into this battle with no choice, were led away or killed quickly to put them out of their pain, until there was nothing, just the mud and the blood and the corpses and the ravens and crows coming down to feast. And Arjuna and his companion stood there staring. And his companion turned to Arjuna and said, "Was it worth it? Was this worth it?" And Arjuna said, "Come with me." And they plodded through the mud which sucked upon their feet. Arjuna knew where he was going. He seemed to have direction and purpose, but his friend did not know. They made their way forward until at last Arjuna said, "This is the place." And with his bare, blood-stained hands, he began to scrape away at the mud and the mess that was there until he cleared the mud from the surface, the domed surface of the great bronze bell that a war elephant had made and that had worn. And he cleared the ground around it until it was clear, and then he tried to pull it from the ground, tried to lift it up. It was sucked down into the mud, but at last he got it clear with his companion's help, and with a great, it came up out of the mud. And there, beneath where the dome of that great bronze bell had been, Arjuna's companion saw a nest, and in the nest a mother bird, and there around her, her little hatchlings. And he looked then at Arjuna, and he knew that that arrow fired at the beginning of the battle had not missed its mark, that he had not aimed to kill, but rather to save life. And by piercing the thong that held the bell, he had created a safe haven for the bird and her chicks, even in the middle of that terrible, terrible war. So may we all find a way to keep some little sign, some seed or some egg or some moment of peace, however the world seems to be around us. And I think of my friend, a young storyteller who lives on the island of Anglesey here in Wales, who gave birth to her first little boy, not on Christmas Day, but just a few weeks ago. And she named him Mabon, which is one of the archetypal figures from the Welsh stories. And Mab means son, and Mabon is his name. And may that little child and all the other children of whom John spoke in his poetry, the children that we know, the children that we don't know, and the children still to come, be protected, if not by Arjuna, but in some way from all the foolishness that coexists in the world with this wish for good. Thank you, Baba, for hosting this beautiful space, and for all who are here, and all of those who've been here all day that I haven't seen. Thank you.
Thank you for
Nadolig
sharing.
Llawen. Merry Christmas. That's what we say in Wales. Nadolig Llawen.
Wow.
Oh,
Thank you. And special thanks to Simona, because she's been assisting me and helping keep track of the chats and those who want to be admitted. Thank you very much. Special thanks to Keith, excuse me. That's who I got to call when I get offline. But to David Heathfield, did I get it right that time? And special thanks to John Rowe. John Rowe is the inspiration to so many of these things. And a special thanks to everybody who, or whether you've told a tale or not, whether you're here as a supporting role or if you're gathering wisdom, Gustavo, gathering the wisdom, you know, and talking about wisdom, could someone tell me who I said was next? I got to Fiona. I think it was
you said
Norman.
Norman.
Yes.
And I noticed Despina has joined us.
Yes, and she's gonna be here for a moment. Of course, she knows that I would love to have a tale from her, because Despina tells a tale that only she can tell the way she tells her tales so well.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Despina. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Persa wishing everybody.
All right, so Despina,
Okay.
oh, wow. Oh, that is so lovely. Oh,
Lovely.
makes me want to have my kids with me, but they can't get on my shoulders like that because they grown.
And I noticed Rashidat is back with video.
So we have grown. And I think that Bob was also on the list. I don't know if he was before me or after me.
Well, I tell you what, Bob, where I don't see Bob on the, sometimes I can't see everybody. Now I know how you feel, John. Bob, are you still with us?
I think David is coming back.
Bob, you're
David is
muted.
back. I don't see Bob.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Bobby.
Okay.
Okay, so I think it was Norman, then Bob, or was it Bob, then Norman?
Go ahead, Norman.
Well,
Okay,
Go ahead.
Bob and Norman it is.
you,
Long time ago, there's a warrior who wanted to know the difference between heaven and hell. Now, he'd seen enough of hell. That was war in this Japanese story of a samurai. But he also wanted to know what heaven was, because how could be hell without heaven? And yet he had never experienced either. And there was a wise man, maybe it was a wise woman, I do not remember, because my memory is fading and patchy, but this is the story as I remember it, and I bring the pieces together, and I hope that you will take those pieces and make a story anew of them. But this warrior, the samurai, came to this wise person and said, who greeted him, sat him down, offered tea, they drank together. And the warrior, in answer to the question, what are you here for? I'm here to find the difference between heaven and hell. The wise one looked at the warrior right in the eye, that look that goes into the soul, deep inside, and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you because you're such a fool. I could not teach anyone like you. That struck the warrior to his heart. He'd come with his soul bared, and he'd gotten an answer like this, and he stood up in a rage. Out came his sword, that sound, that is the sound of death everywhere. And the sword was held above that wise person for a moment, long enough for the warrior to take a breath and then let out the breath. And then he said, see, that was hell, and that is heaven. And the warrior looked at the wise person who also saw into his soul. And he took the sword and he put it back in the sheath. This time the sound was not the sound of death, but the sound of peace. And so the wise person said, I cannot show you anything that you do not already know yourself. You have seen hell, and now you shall see peace. And may peace be on your path that comes. And that's the end of my story.
I like how Norman becomes very solemn when he tells his tales. But it's an attribute that works for the way he tells his tales. Norman and I talk when we're not in these sessions, and he does have a sense of humor. And I love his sense of humor, but I love how he becomes very somber when he tells his tales. It's just amazing. Okay, so we have a lot of people who want to tell tales, not a lot of time left. So I'm gonna ask everyone if they could keep their stories short, maybe under 10 minutes. And I hate saying that because you don't tell a storyteller, look, you only have 10 minutes. And yet I just did that. So I think it's Bob. Then we're going to do Gene. No, wait. Nigeria's back and their signal goes in and out. So Bob, may I bump you one more time?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Nigeria, you're up. I don't know which one of you is there. But whichever one of you is going to tell the tale, please tell your tale now. And then we'll get to Bob. And then I think it's Bob, then it's Gene, then it's David. Did I leave anybody? Oh, and we got to get Despina in.
All right, thank you very much. It's Hamid and I. So I'm going to be telling the story in Yoruba, and Hamid will be translating.
Oh, this is going to be great. As
Okay.
always.
Hello. Hello. Láyé ìgbà kan, ọ̀rẹ́ tímọ́tímọ́ méjì wà.
Once upon a time, there were two close friends.
Wọ́n ti ń ṣọ̀rẹ́ bọ̀ láti kékeré.
They had been friends since childhood.
Wọ́n máa ń ṣeré papọ̀, wọ́n máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀.
They always play and work together.
Ìgbà tán sì dàgbà,
When they grew older,
wọ́n dá oko sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ara wọn.
they built farms opposite to each other.
Ìkan wà lápá ọ̀tún títì, ìkejì wà lápá òsì títì.
The first farm was on the right part of the road, while the other farm was on the left.
Wọ́n sì kọ́lé síwájú oko wọn yẹn náà.
And they built their houses beside their farms.
Ìrọ̀lẹ́ ọjọ́ kan, wọ́n wà ń ta, wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí oko.
One evening, they were working on their farms.
Lásìkò lóòrèkóòrè, wọ́n á máa bára wọn sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n á sì máa ṣiṣẹ́.
Once in a while, they speak to each other while they are working.
Wọ́n dédé rí bàbá àgbà kan tó ń rìn láàrin títì.
They suddenly saw an old man walking down the road.
Bàbá ń rìn, ó ń rìn jẹ́jẹ́, ó ń rìn jẹ́jẹ́.
The man was walking very slowly and carefully,
Wọ́n dẹ̀ rí fìlà kan tó rẹwà tó mú régé lórí rẹ̀.
and they saw a great, beautiful cap on his head.
Àwọn méjèèjì náà rò, wọ́n dìde, wọ́n ń wo bàbá.
Both of them stood up and stretched to see the man's cap.
Bàbá ń rìn lọ́rin lọ, wọ́n dẹ̀ fojú tẹ̀lé lọ.
They watched the man until he left.
Ìgbà tó wá lọ, ọ̀rẹ́ kìíní sọ pé, ha! Fìlà bàbá àgbà yẹn ó rẹwà gan o, dúdú ẹ̀ ń dán.
When the old man passed, the first friend said, that man's cap was very beautiful. It was shining black.
Dúdú kẹ̀ rárá o, ṣé ò ríran dáadáa ni? Pupa ní fìlà yẹn, ó dẹ̀ gún régé lóòótọ́.
Black? No, that cap was red, but it was beautiful.
Rárá o, ìwọ ló ríran dáadáa, ó ti ń fọ́ lójú. Dúdú ni fìlà ni mo sọ.
No, you aren't saying well. You are starting to go blind. The cap was black.
Ṣé mi ló ń pè lónírọ́?
Are you calling me a liar?
Wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jà nìyẹn o. Irọ́ ni ó pa, èmi kọ́, irọ́ ń pa, pupa ni, dúdú ni.
How they started arguing. It was black, it was red, it was black, it was red.
Àwọn ará àdúgbò jáde, kí ló fa wàhálà, kí ló fàjà?
The neighbors came around and started asking, what is the problem? Why are you fighting?
Wọ́n ṣe sọ fáwọn ará àdúgbò pé ó ń pè mí lónírọ́, mo ní nǹkan pupa, ó ní dúdú ni.
He was calling me a liar. I told him that it was red and he said it was black.
Àwọn ará àdúgbò sọ pé tọ̀ ẹ lọ sọ́dọ̀ baálẹ̀ wọ́n bá wa dá ẹjọ́ yìí.
The neighbor said, let's go to the chief so he can settle this matter.
Wọ́n lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ baálẹ̀.
They went to the chief's palace.
Ìgbà tí baálẹ̀ gbọ́ ẹjọ́ tán, òun gan mọ nǹkan tó máa ṣe.
When the chief listened to their case, he didn't know what to do.
Déédéé lọ́gbọ́n ẹnìkan tó bú sẹ́rìn lẹ́yìn yàrá.
Then they suddenly heard someone laughing at the back of the palace.
Gbogbo èèyàn ló yíjú láti wo ẹni tó ń pariwo ní ọ̀dọ̀ baálẹ̀.
Everyone turned around to see who was the one that was making noise in the palace.
Bàbá àgbà ló dìde, ó wá sọ fún wọn pé.
The old man stood up and told them,
Èmi ni bàbá tó ń rí lójú títì.
I was the old man that they saw on the road.
Fìlà mi ló dẹ̀ rí.
And it was my cap that they saw.
Fìlà yìí, apá kan dúdú, apá kan pupa.
This my beautiful cap has one side black and one side red.
Ìjà tó ń jà yìí kò nídìí.
The friends realized that their fight didn't have a point. It was pointless.
Bí gbogbo èèyàn ṣe túká tán lọ sílé wọn nìyẹn.
That's how the whole palace took out.
Okay, so he's talking translation. Basically, everybody dispersed, and that was the end of the story. And the story teaches us
that there could be 2 points. There could everybody's point of view could be two. Depends on where you're looking at it from.
the end. Thank you.
And thank you, royal family of Nigeria.
Thank you. That's the
Storyteller.
story of Papa Legba.
Yes, yes. And thank you, young prince. And of course, that's the mother queen. Okay, I swear, I keep thinking you're the daughter. That's a good thing. All right. Okay, so we have a lot of people queued up, and I've asked people to kind of keep their stories under 10 minutes, something I don't like doing. I remember when I first started telling stories, they wanted me to do a story in 3 minutes. 3. Condense a 30-minute story to 3 minutes. But anyhow, I think who was, oh, I lost my track. Yes, Bob was next, and then Jean. Or did Jean? Okay, I'm lost. Bob, you take it and we'll figure it out from there. Because this is a good evening. I'm just amazed.
I think I can keep this to 5 minutes or so. Can everybody see this? It's a hummingbird nest that fell out of a tree when I was picking apples as a migrant fruit picker 40 years ago. And Fiona's story just reminded me. I ran out to get this hummingbird nest. This made from spider web and lichen. What I wanted to say is that Liz and I, my wife and I, tell a story about how hummingbirds got their colors. And this nest has been passed around from hand to hand, probably to 5,000 children who have taken this little soft object, okay? And these are kids from all over the country, from Alaska to the inner cities, and they pass it with such care from one hand to another. And some of these kids in the middle of urban war zones. And to experience that is to experience hope in the future, to know that the peace and care that lies in the hearts of children from here all over the country. So I just wanted to share that, Fiona, because your story brought that immediately to mind. And while we're in the orchards, Norman, I was going to tell the story that you just told, the difference between heaven and hell and the samurai and the wise one. So thank you. That saved me some time, and I got to hear the story. So I'm going to just finish up with something that my cousin's father, I guess he'd be my sort of great cousin, wrote. He's a man of peace, It's called The Parable of Stones to Fruit. And there's an orchard connection to this. So I'm going to read this as an offering to us all. When we're out looking around us, we see that there are so many stones that lie about, stones along the roadside, among the roots of the forest trees, on the bottoms of the streams, all different sizes, all different shapes, all different colors. A stone can be lifted and thrown through a door or a window glass. It can be cracked against another stone. It can be aimed at a person. But what is it that we would do with that stone? We take up a stone and we rub it and we scrape it and we work on it as long as it may take to turn it into a pile of dust. Then we search for a seed and we plant the seed in that pile of dust. We sprinkle a little water on it and we wait. The seed sprouts and quickly dies. We plant another seed and water it. We make sure that it gets plenty of water. It sprouts, it dies. Again, we plant a seed. We give it water and sunlight. And we wonder, how is it going to do this time? We keep planting seeds and nurturing them, and one after another, they die. But one day there is ample organic material from all the seeds that have sprouted and died. We carefully gather this organic matter, we grind it up, we mix it with the dust of the stone. Again, we plant a seed and give it water and sunlight. This time, it takes root. We plant another seed and another, nearly all sprout and grow, and each one eventually dies and is transformed into soil. Finally, we have enough soil for a tree. The tree sends down roots and grows. One day it bears fruit. We share the fruit with our friends, our neighbors, and those who have little or nothing, and we enjoy it together quietly. If our companions ask where the fruit came from, we tell the story of how it fell from a tree that grew from a seed that was planted in stone.
Whoa.
Let's never ever give up.
Never give
working
up.
peace.
Because if a fruit can come from a tree planted in stone, then we should get bolder every day. Bad pun. Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's Bob, that was right on.
Well, thank you
And
to my cousin Leon Canadius who wrote that.
Stories just running in your veins. It's in your DNA.
I think so.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks.
And
everybody.
I think that Jean is up next. Is she still with us?
Yes, I'm here, Baba. See,
All right,
hello.
because sometimes I lose track of who's on the screen. Now I know how John Rowe feels sometimes.
Okay.
But you have the floor, even though I can't see you, but I will find you.
Thank you so much. I would love to share two short folk tales with you. The first one, which I will invite you to unmute and join me at a certain point. The first one is from Thailand, and it is the story of, well, there is an older gentleman whose son is of a marriageable age, and the father wants for his son to find a very kind and wise woman to marry. And so he says to his son, I would like you to ask one question of all the young women who you meet. Ask them this question. If you had a big fish, how would you feed your family for the longest time? The son thought about the question. He thought it was a little bit strange, but he trusted his father. And so when he went out into the world and he met young women, he would always ask that same question. If you had a big fish, how could you feed your family for the longest time? And I invite you to give me your answers. What would you do with that big fish? Please.
Well, I have some suggestions. But anybody else want to step up to the plate before I do? No pun intended.
I
I've
would
heard
mix
this.
the vegetables to make it go further.
Say that again.
I would mix it with vegetables to make it go further.
Mix it with
Oh.
vegetables. Wonderful.
Can I?
See,
Can
I would fillet it, then I would make several steaks from it. I would take the bones to make a broth to add vegetables to. I would slice the head and make fish head soup. And then I would take the tail and add it to the broth to make another vegetable soup. The skin I would crisp and serve it like I don't eat bacon, but I would serve it like bacon.
Wow.
Or you could take the tail of the soup and go from household to household and share the tail for a meal. I've heard
You
this.
got me
I know
there.
I've heard the tale before, Gene. So
Gene, can I ask, is the fish still alive?
The fish is alive, yes,
Oh,
but you can do whatever you wish.
I've got two ideas. One is
Oh.
to find a fish of the same species and breed more. And the second idea would be to let that fish break down and use it to after Bob's story, to fertilize a field so many crops grow.
Or if you don't have a boat, you could use the fish eggs for roe.
John Rowe.
No, row the boat ashore.
Fantastic. Your ideas, all of your ideas are just phenomenal. Thank you for sharing.
Despina said, salt it for preservation, share it with everyone in my family, and keep a piece for bait so there's more coming. All right.
And thank you for putting them into the chat as well. Well, this young man, he did find some very interesting ideas, many of which you've already mentioned. The young women, one did say to smoke the fish. Someone else said use it as fertilizer. Someone else make it into fish soup. All of these fantastic ideas. But the father, each time he heard them, thought, they're good ideas, but I think there's even a better one. And so one day, when the young man was wandering down a road, pardon me, he did see an interesting woman approaching him. She wasn't particularly beautiful, nor was she rich, but she did look to be interesting, and he thought she was probably kind and wise. And he asked her, she said, well, I would take that fish and I would cook it with many vegetables. And then, because then there'd be a lot of food. And then I would offer some to my relatives. I would offer some to my neighbors. And then I would offer some, of course, to my friends. And so that way, well, when they had a big fish, they would share it with my family. And all of those relatives and neighbors and friends would share it with me. Ha ha. Oh, yes, said the father, that indeed is a wise answer. And my son, I suggest that this might be the woman you choose to marry. And as you know, he did. And they lived
happily ever after.
Ever after.
Thank you. Do we have time for another short one or no? We'll move on.
I'm finding out now. So let's do this. If we have time, we'll come back to you.
Wonderful. Thank
We can
you.
stretch
Okay.
it. We'll stretch it. We'll stretch
We
it.
can stretch it?
Stretch it.
Okay. So
I
we
have
have time
warned
for
Waleed. Waleed, we're terribly sorry, but we will have to overrun by a few minutes. Don't.
Because we got 3 people in queue, I think. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, and then we'll call it a day. After the
Or
3
a
people.
night.
Well, a night. Well, whatever.
Oh, wow. Someone said the thread of wise women continues. Oh, we've had a lot of wise women today and a lot of wise gentlemen too. All right. So yes, you can go ahead and do your second one, Jean.
Thank you.
You're muted. Oh, there you are.
I'm back with you. Okay. And this story does come from China. And let me just close the chat so I can see you better here. Oh my. Okay. And this is called One Word for Happiness. Chang Kung lived with his family. Oh, it was a huge family. There were children, grandchildren, aunts, uncles, cousins, and they all lived on this one huge compound. But the most amazing thing was that they lived together without quarreling. How was this possible? I mean, even the emperor heard about this because it was said that not even the dogs would fight on this compound. So the emperor decided he would have to go and find out what was the secret. When he arrived, Chang Kung welcomed him. Chang Kung, I see it is true. Here everyone lives in peace and harmony. What is the secret to your happiness? Chang Kung did not say a word, but he took his beautiful paintbrush and on a scroll, he painted over and over and over the same word 100 times. And then he presented it to the emperor. That one word was kindness. Kindness, said the emperor. Ah, now I know the recipe to happiness. And that emperor, he took the same paintbrush, the same one, and he wrote a proclamation to all his people saying, come, observe. And he put it on Chang Kung's gate, and many, many people came from all around to learn the secret and take it back home to where they lived. For now they had the recipe for happiness. And as you know, it is one word. Kindness.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think David Thompson, if you have a short story, we can you can do your short story now, and then I will end it with, ooh, I don't like the expression of that. And then I will take, there's no way I can say it without sounding double entendre. And then I will close the session with a story of my own. John, if you have to unmute if you're going to.
We need Despina.
Oh yes, that's right. You know, yes, how could Despina, forgive me, because I got so bright when I saw that you had tuned in. Yes. So wait a minute, because I told David Thompson he could go next to last. Despina, you have the spotlight. I hate to put you in a, but you know, Despina, tell your tale.
Babasi, I have 5 words to say before the very end. It is not a story, although it is kind of.
Okay. So Despina,
a
then
really,
David,
really
then me,
short
then
one.
David.
A really short one, because honestly, I'm starting to feeling bad about Walid working so many hours for us today. So I'll keep it just a short. There was
Hey, Mike.
an old lady. Everybody, she would take two of her ceramic I don't know the word. It's not a vase. The thing you use to carry water around from the fountain to the. Do you remember?
Urn or a pot.
Pitcher.
Urn, pot, bucket,
Or a jug, right?
pail.
Her two ceramic jugs. That'll do. Thank you. So she had her two ceramic jugs, carrying them around all the way from her house to the well, where she would fill them and carry them back all the way to the house. The thing was that one of the jugs was perfect. The other one was cracked. And a little bit of water was dripping from the jug all the way back from the well to the house. So one day, the two jugs were discussing, and the other one, oh, poor you, poor you. Why, I don't understand why you even bother. Can't you see that you're wasting the water the old lady carries? I mean, she's getting so tired to carry the water home. And then, well, it's just, I don't know, perhaps you should quit. So when the old lady tried to get the jugs and go to the well the next day, the cracked jug told her, well, maybe you shouldn't carry me today. Why is that? Said the old lady. Well, you know I'm cracked. Yeah, I know, said the old lady. Well, I'm dripping water as you bring it from the well to your house. Yes, I know, said the old lady. Well, I don't want to make you tired for nothing. I mean, you should just get yourself another jug, the perfect one. So you have a couple and you bring all the water home. Come with me, said the lady to the jugs. She took hold of one jug in one hand and the other in the other hand, and she started walking towards the river. She went to the well. She went to the well. She filled up both jugs, and on the way back, she addressed the cracked one. And she said, tell me, what do you see? So the jug had a look, and she said, I see the path you're taking every day to go to the well and back home. Yes, that's right, said the old lady. Now look closer. Have another look and tell me again, what do you see? Well, I can see that the left side of the road is empty and this side of the road is flowery, said the jug. That's right, said the old lady. Do you know why that is? No, why is that, said the jug. It's because you're dripping water. I don't need another jug. I don't need a perfect, uncracked jug. I need you because you are perfect as you are. Had it not been for you, this side of the road would have no flowers. Ευχαριστώ.
Brilliant as always. Oh, wow. The tellers today have been exceptional, but the women have been exceptionally exceptional. So thank you. All right. So David, let me check with my memory here. I think you're up next. I have to keep it brief. Then I have a couple of words, and then David Heathfield will take us out. I mean, we'll close the session.
What I thought that to be, oh my, whoa, war in Ghana, everybody God ti. Vo pa vo na de lad. E vo na de o de ola bod wed lad go ba. E vo li na wo da il na wo le o ke le o de ed but lid do we bid be do a God do we wo be ga
That was short. That was brilliant. You caught me off guard. You were brilliant. Thank you.
The people will go with the hello, Papa, hola, and
All right. Thank you. So you know what? Every session we've had today, someone has told a story I was going to tell during my session. And some sessions too. And Despina just told a story that I was going to tell, and that's no problem. It's no, because I have another, I have a version of the story you just told. But I just think, Despina, I think it's brilliant how we all have variations of each other's tales. And I think this is a wonderful thing. That's one of the things I like about this assemblage. But I'm going to tell an abbreviated version of one of my favorite stories. And it's a story about me and you. You see, me and you were bestest of friends. They were BFFs forever. And me and you lived together side by side. Usually this is an interactive story, but I'm going to abbreviate it. I'm going to stick to my own time limitation I placed on everybody else. So me and you lived side by side. They did everything side by side. They built their houses side by side. They did their cooking side by side. They did their gardening side by side. And they would get up early in the morning, get in their boats and go fishing side by side. They throw out their nets, how? Side by side. And they sit and talk about this, that, and the other thing, and then eventually pull in their nets with all their fish. Well, you know, if you go fishing in the same spot all the time, it becomes like a refrigerator. If you take food out of the refrigerator and don't put food back in, sooner or later, the refrigerator becomes empty. And they had been fishing this one spot all the time. And they were catching less fish, less fish, less fish, less fish, until one day, me and you, they went out fishing side by side. They pulled in their nets side by side, but me had one fish. You had none. When they got back to their houses, they were standing outside trying to figure out what they were going to do. So me said, me get the body, you get the head. And you said, but that's not fair. Me said, did you catch a fish? No, me caught the fish. So me get the body, you get the head. But that's not fair. And they started arguing. Well, me and you had never argued. As long as they've known, they never argued. And so soon their arguing caught the attention of the village people. I'm talking about the people that live in the village, not the band. And it caught the attention of the village people. And the village people heard them arguing. Me get the body, you get the head. But that's not fair. Did you catch a fish? No, me caught the fish. So me get the body, you get the head. And they kept arguing. Finally, someone called for the village elder. The village elder, not the village idiot, the village elder. And the village elder came along and heard them argue and said, I've heard enough. Will you two agree? That's my elder voice. Will you two agree to abide by my decision? Yes, yes. Very good. And so the village elder, his name was Uswe. And Uswe stroked his fine white beard. And then he said, I've made my decision. I will get the body. You will get the head and me will get the tail. And me and you went, but that's not fair. And Uswe said, did you agree to abide by my decision? Yes, yes. Then that is my decision. Uswe, me, Uswe, get the body, me get the tail, and you get the head. And the village people thought about that and they saw what the wise man had done and they understood. You see, this story is kind of metaphorical. I hope I got that right phrase. And this is what happens. You see, there are many things that you can do, and there are many things that me can do, that I can do. But when you and me put our heads together, there is nothing that we cannot do. There is nothing that we cannot do. When we come together and we are us, we are united. And that is a road for making peace. Asante. All right. So I guess David Heathfield and then John. I'm sorry, Rowe. John Rowe. License to tell. David, the floor is yours.
Abbathy, thank you so much for your 2 hours of magnificent hosting. But before I say my closing words, I've asked John if he wouldn't mind doing the notices first.
Thank you, everyone that's been on today for the last 10 hours. Especially thank you, Waleed, who's been sitting at the controls for over 10 hours. Right, and and Mike didn't even tie his wrist there. No, it's marvelous. It's been really good. What we're not having this Sunday, obviously, we're not having a worldwide story round, but we're having our first worldwide story round in 2 weeks' time after that. Keep an eye on the schedule. We've always got exciting stuff going on at the World Storytelling Cafe. If you go on the website and see the schedule all the time, sometimes we're a bit slack getting out, but it's always just keep checking it. It's or the World Storytelling Cafe community page, because that will tell you what's coming up and tells you what you can join in on. You know, I mean, you could all come to Marrakesh, of course, between the 12th and the 19th for the festival. There'll be loads of open mic stuff that even if we haven't programmed you, everyone gets everyone who turns up gets an opportunity to tell. So that's amazing. Mike has arranged some wonderful riads which have put up storytellers, and we would love you to stay in those riads if you're coming and paying to be there, because that way we might get more riads in 2025, and gratitude. But right now, Despina, of course, I'm not sure if anyone's on the 30th. There will be someone on the 30th, but I know who that is. But Despina is telling children's stories or stories for children on the first one of the new year, on the 6th of January. So she's amazing. Every Tuesday, of course, there is our young international tellers. So young tellers, if you have any tellers that are under 25 years old, for anything from 0 to 25, send them along and they can tell. There's a platform, a world platform for them. And we have children from different countries in the world, and it is setting up their own young storytelling community. Meanwhile, I'll shut up because Waleed's got to go. I mean, it takes him about 3 hours to get home, and I'm going to let David. Thank you, Babasi, by the way, for this. I scraped into your session, David. Thank you for being the inspiration, Mike. Thank you for being providing the platform, and David, over to you.
Could I actually, before David, could I just say a quick thank you? Sorry to interrupt.
Please do.
Under 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, I definitely don't need 10 minutes, but just to say, Lucy and I've been listening all day, and we're just so proud of the whole platform and what we've been achieving. It's absolutely wonderful. So thank you. I think my favorite story of the day has to go to David. I'm still in Camelot a little bit, but I think and my favorite host must be Jasna. Isn't she just amazing?
Brilliant.
But it's really unfair to single out anybody, I think, today. It's just been fantastic. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mike. And I think you've said many thank yous already, John, that I was going to say, so I'll cut it really short. Thank you to the hosts. Thank you for sharing stories of peace. We've had stories in Arabic, in Punjabi, in Greek, and many varieties of English. I'd like to share with you 5 moments from today. If you're still watching, you can go back to the recording and catch up with these because it's such a rich array of stories. Some of us have been here all day. Gustavo and Babasi and I have been in and out all day. Babasi's got the record, I think, for having the most endurance. 1 moment. Larissa, early on today, coming in from a remote part of Ukraine and telling us a story about how bees just got 1 sting. Radia in Nigeria, a regular at Young International Storytellers, 9 years old. 9 years old in Nigeria. Gustavo von Bischofshausen, Lima, Peru. One of the smattering of more senior wonderful storytellers in contrast to Radia. But what a wealth of knowledge we bring. 4th moment. Debjani fighting with the technology, but getting through from India the most incredible facial expressions of any storyteller in the world. And number 5 on my list, more than minus 40 degrees, even colder than where Norman is in Toronto, was Amna Burki. Amna, who's traveled across the world from a family from northern India, born in Pakistan, educated in the UK, lives in Winnipeg, a woman who brings the stories across the world with her as a migrant, a woman who has become a storyteller over the last 2 years and who shone in her sharing from the furthest northwesterly point of today's sharing. So 5 moments to savor among thousands. Storytelling for peace. And in the words of Babasi, Asante Sana.
Thanks.
So on David's request, we are supposed to say adio in our mother tongues. Yeah?
Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Until the next time.
Adios.
To be continued.
Oh, and Waleed, again, thank you for flying the magic carpet all day. It probably breaks a lot of magic carpet pilot rules, actually having you at the controls all day, but bless you. Thank you.
We need to do that again.
So,
all right, Wally.
I think Waleed needs probably needs half a year to get over this one. So we will do another marathon, but not for a while. He's got a storytelling festival to deal with before that. But it's been great. It's been wonderful. And thank you, David. And thank you, everyone. Meanwhile, good night.
Good night.
Good afternoon.
Buenas
Said the
tardes, Merry
American.
Christmas.
Good morning, probably.
No, it's just 3:18. It's barely afternoon. Well, it's a little bit past. It's late lunch, early dinner. All right, good folk.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Simona. You have really been a big help today. Thank you.
Well done, Simona.
And David, I had no idea I was going to run the whole thing. I mean, you know what I mean? Stay the whole time.
You lasted the whole thing.
The whole thing, yes. I ran to get a little bite to eat, but I lasted the whole thing. So I'm due to crash.
You're a phenomenon.
All day.
You've been here as well,
Wow.
David, all day.
Yeah,
You have.
yeah.
Fantastic. Merry Christmas.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Kwanzaa. And C out. Take care, David. Happy New Year.